he exists. More importantly, is there any hope of him making a comeback, or will he continue to fade into obscurity? Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be uncovering the decline of one of rap's most unusual artists, Lil Mabu. How he utilized controversy to make a name for himself in the drill rap scene, why fans couldn't get enough of him, and what happened when the gimmick behind his rap persona finally wore off. To say Mabu, aka Matthew Peter DeLuca, was an anomaly going into the New York drill scene would be a massive understatement, not only for his appearance, but his background as well. Having grown up in an upper-class family in New York's most affluent neighborhoods, and attending the prestigious collegiate high school, Mabu's life was a far cry from that of a traditional drill rapper, many of whom fuel their music with personal struggles and trials they encountered while living in less fortunate circumstances.
Matthew DeLuca, I go to the collegiate school. I'm in 9th grade, and my favorite thing about Kids Walk for MSK Kids is getting together with friends and family to support such a wonderful cause.
So how did someone like Mabu go from writing A-grade essays in school to making drill raps in the streets? Well, he didn't, at least not initially. When he first started uploading songs to YouTube around 2020, Mabu's music was more melodic than aggressive.
Miss me, but never wanna link when we can. Used to diss me, now you wanna call me a friend. Had to go and run up on my bands. Shout out to my brother, shout out to the fans.
While this kind of music didn't get a mainstream attention initially, it struck a chord with fans and got a lot more people to root for it. As one viewer put it, Lil Mabu, your lyrics go hard, man, your song cuts deep into the heart. Mark my words, in the next 5 years, you'll grow exponentially. Just please don't go doing drugs or robbing people. Don't let the fame and money get to you. It's a tough life, because you think you have to do something to stay big, but as long as you keep going with what you're doing, you should be alright. Although Mabu never truly lived the rough life, he would certainly take inspiration from it. Going into 2021, Mabu's style as an artist shifted from soft and relatable to something a bit more rough around the edges. With songs like Move It and Demon Time, Mabu dove headfirst into the high stakes and high-risk world of drill rap.
Don't cross me, I'm not Jesus. Run up a check, fingers they blue. You know the vibes, I stay with the crew. Quit talking, man, just make a move. I'm on the east side, zooming through the streets in the G5. Running up a back, I'm on team.
This sudden pivot in persona paid off immensely for Mabu's career. Not only was this the first video on his channel to crack 2 million views, but it also gave viewers a taste of something unusually captivating. There aren't many white rappers in the New York drill scene, even fewer who are as young and talented as Mabu. While this meant Mabu had immense potential to grow as an upcoming artist and build a fan base, the way he capitalized on that success would only harm his career in the long term. Going into 2022, Mabu wholly leaned into the gangster persona and featured several established drill rappers like Didi Osama, Dusty Locane, and D-Thang on both his singles and newly released mixtape Double M's. In the music video for Throw, he even included a highly controversial scene glamorizing the harsh realities of street life. As shocking as the video was, it garnered over 30 million views and landed Mabu in the #1 trending spot on YouTube for a brief period. At this point, Mabu had realized controversy was the key to drawing viewers, and he was more than ready to capitalize on that knowledge. For the next couple of months, Mabu promoted his music by uploading dozens of videos across social media, pretending to be a dangerous rapper in the most corny way possible.
Why you lagging?
Lacking?
Like, oh, you know where you at right now? Like, bro, I really take everything off you, bro. Like,
I'm outside Dolly. You know Mabu's body, bro.
yo, Mabu, like, what you got on you? Like, oh, he got the now.
While a significant portion of viewers enjoyed Mabu's over-the-top rapper personality, there was an equally large number of viewers who found his take on drill music distasteful, with comments like, "I am a Lil Mabu hater. I don't care what you say. I can't take any of his songs seriously. This man cannot possibly be talking about spinning the lot while he's some rich white dude in a private school." And posts such as, "Lil Mabu co-ops hood culture while simultaneously making a mockery and glorifying the violence and poverty that afflicts our communities. He raps about ops and spinning blocks, and then goes back to his mansion unharmed. Meanwhile, the young street ninjas making drill music are out here losing their lives over the blocks that rich white men own." is ridiculous. These weren't the only negative concerns fans voiced about Mabu, as many speculated that he was an industry plant and that his rise to fame was manufactured by family members with powerful connections. Love him or hate him, Mabu was effortlessly using controversial situations to go viral on social media, and judging by his prior statements, it wasn't his first time doing so. Looking back at the comments of his previous music videos, Mabu states that he has experience with digital marketing and credits that experience as the reason he hasn't signed with a record label, reading, "Not many people know this, but I'm a digital marketer and publicist. I have no label and no management. I run companies for industry heavyweights, and this is how I fund my music / execute these promotional campaigns. I'm not the kid whose parents fund his music that most people think I am. I started up the agency back in April, and that's how I've funded my music ever since." By the start of 2023, Mabu's mastery of social media marketing had allowed him to reach a global audience and managed to put one of his greatest songs, Mathematical Disrespect, on the Billboard Hot 100's number 90 spot. Combined with the nearly 100 million views the song generated on YouTube, it's no wonder why Mabu was seen as the next big drill rapper. Mabu's rap career wasn't the only part of his life where he was experiencing immense success, as he would graduate from high school around the same time.
Matthew Peter DeLuca.
However, in the midst of this rapid growth, Mabu would stay away from his rap game for 2 months and return to viewers with this message.
I just wanted to get on here and open up about my life the last couple months. As soon as I went to prom and I graduated high school, I finally had a moment to reflect on my evolution as an artist and my personal life and the sacrifices I've made to get to this point at a young age. And you know, I was fresh out of high school with a song on Billboard, artists I look up to start becoming my friends, gaining notoriety. Cool. But at what cost? I wasn't spending time with my family. I neglected meaningful friendships. I lost valuable moments of my childhood that I can't get back.
After taking time to reconnect with people in his personal life, Mabu stated that he was ready to get back into the rap game, but he would still be going to college alongside it.
Decided at the beginning of the summer to find some balance. I'm going to college. And they looked at me like I was crazy. They were like, "Mabu, do you understand? Like, you're not a regular kid. You need to devote all your time to your career. You want to take the music seriously." Bro, I was like, "You, watch this." And I worked so hard to get into the high school I was at, then applying out, and getting into college, and I managed to do all of it while doing the music thing. So why would I pass this opportunity up now? For what?
Naturally, some audience members assumed that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the same intensity while going to college. However, Mabu proved both his dedication to music and academics by recording music with notable artists like NLE Chopper from his dorm room.
Meeting my new roommate.
To close out the year, Mabu collaborated with Krishan Rock on the song Mr. Take Your Redacted, where he tried to start a beef with the rapper Blueface, with lyrics reading, "Yes, I took his lady, I like blue faces, so I took his baby." While the song did get significant notoriety and barely squeezed into the Billboard's top 100, it didn't spark the kind of controversy Mabu was looking for, as Blueface cut things short with a tweet that read, "Make sure y'all add Lil Mabu career to my resume. Why is your girl texting me every day, bro? What's she waiting on?" Even though Mabu's stunts were still bringing in considerable views and listeners, it was only a matter of time before his controversial gimmick would wear off, and people got bored of his rapper facade. Sadly, Mabu was going to find that out the hard way. By the 5th of April 2024, Mabu released his debut album, Young Genius, which featured a handful of top-tier rappers such as Lil Baby and Young Thug. By all accounts, this should have been Mabu's biggest release yet, but that wasn't the case. Despite the big-name features and heavy promotion on Mabu's end, the album failed to place on any of the recognized charts. To make matters worse, sales numbers were so poor that they were never revealed, and the album even received an 11 out of 100 review from the Album of the Year, with a commenter writing, "The bit is old, bro. He has one joke in his music, and it's, look, I'm a rich white kid, but I'm making music like I'm from the hood," whilst having the worst bars, corniest lyrics, cringiest vocals, and just overall having the tackiest songs ever. When faced Faced with these declining metrics, Mabu turned to the thing that formed the foundation of his career: controversy. His first attempt at garnering attention this way manifested as Mabu pretending to shoot himself during a music video. On the 27th of June 2024, he moved on to something more elaborate and dropped the song Bang Bang, dissing the XXL freshman class for not including him in their annual list. When the diss track and music video stunts didn't get him the results he was looking for, Mabu stepped away from music for another several months, only to return with an even more desperate ploy for attention. Around March 2025, Mabu began gravitating towards the OF model Bonnie Blue, best known for her controversial 1000 Men in 24 Hours stunt, with a Mabu caption reading, "Her holes are for everyone, but her heart is mine." From going on a stage to dinner with Bonnie, to potentially doing explicit acts with her during an NBA game, Mabu was willing to do anything to bait the internet into engaging with his platform, but it wasn't going to work.
She was tying my shoe. She was tying my shoe, NBA. Matthew, did you get banned from the NBA?
Yup, sure did. Looks like I won't be going to any more WNBA games either.
2 days later, Mabu released the song Bonnie Blue to capitalize on what little attention his stunts had garnered. However, the video would only get 2 million views and a very lukewarm response from fans. While Mabu's social media platforms are still showing positive growth, that said growth is nowhere near what it was a year ago and will likely go deep into the negative if he doesn't bring something fresh to the table. Mabu's entire music career and brand was built on the gimmick of being a privileged white kid cosplaying as a hardened drill rapper. For a while, it worked out well for him and brought in millions of viewers. But a gimmick can only last for so long. When the act began to grow stale, Mabu opted for adding even more controversy to the mix, but that only pushed viewers further away. Repeating the same routine with a few new stunts isn't going to get him back on the charts or sustain his career long term. There's no doubt Mabu is a talented rapper and marketer, but it doesn't look like that will be enough to make him the global superstar he was aiming to be.
We're taking Italian food and American barbecue to places they've never been before.
Let's talk about that.
You know what they say.
We're taking Italian food and American barbecue to places they've never been before.
Let's talk about that. Good mythical summer!
There's nothing like a hot sun, a cool pool, and a string of tables overflowing with freshly grilled meats, beans, and carb-loaded dishes as far as the eye can see. And beans.
A good old cookout, or as some people call it, a backyard barbecue.
You're wrong, but for the sake of this, we'll just keep going along with the way that you use that
Barbecue.
term. But you know what other cuisine is all about meats and carbs?
Italian.
Oh, you found it in your notes? Yes,
Yeah.
Italian, you're right. So today, we're finding out what happens when you combine foods and flavors of American backyard barbecue and Italian cuisine. It's time for Barbecue Italian versus Italian Barbecue, AKA Ciao, partner, versus Howdy, Paisano.
Hello, BBQ boys. We put today's barbecue Italian versus Italian barbecue matchups on our Instagram, and the Mythical Beasts voted on which dishes they thought you would like better. The Mythical Kitcheneers made all of those dishes, and we're going to see how well the Beasts can predict your tastes. They'll get a point for each round. The majority of them guessed correctly. If they get 3 or more points, you'll have to write a celebratory acrostic poem for them in Good Mythical More.
And we'll do it.
But if they don't, the Beasts will have to go to our Instagram, find the photo of you guys holding a barbecue skewer, and they must comment, "That's a skewer, and we're a manure."
Ooh,
And you'll
that's
do it
gonna
too.
hurt.
I love these food fusions. Something great always comes out of it. And I particularly love Italian food and my cookouts. So I can't wait.
Are you ready to get started? Stevie, do you have any more information for us? Are you done?
I can give you more. I can always give you more.
Okay, all right.
You know what this is.
Okay, so we've got, I'm so excited about this. We're starting a little bit light. We're not going straight to the meat. We've got barbecue green beans bruschetta versus gnocchi potato salad. I'm going to try to ignore that for a second because I'm so excited about it.
Right, and you know that
No.
this is what we're thinking.
Well,
this is what they're thinking too.
Because it's already potatoes. Look at this, it's genius.
Green beans, snap beans, whatever you want to call them.
Bruschetta.
Now, V, what's in this? Because that is tasty.
So, you have a tomato-based barbecue sauce green beans with bacon bits atop toasted fresh bread slices.
I would think you'd like
It's
this better than
strange.
regular bruschetta because
Yeah, the only tomato part is just the sauce, which I'm fine with that. Very, very, very good.
it's very good. It's very good.
And you feel like you're getting your greens
Yeah, but who
in an
cares about it?
Italian kind of way. I remember the first time I had gnocchi. I did not know how to say it. So what'd you do here? You got the potato gnocchi.
Yes, it's standard potato salad ingredients. So it's like celery, green onions, mayo, mustard, celery seed, and then the gnocchi is just replacing the potatoes.
It's
So-
that simple, huh?
Yes.
Because
I mean-
gnocchi is a potato pasta.
This is Instagram hackish, you know? Just replace your potatoes with gnocchi. Oh, but it would be in that, I guess, the TikTok voice. Just replace your potatoes with gnocchi. I can't.
That's perfect. I'm picturing TikTok now.
In your particular potato salad, what's the red sprinkles?
Paprika.
Yeah, but that's the red sprinkles in every potato salad, Link.
I love it.
Particular potato.
I always love it, and I'm always like,
How do you make the red part?
what is the red sprinkles? Yeah, I don't want to give this short shrift, even though it's not going to win. So I'm
It's
just
definitely not
gonna,
going to win.
And I just did.
Here's what I'll say.
Give it its due.
Based on perceptions, this is better than I thought it would be. I had such high expectations for this. It's definitely the winning dish in this regard, in this setup. But gnocchi, I think it's as good as that combination could be, V. I will tell you that.
And you knew that,
And I'm going to eat more of it.
right, Stevie?
I mean, this one is very, very close.
Really?
52% of the mythical beasts thought you would like the barbecue green bean bruschetta better.
Really? Wow.
Wonder why.
What got
The
into
level
you?
of disappointment, it might be disproportionate to the actual game we're playing right now.
I just
I just
don't-
gotta say.
I don't understand. I mean, I can put myself in a voter's shoes and vote, and I did.
What size? What size shoes?
Well, it's a 9. They're a little smaller than me.
Okay, but probably average. Then, not,
Yeah. We are disappointed. We're not hyped.
Get ready, Instagram.
Now we got some fun changes to classic dishes on both sides. We got a hot dog manicotti versus a bolognese. And I couldn't help but say the G in it, bolognese. These sound incredible. V, tell us about this manicotti dog.
Would love to, Link.
I love your enthusiasm.
It's a manicotti pasta noodle with a ground hot dog and ricotta cheese filling served inside a toasted hot dog bun with homemade style Italian gravy.
Well, so a manicotti is just a big old noodle filled up. That's good.
A lot of bread and a lot of pasta at once. The hot dog is kind of hiding.
It's subtle, which is what we wanted.
I mean, what about, did you think about just putting a whole hot dog in the middle of the manicotti?
Absolutely, but it would have kind of looked inappropriate.
Oh,
Yeah,
kind of.
exactly what I was thinking.
There you go, yeah.
We don't do wieners on this show.
Definitely thought about it.
Now over here, though, a burger, a bolognese burger. Whoop.
Did somebody say burger bolognese?
I didn't say it like that.
Oh.
Wish I could.
That's all right.
It's our Italian chef Nicole.
Would you like some cheese over your bolognese burger?
Yeah.
Okay. Say when, my sunflowers.
Wow, I've never been called a sunflower.
Keep going. V, what is the white spread?
When
Is a Parmesan cheese sauce.
Oh, so we got Parmesan cheese and we got Parmesan cheese sauce. Link, would you like me to do the same thing with that?
I think you should, homie.
How about you assemble it?
The burger has a glaze.
It sure does, Link. Look at you. You can see. It's a
I like the way you talk to him, by the way.
I can see.
You can see. It's a mild Italian sausage and ground beef patty topped with bolognese sauce, garlic butter, brioche bun, Parmesan cheese sauce, and fresh Parmesan from our beautiful Italian chef, Nicole.
And you made that noise.
Sorry about that noise. I hate that noise just as much as...
Now, Burger King tried to do something like this, but it was a chicken sandwich.
When they did the Italian stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh. Man. You put some sausage in that burger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did.
The cheeses work together so well. My favorite kind of sauce, bolognese, is really meaty. Really meaty. But it doesn't get as meaty as this when there's a big slab of meat under it.
It's the meat sauce with the meat underneath it. It's double meat, and then there's double meat within the actual burger itself. So it's actually triple meat if you think about it. But you didn't think about it.
I thought about it, and I did see it.
Now, y'all you certainly got this one right. Right? You knew we were going to choose this one, right?
72% of the mythical beasts thought you'd like the bolognese burger better.
Mm-hmm.
You're still with us. Thank you.
Again, Instagram worthy. And the voice can do the things that the voice does.
Not on Instagram.
TikTok. Before we dig into this amazing looking round, we've got an amazing announcement. It's time to announce the August pin of the month. Woo! You only get it for 24 hours, and they've made Link's sliding scale, and it actually slides.
It's literal sliding. That's crazy.
I'm gonna struggle, which is really gonna sell it. It's down. There we go.
Do that smoothly. I'll do mine smoothly too.
I can go from being meh to being super happy about this round. So it's kind of like a mood ring, but in pin form.
Yeah, like don't talk to me today. Maybe approach me softly or yes, I'm open for business.
24 hours only. Mythical.com.
Now, I will have to say thank you, crew, for putting my sliding scale.
Your mood scale?
That doesn't really slide on the back. It makes me feel so special just to be included, just to be a part of things.
Snatch it up. It's a collectible. Mythical.com while supplies last in that 24-hour window.
This is crazy, V, what you've done here. We have brisket parmesan.
Oh, gosh.
Brisket parmesan. So like chicken parmesan, but with brisket.
I get it.
And then, in honor of the Italian flag, like they also did at Burger King when they did those 3 sandwiches, we've got
Italian sauced
ribs. Which we'll hear about these in a second. Let's hear about this first.
Clearly excited about this brisket, V.
What's going on over here?
It's a classic Parmigiana, not a Parmesan. You said chicken.
Oh, really?
So we replaced the eggplant that's originally in it, and we used brisket instead.
Oh, God. It's so cheesy. It's so briskety.
You know if you're going to throw brisket in something, we going to love it.
Okay, I can do this. I can do this.
Good pull, Brett.
How is this not already a thing? Like, I'm so happy right now. As you can tell by my pen.
Oh, it's so much better than eggplant. Brisket is so much better than eggplant.
And chicken. What we got over here? We got pesto. What else?
Yeah, we have an Italian dry ribs, sauce with marinara, Alfredo, and a fresh pesto to resemble the Italian flat.
Oh, these are together?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we just
You
pull.
can bite both sides if you're feeling good.
What if I just pulled? Let's just see what happens.
I'm gonna try the Alfredo on it. Oh,
sorry. I think I just took all your meat.
And then
stuff, right?
start with this.
Oh, but I need to use my knife for.
Don't look at me when I get pesto on my lips.
That dry rub is nice. Alfredo sauce ain't bad on the rib.
Yeah, let me get some of that.
It's really great.
Oh, it's coming apart. I love it.
I
mean, that's just really,
it's
really,
a little
really
strange.
good.
The Alfredo's a little strange, I think. But the pesto, let me try that.
Strange is not the word I would use. Here, you can have that bone.
He just pulled.
And you can have this other bone too. I'll just take this meat.
I have
Look
to
at that.
mention every time
gosh.
you both split the rib, you always took the one that was way bigger than the other one and left the other one for the other guy.
That's right.
That's just
Every
like
man for
code that you
himself.
have, I
Respect.
guess. Yeah.
Now I dropped the marinara from the ribs back into this, but if you had one sauce to drop in there, it would be that one.
I've tried all three. Well, no, I didn't get any of the marinara. Let me try it.
Yeah, get some of that.
Because
I'm coming back over here.
these ribs are cooked perfectly, rubbed great, sauced awesome, but
So after Ian Gary's win over Carlos Prates this weekend, Prates losing means that another undefeated fighter in the UFC has lost their zero. There's actually not that many fighters who haven't lost in the UFC yet, so today we're going to go through the biggest names in the UFC who still don't have a loss and rank them based on their chances of losing to any fighter at any time in the UFC. Just to clarify, I'm not one of those YouTubers who talk down on a fighter after they lose. Every fighter in this video is extremely talented. I don't like using phrases like fraud checked or the word exposed, but I am going to try to rank each fighter in as much of an objective and unbiased way as possible. With that being said, let's begin with the list where we're going to talk about Gene Silva. Now obviously this is something I need to clarify for the video, because I know for a fact I'm going to get some comments saying Gene Silva's actually not undefeated, he's got 2 losses. When I say a fighter is undefeated, I mean they have not lost in the UFC. If you look at his record, he's got 2 losses, but he's not lost in the UFC yet, so he gets to be in the video. There's only about 4 or 5 fighters who actually have a 0 next to their record that are actually worth talking about. So unless you want the video to be 3 minutes long, don't complain about it being misleading. Now to actually talk about Gene Silva. Gene Silva reminds me quite a bit of Diego Lopez on his way up. The sheer one-sidedness of his performances make it easy to suggest that maybe he can be a champion at some point. He's got devastating knockout power, he's precise, accurate, and judging from the Bryce Mitchell fight, his takedown defence has gotten a lot better. So Gene Silva does look like a bit of a nightmare for some opponents. But similar to Diego Lopez, if you give him someone who's competent on the feet, and is not going to go down to one punch like Dan Ige, it may be a tricky performance. If Silva went on to lose to Dan Ige, I would not be surprised at all. I can see Silva being the guy who relies on his one punch power. He spends a lot of time in his fights waiting for the right punch to land. And in the meantime, he is vulnerable to attacks like a leg kick, so if his step-up opponent is going to be someone who's not that durable, or someone who's hittable, I can see him losing. I think he does beat Brian Ortega, I think he does beat Yair Rodriguez, but Dan Ige, Arnold Allen, Yusuf Zalal, people who have really good footwork, I can see being really tricky for him. So I do think he will take a loss at some point on his way up. Moving on up to someone who is a current champion, Dricus du Plessis. Dricus seems like someone who gets harder and harder to beat over time. If you watch the Derek Brunson fight, the Brad Tavares fight, if I made this video in 2022, he would have been at the bottom. All the way in will lose their next fight. But since the Robert Whittaker fight, it gets harder and harder to see him losing. He still looks a bit weird and awkward on the feet in the Whittaker fight and in the first Strickland fight. But in his last 2, the Adesanya fight and the second Strickland fight, he looks faster, he looks more composed, more accurate. His defense has also gotten very good, not to mention he's very good on the ground. It has become very difficult to see him losing. I think he is going to beat Hamzat Chimaev, he is going to beat Nasruddin Imavov, he is going to beat Caio Borralho. Some guys at light heavyweight may be a bit too much. Ankalaev is a bit of a nightmare for him. Yuri Prohaska especially, I think, beats him. But that's only if Dricus moves up. If he stays here, I think he's fine. Moving on to a fighter who is actually undefeated, Hamzat Chimaev, who's going to go next to Gene Silva. Now, I was one of those people who said that Chimaev may be the first triple champ in UFC history. A lot of you may remember, before the Gilbert Burns fight, he may have been the most promising prospect in UFC history. But obviously the Burns fight does change things a bit. He's only fought 3 times since then. The first was versus Kevin Holland, which doesn't tell us anything. The second was a fight versus Usman on short notice. I think that fight's either a draw or Usman wins. I don't think Hamzat deserved to win that fight. What we've learned about Hamzat is that once he leaves the first round, he's pretty useless. As much as the Robert Whittaker fight may be impressive, it was a first round victory. We don't know how that fight looks in the late rounds. Now, I know that his next fight should be Dricus du Plessis, so naturally his spot should be will lose their next fight. but I'm only going to put a fighter in there if I'm certain they lose their next fight. But I'm not 100% certain that Dricus gets through Chimaev. Chimaev is the most dangerous fighter in UFC history in the first round, on the feet or on the ground. It's between him and Makhachev for the best grappler in the sport. He could beat Dricus, but I'm not certain about it. But he does probably beat everyone else, and for that reason he's going down there. Moving on to a fighter who's actually in the will lose their next fight tier, Movsar Evloev. Now, like I said, the reason Chimaev's above Evloev, even though I think they both lose their next fights, I am quite certain that Alexander Volkanovski beats Movsar Evloev. Now, I've broken down this fight already in my Who Beats Volkanovski tier list, but I think you need finishing ability to beat Volkanovski. He's almost impossible for a featherweight to take down. You're not going to outstrike him technically on the feet, you have to knock him out. Movsar Evloev is not a better grappler than Islam Makhachev. He's also not a better striker than Islam Makhachev. He's smaller than Islam Makhachev, and for that reason he's at the bottom. Moving on further back up to Shavkat Rakhmonov. Shavkat's had a lot of hype for a long time. I've never been too convinced of him though. He is well-rounded, so that helps, but I don't think he's exceptional in either area. He's a great grappler, he's a great striker, but he's not an elite grappler or an elite striker. He is capable of beating everyone in the division, but I'm not certain he will. I think Jack Della Maddalena or Joaquin Buckley will make him pay for his lack of defence at some point. He does stand very tall on the feet and he doesn't block any punches. Him versus Bilal is a 50-50, I'm still not sure who wins that one, and for all those reasons he's down there. Moving on to our next fighter, Ilia Topuria. Now, similar to Dricus du Plessis, if he stays at 145, he will not lose. He's one of those fighters who are so good, a guy his size can't beat him, or at least anyone that we know of right now in his division. He's way too dangerous on the feet and too capable on the ground. My main issue with him though is that he's somewhat there to be hit. That is natural because of his stance and his high guard, but it is MMA. If you're not too difficult to find on the feet, and you're a smaller man in the fight, you may lose quite easily to any punch in your face. And that includes guys like Arman Tsarukyan, Dustin Poirier, Islam Makhachev. He is capable of beating all three, but one of them may beat him, which is why I only think he loses if he moves up. Moving on to a fighter who no one really thought would last that long, Paddy Pimblett. Paddy Pimblett is yet to lose in the UFC, he's 6-0. Quite simply, he does get better and better every fight. Realistically, he should have lost to Jared Gordon, but he seems to have moved past that now, and he was injured going into it. I'm not going to lie, I did pick Chandler to knock out Pimblett on the feet, but at the end of the day, you can't trust Chandler to do anything. Not only did Pimblett beat Chandler, he beat Chandler better than anyone ever has in the UFC. There wasn't really even a moment of danger versus Pimblett. Pimblett's getting better on the feet, he's got really good jiu-jitsu, strong wrestling, but I'm not going to call Pimblett a future champion because he does put his chin in the air all the time. I do not like the way he throws punches at all. He looks like he might be knocked out at any moment, but I do think he beats a guy like Justin Gaethje, Renato Moicano, Beneil Dariush, Benoit Saint-Denis, etc. I just think the elites are too much for him, like Makhachev, Tsarukyan, Poirier, Holloway, which is why he's down there. Moving on to a fighter who is Jack Della Maddalena. I'm going to put Maddalena in will lose at some point. To me, he's the second best boxer in the UFC behind Ilia Topuria. You simply don't really see that level of technique and placement in the UFC, and I do favour him over the entire division. Now, Bilal Muhammad and Sean Brady are very difficult matchups for him, two fights he could easily lose. For that reason, he should maybe be in a tier below, but I've got a sneaky suspicion, right, with his work with Craig Jones, for his preparation versus Bilal Muhammad, that his takedown defence may look better than ever. And if that's the case, if he can avoid the wrestling of Bilal Muhammad, no one beats him. Not Brady, not Shavkat, not Usman, not Buckley, not Ian Gary, certainly not Ian Gary, and that's why he's in the middle. Moving on to our next fighter, who is Bo Nickel. Now, compared to the other fighters in his tier, I rate him a lot less than the others. The only reason I don't see him losing his next two fights is because I think the UFC is going to favourably matchmake him. After he beats Renier Derrida, which I think he just about scrapes by decision, I see them giving him a striker with poor wrestling, someone like Roman Kopylov, Bruno Ferreira, Cesar Almeida, etc. I don't think they give him an actual tricky matchup like Joe Pyfer, like Jack Hermansson, even Jacob Malkoun may beat him. Bo Nickel does have promise, he has potential, but I don't see it right now, which is going to take us further up to Caio Borralho. Now, if he fights Dricus du Plessis, I would pick him to lose, but to me that's a 55-45 sort of fight. I'm not confident at all in Dricus du Plessis. He is Dricus' hardest matchup at 185. He's a big middleweight, he can grapple, he can strike. His striking looks really good versus Jared Cannonier. To me, he is the best of the fighting nerds, and a step above the guys in the tier below him, which is why he's up there. Speaking of fighting nerds, our next fighter is going to be Mauricio Huffy. Now, if Borralho's the one I rate the most, Puffy's the one I rate the least. I don't really like what I saw from him versus James Lontop. If he can't get a knockout early on with those spinny bullshit attacks, he simply does not look good. If he improves his shot selection and composes himself a bit more, he may belong as a contender, which is why he's not down at the bottom yet. Also, we don't know his next opponent, so I can't really say whether he loses or wins. If I had to guess, I'd say it's someone like Nasrat Haqparast or Matt Fabola, in which case I think he wins. But someone who pushes the pace and is durable. For example, Mateusz Rebecki, I'm convinced would beat him. Moving on to another fighter who is Michael Morales, another rare fighter who's actually undefeated. It's quite difficult to gauge where Morales is in his career yet. I can't point out any particular issues with his game, he's quite well rounded. Other than his defense on the feet, he's good offensively, he's a good striker, he's a good wrestler, good takedown defense. He's big for the division. Like I said, it's the defense on the feet that's a bit of an issue. He gets a bit careless sometimes, so I can't put him too high. I can imagine Jeff Neal knocking him out or something, but he is very impressive and no serious red flags as of yet. Now I've got two more fighters on this list and they're both not undefeated, so technically they shouldn't be on the list. But once you see these two fighters in the context of their losses, you'll understand why. Also because people are going to be asking where they should be on the list if they weren't on there. Anyway, all the way at the bottom of the list we have John Jones, because John Jones will lose his next fight. Now obviously John Jones's one loss on his record was the disqualification to Matt Hamill, which I'm not going to count for the sake of the video. I know he's one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time, but Tom Aspinall is going to beat him. If he retires without fighting Tom Aspinall, I can just say that the Matt Hamill loss counts and take him off the list. It's quite simple, and that's why he's down there. Taking us to the fighter who's going to fight John Jones, Tom Aspinall. Outside of Islam Makhachev, Tom Aspinall is the one fighter I'm convinced will not lose a fight from now on. Similar to the Jones disqualification, I don't think you can really count the Curtis Blades knee injury. If you ask me, that sort of injury should count as a no contest, the same way that head clashes do, because Curtis Blades didn't do anything to cause the injury. Now I'm not saying that Chris Weidman versus Anderson Silva should be overturned, because Weidman did actually check the kick. I think Conor McGregor versus Dustin Poirier 3 should be a technical decision for Dustin Poirier because he won the first round and it went into round 2. Either way, to actually talk about Tom Aspinall, in terms of fighters who have got to this point in their careers to be fighting for the title, Tom Aspinall is the most dominant force in UFC history. I'm going to make a whole video on it if the John Jones fight happens. Aspinall has the shortest average fight time in UFC history. He can knock someone out with one punch, one knee, one elbow. He can take someone down, submit them in the first round. He's got great wrestling, great jiu-jitsu. The only way you can possibly discredit Tom Aspinall is that he hasn't been 5 rounds yet, or 3 rounds yet. I'd be surprised if anyone's good enough to survive to round 3 versus Aspinall. Besides that, I've only heard criticism like he's taken 1 or 2 punches on the feet versus Curtis Blades or Andrei Arlovski. Listen, John Jones lost to Dominic Reyes, and that's somehow not a criticism to these same people who are saying these things. Tom Aspinall would smoke John Jones, and that's going to do it for the video. Like and subscribe, leave a comment, let me know which placement you disagree with the most. Goodbye.
Bro, it's kind of an astronaut dick rider, but
oh, here we go. So this one right here. So I know I'm blocking him, but you know, just deal with it.
All right. Hello and welcome everyone. We are finally going to talk about copemei.
Wait.
One. We are finally going to talk about copemei.
Respect.
Because I have to at this point. Copemei is.
I should make a copemei video, but it's why? Why? You were there during this? Yeah.
She's the new Warframe. She's the new headliner for the update, and she is not very good. She is very poor. To clarify before we get into things,
why do people not make triathlon parties anymore? Because it's dead content. DE killed it. That's why.
Today, the build I'm going to show kind of makes her function and do the things that she.
And you only need 2 people to hunt,
which is to say
anything more than that is a waste of time.
But what I'm not going to show you is just me shooting the turret at guys and pretending that decrees.
Oh my god! Thank you! Oh my god, never have I agreed with anyone as much as this. Oh my god, thank you so fucking much. I said the same thing. I said the same fucking thing. Holy shit.
Is to say not a lot. But what I'm not going to show you is just me shooting the turret at guys and pretending that decrees are what's making it good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. The amount of fucking copium players. But look at my decrees. I give it. Shut up. We'll be slapped. You're just using the turrets. At this point.
So this is a discussion about actually copemei herself. And I'll also probably show the build for the Aminata, which is her special melee weapon.
Which is better than copemei.
See that too. So, to start off, I've invested no shards in this Warframe because I think that copemei...
I put shards in her. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. I wasted bile on her. And yeah, that's it. I wasted bile on her.
Is trying to get into the bottom 5 of Warframes in the game, and she's trying to do it hard. She's trying to crack that pace.
Damn.
Get into the worst 5 Warframes in the game.
Damn.
Taliban moving slightly up.
Damn.
With that, she's not worth investing shards in. No way, no how am I wasting shards and or bile on a Warframe that I'm...
Too late, man. I wasted bile, but I put bile into her and then I took it out. Actually, what's even worse, I wasted 1 Forma on her. Brozyme did worse. He wasted 3 whole Forma. Oh my god. Do you need a hug? Do you need a hug, bro? Do you need a hug? Damn. He wasted 3 minus 3 on fucking copemei. It's kind of hard to pronounce her name sometime.
I'm hoping gets fixed pretty soon, so that's not happening. With that, the build currently looks like this.
That's literally the same build I had, but instead of Prime Flow, I had Archon Flow, and instead of Fleeting Expertise, I had Augur Reach. Oh yeah, instead of Adaptation, I had Rolling Guard.
And we've done a lot, and there's some things to note here. First and foremost, of course, you're seeing the Archon mods. I will note that these don't matter a whole lot.
They don't.
Archon continuity, if I apply toxins, I get some corrosive stuff.
So sorry, you need to rephrase that, Brozyme. If.
So it eats some a whole lot. Archon continuity, if I apply...
Yeah, if. Guys, if. You can go... Not get a single toxin proc. A massive if. Dumbest Warframe in the game. I feel sorry for you, Relly.
Toxins, I get some corrosive stuff, so it eats some armor away. It's like better than nothing, but it's just a little bit more expensive than Prime Continuity, and that's fine. It's technically a little better, but if you don't have this, just use regular Prime Continuity if you're going to play this Warframe.
I'm working this build. I don't know how to feel about it. It doesn't matter. The build doesn't matter for copemei. God damn it. Copemei. Kuzu-mei. There, that's a better name.
Effects from abilities that deal heat damage will be applied twice. Not actually what this does. This gives you 1 more heat proc on an ability that applies a heat proc. So
when that ability applies, come on, you forget it. You're just like a bust. Great.
Not as good as doubling it. So there's no real like twice happening here.
Not Kuzu.
I think it might do. And then Archon Stretch is just whenever you apply electricity, you get 2 energy a second for 5 seconds, which is pretty nice because she has to spam a whole lot to get anything going. But it's a nice little efficiency bonus. If you have this, just use regular Stretch. It's a little bit of a bonus. Other than that, for efficiency's sake, we are using Equilibrium so that when we pick up Health Orbs, we get a bunch more energy, which she's going to need because you have to spam constantly to get her abilities to do anything.
Yep.
And then we're also using Fleeting Expertise. She doesn't use that much duration, so the duration from Archon Continuity is enough of a counterbalance to Fleeting Expertise. And like I said, she has
if you want, just make it rank 4. Would have been better. Then you can have 105% duration. But I don't use Fleeting because I'm using Roar. I want the duration. Why am I using Roar? Can you guys take a guess? Why am I using Roar on copemei? Why did I use Roar on copemei? It's so I can not use a faction mod on my turret. That's it. Yeah, that's it.
To spam a lot in order to get anything done. Then we're using Adaptation combined with the Archon Vitality we already mentioned, combined with Arcane Blessing to get up to about 2,000 health, plus Adaptation.
So you just use the turret? Yes.
With her pretty inconsistent 3 in order to make her survivable enough that we don't have to just constantly be shield gating and doing annoying shit in order to make her work. Prime Flow for a lot more energy max.
Brozan, what do you mean doing annoying, not doing annoying? You already have to play her. You have to do annoying shit so she can work. Here's a challenge. Stand on that wall and shoot enemies, but there's no wall in this tile set. Too bad. Hold down the button and have the button go on a fucking cooldown because you're in a tile set that has no fucking walls. Because you got a dumbass challenge to fucking wall latch while killing enemies. What the fuck, man?
The energy max is like maybe not
just stupid
necessary, and you can maybe use a couple blue.
The bug with the turret multi-shot doesn't work with the incarnate mode. No, I haven't.
Stats. The only stat that
didn't notice. I was just killing enemies way too quickly.
Strength, which we're using Precision Intensify for, which only affects our 4, but it's the only one of our abilities because we have subsumed Sickening Pulse that benefits from Strength anyway. Well, in any way that matters. Omamori technically can benefit from Strength with the heal multiplier, but that doesn't matter at all.
Exactly.
So Precision Intensify is affecting the only one that actually matters, and we're using Molt Augmented. So when we're stacked up, we're at about 250% strength on the only ability it matters for. And then, of course, we're getting Growing Power sometimes, which is going to be a little bit more to really just try and make Gunraku work. And now I'm going to explain how her abilities work, including the one we're not using, which is her 1. So her 1,
okay.
And I'll just jump over here real quick to show all these. Her 1 shoots out these threads, which have an element.
Wait, I just heard. Wait.
Her 1 shoots out these threads.
What the fuck did she say?
Which have an element on them, which you can identify by color. Enemies need to move through these in order to be affected by it, and they're only affected by the status
once. Also, they do get affected by it when the threads are traveling, but it only applies one instance. So if you shoot your threads multiple times, it won't hit that enemy multiple times. If one thread hits an enemy, the next one that's supposed to hit doesn't hit them unless they get affected by that thread, by them moving towards the thread, which is fucking stupid.
Whenever they touch the thread. With that makes this essentially useless because it's like 1 heat proc, 1 electric proc, 1 toxin proc, and so on and so forth.
So if there are enemies lined up, right, your threads travel in a straight line. So the first thread that hits an enemy will apply a status effect, but the second thread that's going to hit that same enemy won't apply a status effect. So your thread will just like ignore that enemy. The enemy was like, oh shit. So when they walk past the other thread, they get the other status effect, which is fucking stupid. That's what I'm saying. It's so weird. And also another thing, right? The only time where the threads are effective, right, is in a fucking tight space. So if you're in a very open tile set, by the way, you can only have 1 instance in a row. So let's say you're fighting in a very wide open tile set, sometimes like, you know, in the void or some corpus maps that are very open space. This ability sucks because if you didn't know, there's actual gaps in between the threads. So the threads have a small radius. They need to physically touch they need to clothesline themselves so they can get affected by this. Grouping sucks with this as well, by the way. So the only way your threads can be useful if you cast it more than once. So 1, 2, 3, you can get multiple status effects on that target. This is why this ability sucks. And what's even worse, it's RN fucking G. There's so many times here, I'll show you. Hold on, I'm gonna have to leave the group. I will show you someone who can multi-proc several status effects with 1 button and not even struggle doing it. Yes, I'm always going back to Citrine just to show you that this is a better Warframe. This is just a 10 times better Warframe than copemei. Am I doing that on purpose? Absolutely. Varuna does it better as well. True. So these are Xmas units. 1 hit like that, and look how many look at how many status effects I'm applying. Guaranteed, by the way. And this is without roar. So if I had Roar right now, my ability will do a lot more damage. And this is without me using my weapons. This is just status application. So let's use Roar, right? Apply a new one. 2 hits, a lot more damage. I can just sit back and it's constantly applying this. There you go. Now let's take it to copemei. Right? We're not gonna even use the sickening pulse build. Let's go with the roar build so we can actually do damage with her 1. Okay. I went with transient for even more fucking damage. Let's see. Okay. Alternate fire with this. Get as much strength as possible. Do our Matter Eye. Pop Roar. I got a 666. A 666. All right. Now let's try this. As you can see, only 1 instance. See, when I cast that, those threads disappeared. All right, now let's do it with Thickening Bulge. Same process. Okay, we're gonna do alternate fire. Do 1. Do that. I got a 666 there. Now, that doesn't happen all the time. We'll do that again. 1. Let me do casting speed. Enemies are still alive. Let's go back.
If you can, like...
666 should be our normal ability, not Gamba stuff.
To make it go through all the threads, it's minorly effective at best. Usually, if you're using this ability, you're going to end up spamming it so that the threads just, like, hit, and you're just, like, going to be casting an absolute ton.
That's exactly what I just said.
Which is just annoying and not particularly effective. After that, we have her 2. Her 2...
Sorry, we're pausing it again. Guaranteed. Just or a new core with Encumber. Where's Encumber? Actually, a new core with Encumber could actually kill these guys. You gotta be careful. Look at that. 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 Yeah, this arcane already does what copemei does, but better. And it's a primer build that's already killing them. You see what I'm saying?
Open the relic. Finish your mission and
Anyway, let's go back to the video.
It gives her access to a very, 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 very small window into the thing that's good about Duviri's decrees. If you hit 2, you get a challenge. This is to kill 15 enemies during a wall latch. Whenever you complete that challenge, you get a decree from a random list of 45. It is notably not all of the decrees, and a lot of the good ones are not in there, like Close Contagion, which would be really good on her.
It will be insane on her. I'm surprised Close Contagion is not even in the list.
We're going to talk more about what makes decrees good in this video so that people can get an understanding of what my suggestions are for changing her. But basically, her 2, you get a decree, and then the cooldown escalates. So it starts at 5 seconds, becomes 10 seconds, and slowly gets
150, dude.
2.5 minute cooldown between your decrees. For a larger scale, look at that. In a 20-minute mission, you'll get about 13.
No, let me rephrase that. Look at that in a mission with other people. Hey guys, can you please stop killing enemies? I need to go over there, wall latch, and shoot these guys. Man, shut the fuck up. Imagine playing copemei in a fucking group environment. They didn't even think this through. Oh my god, dude, solo endurance frames, there's so many frames who do a better job and can do solo endurance, but be way more effective than copemei. A million times better.
Decrees, which is not many. After that, you're going to get, a decree every 2.5 minutes in the event that you can complete the challenges nearly instantly. And the notable thing about the challenges is that you need to kill more and more enemies as you get more and more decrees in order to complete them. It's not going to stay at like 15 enemies that need to die.
Yeah. It goes up to like, what, 30 something?
In terms of her 3 rolls the dice and gives you charms equal to the dice, and then you have a 50% chance whenever you get shot for it to instead heal you, which is
50% chance to heal you.
Bad version of Revenant's 2. Because we're building up a lot of health, this happens often enough that it can kind of heal us and we can stay tanky enough. And she does have a decent amount of armor, but essentially this is just like a mediocre survivability skill.
Yep.
It's fine enough and would be okay if the rest of her abilities had much to do. Her 4 rolls the dice and does statuses equal to the dice roll on the enemies that you can see in front of you. If you roll 666s, it affects everyone in a circle around you.
Yep.
That is not a very good chance to happen, so just presume it never will. And it is also a stun for a pretty decent duration, I will say. The duration by default is...
Bringing their Kome slot would be better and not require energy to spread. True.
Still an almost 20-second stun. So if you're just looking to lock down enemies that you are able to lock down, it's not bad for that. The reason that we're using Sickening Pulse is because rolling these dice, you get about an average of, let's say, 18 statuses that you're kicking out onto enemies.
So you get yourself gas, heat, and electric.
Resistant enough to be good. So we're using Sickening Pulse to greatly increase the amount of statuses and also stack up the slash heat and toxin procs in the way that Sickening Pulse works in order to try and make Bunraku kill enemies. Emphasis on try. Bunraku is not a soft line of sight ability. It is a hard line of sight check. If an enemy is behind a chest-high wall, it will not hit them, and the same is true for Sickening Pulse. So it is not a particularly effective skill for anything. But again, this is copemei, so we're just doing what we can with what we have and not just leaning on a gun to do everything for us. Outside...
So you're saying just use a turret? Yeah, just use a turret.
Of that. Because, like I said, her energy economy is not very good. We're using the Death Cube build. That's pretty normal. This has Synth Deconstruct on it, so it'll also generate health orbs in addition to the energy orbs. And the new thing here, because people want to see some of the new pet stuff, is the Tazakor. The Tazakor is just here to kick out radiation, viral, and electricity stats. This is basically a little chain weapon that does a bunch of status.
I would say drop hammer shot for Sinister Reach. Way better. No. Longer dick.
Bunch of enemies, which is also excellent for getting assists, which is what Death Cube is trying to do, and just damage a bunch of enemies. So we're going to get a lot of orb generation from him doing things. And then the other thing that I wanted to mention, because people want to see it, the Aminata, while not super impressive and not worth getting its own video, this is a full build for it. This is like a worse version of Idun, which you can get from Duviri.
Oh, for a second I'm like, what the fuck is a dune? And then I realized it's the Edun. It's the fucking other polearm, yeah.
Would use basically the exact same build, except for its unique augment.
Spell nude, and doing backwards. It's nude.
Stronger, which is meant to make it steel path viable.
Yo, what up, Az?
I would say that this weapon is. You might be wondering why you're not seeing Higasa in this video, and that's because that weapon is kind of interesting. It's got like a weird shield on it or whatever, but otherwise.
There you go.
Because it just doesn't do damage to significantly leveled enemies. And it might be fine as like a new player thing, but realistically, you're going to level it and throw it away. By the time you can get the Higasa, you should have already built.
Or just Torrid.
Yeah,
True.
Cool.
Just use a Torrid.
Player. With all of that, let's go talk about what makes decrees good and why the decrees on this are not good after we show like the minor testers. So like this is the European battle group. They're on steel path.
So you're just saying use the Torrid? Guys, listen. I'm not saying just use the Torrid, but DE made this frame to tell you, hey guys, you want a frame that can hold your Torrid? That's not Revenant, Saren, Volt, Mirage, Harrow, Gus, Wisp, copemei. She's Japanese. She's anime. Yeah. Oh my god.
Level 225. We throw out our 4, this stuns all the enemies, and then we can use Sickening Pulse, and you'll see a bunch of them will die. Some of them got bad statuses on them, so we use our 4 again, hopefully get better statuses, and then use Sickening Pulse again. You do still need to get pretty lucky on her 4, but if you get decently lucky...
Also, here's the thing about Sickening Pulse that people don't know. If you use Sickening Pulse on a status effect, it will give you the extra stacks of those DOTs and deal more damage. However, if you cast it again, the multiplier will not get stronger. It will refresh and go into like a base value. So make sure to apply newer ones and then use Sickening Pulse. Just saying. Nabras, Plague Star and Nabras are two different things. Look at an investment. You need to... Yeah, exactly. There's a lot... Oh, that's right. Especially for a new player frame. That's a lot. Yeah, you're right. It's a lot of investment for a new player frame. What the best new player frame that you can get is literally the starter Warframe. Freaking Volt, Mag, Excalibur. Pretty huge. And when you keep playing the quest, you get Excalibur Umbra. You join a freaking dojo, you get like Neja, Wukong. You get yourself a Rhino. A Rhino is better, and Rhino is tanky, gives you roar. Did I mention it's tanky and it gives you roar? The most overused helmet ability, it gives you roar. Just saying.
You can just like use your 1 and it will kill a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you don't even need Prime Sure-Footed. Oh my god, that's right. You have Iron Skin. You spend less time on your butt. And when you use Roar, it's a DPS increase right there. Oh my god. Yeah. That's huge. Forgot.
Okay. Like I said, it's highly limited because you do need to be able to see every single enemy that you're killing. And it's also kind of slow and RNG based. But it does...
Also, Sickening Pulse has a travel time.
Work well enough. But yeah, that's what's going on here. Now, really want to talk about what makes decrees good, but we need to change the location for that. Okay, we're back. Welcome to Deviri, a probably familiar place for most of you. This is Drifter Intrinsics. So the thing that makes the...
I got peckish. All right, we're back.
Are the intrinsics. And the intrinsics make degrees good because of, well, really 3 things.
Which writing, the dumbest fucking thing I've ever seen. Rename your case. Dumbest fucking, dumbest thing ever.
But 2 main things. One being any decree gives you 10% damage, and any decree gives you 25 max health.
Huge.
These are things that you get as like a nearly baseline. It is the first level you attain in Deviri after getting your summon case, which is part of the literal tutorial. Besides those 2 things, which make getting any decree good you get the opportunity tree, which just generally, like as a general thing, it makes your RNG better and lets you choose what you are going for or what you are picking up.
Oh, wait. These don't transfer over to copemei, right? This doesn't transfer over to copemei, right? No. I didn't get health. Oh my god. There we go.
In terms of decrees. So, not only is every decree stapled on with 10% damage and 25 max health, you also get the choice. And the choice is vitally important to decrees for a lot of reasons. Obviously, things like close contagion.
Bro, he got it first try? What the fuck? Oh my god, it's huge.
Are not available to copemei. But like, if we're looking at what these are, regardless of what the list is for copemei, because I know it's specific and I'm not going to like curate this to only that. Looking at certain ones of these, they're only going to be useful if you're choosing them and wanting to use them. So, for example, is heavy attacks deal an extra hit with 120% corrosive damage and status versus ability cooldowns get 15% efficiency. So comparing these two, if you've built copemei in a way where you're spamming her abilities, you probably want the 15% efficiency. This would get you to max efficiency.
Not only that, right? In Deviri, when you deal with decrees, it's in a controlled environment. You don't have to go through annoying challenges. You just have to complete an objective or reach a certain point to get a decree. And you start off with a set of choices before you go into the mission. So decrees work really well in Deviri because it was built around that. Unlike copemei and something like the actual normal Warframe gameplay, it just doesn't work. And when you say, oh, it doesn't, but what about Circuit? Circuit has to follow the same rules as playing in Deviri because you're still going through an objective, you're completing a task to then get a set of decrees for you to choose. So it's in a controlled environment. Even though you get super powerful, you still feel like you're going through an evolved state, you know? You get stronger. The more you play, you get stronger. And you don't have to play for hours in Deviri to get to a point where you actually get stronger. You need about, what, 10 decrees? And you can get 10 decrees in about 6 minutes. Or less, depending how slow the task is. It can take longer when you have to herd sheep. This is a stupid one.
You can see which would be great. If you're using a melee weapon that focuses on heavy attacks like Harmony, you probably want Salted Wound. And being able to open this menu and choose between those allows you to curate them and put them into what you are doing, and that like reduces.
Here's another thing. In a regular Warframe mission, you can't just stop, press escape, look at what decrees you have, right? The HUD, the Warframe HUD mixed with the Deviri HUD is completely different. It just feels so weird and awkward. You have to stop, see what decree did I have last time? What do I have? Let's say you have 2 decrees that require you to do different actions, like dodge roll to get crit, or do a melee to get crit chance. You know, weird shit like that, right? Imagine you have to keep all that shit in mind.
Is the raw RNG of just getting bad things all the time. Like, for example, Nimble Gunner, there's a bunch of rolling things that you can get, where like you roll to reload is one of the ones copemei can get, and if roll to reload is not useful. If you got a melee build on copemei, it's like, congratulations, you have this decree that has given you actually nothing, because you're playing a melee build on copemei right now. So congratulations, wait 2.5 minutes, you didn't get to choose something else that would have actually helped you.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, if you like are on a gun build and you choose Wormling's Aid to get the extra 40% corrosive damage and status, and you're using a shotgun, that's excellent. That's an increase to your shotgun damage that you've brought with copemei.
Exactly.
The ability to choose and re-roll and use all of these things that are integral to the Deviri system is what makes decrees good. It is a large part of it, because you can go down a path where you're like, oh yeah, I'm doing crits with my gun. I've got the like reload and get a stronger shot, which would be very good on like, you know, low ammo weapons like the Vectis or like the Exurgus. If you have one of those, you might take something like that. If you're on a weapon that doesn't crit, you don't want critical frost. Maybe you're on melee and you want smoldering strike for the melee attack fire damage. Those choices make a big difference.
Huge difference, by the way.
Roll this, and you get 4 things that are not useful to you. Generically, 25 health and 10% damage is...
Yeah. You with copemei, you don't get to choose anything. You don't get a HUD like this to pick your decrees. It's just like, hey, here's a decree. What does my decree do? Oh, yeah, you do more heat damage with your melee, but now that fucked up my melee build, because my melee build was melee influence. It had viral electricity. Too bad. Now you're gonna deal violent radiation. Your influence is fucked. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Fucked. You're just eating dicks there. So your melee build is out the window. Good luck playing melee influence. You're now stuck with your gun. You know what your gun has? So you modded your gun for, let's say, I don't know, gas electric. Guess what? You get cold on your gun. Now it's gas magnetic. There you go. You're fucked. You honestly think her without decrees is better? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Her decree ability is her best and worst ability at the same time. I kept on saying this, and people never understood this. I'm like, do you understand how much shit you will get into if you get the shit decrees? Or sometime you can get a list of 5 decrees that are completely useless, which actually happened when I was playing copemei. I did the 30-minute survival, and I only got 1 good decree. Dodge roll to get crit damage. It's the only one I remember because all the other ones were like, what the fuck is this? Skip. What is this? Skip. She can make a build good, or she can completely destroy what you have. So this is why when you play copemei, just go with Torrid, and you'll be fine.
It's really good. And that 10% damage being like a generic buff where like it would work on like copemei's abilities, where the more decrees she gets, her abilities get a little bit stronger, would go so far in making her abilities actually good at dealing damage. And I just think it's really important to point out the things that make the decree system good is not just pulling a fucking rabbit out of a hat and being like, what color is this rabbit? I need blue ones. It's opening up this menu and being like, oh, nice, I got one that I can use, and I choose.
Thank you. Someone with a brain. Someone with an actual fucking brain. Spitting facts. There's so many fucking copemei dick suckers out there. They're like, oh my gosh, she's so good. Like, bro, take that dick out your mouth, man. Use your head for once. Please. Please. You're just a hater. No. You're not using your head. Fuck.
Use it. And like, that part is really important. And the generic stats are really important.
Sound is too authentic? Yeah, because I hear it a lot from these copemei dick suckers.
You'd have runs of Duviri that are miserable. And if you're doing longer runs on copemei, you're going to have similarly miserable runs where you just get like a bunch of things that make you faster instead of the thing that would be good, like double status damage or like other good decrees, like the one that gives you the extra hit of corrosive damage for your guns and such.
That's kind of huge.
You're just going to have bad runs of it. And I get that she's a gambling frame, but like, as is the decrees in Duviri, you don't have to gamble and always lose. So with all that explained, because I felt like it was important to do so, let's go do the Seal Path run with copemei and cope a lot.
Damn. Poor guy. Yeah, he has to do this for content, because if he didn't do this, people will be bugging him. You too like to play Warframes that have too little to no control on whether they're good or not. Yeah. It is what it is, man.
Into the gamble zone with us.
Let's go check this out.
Saying hello, everyone.
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead just to see how his gameplay is. Oh, he got a decree. What decree did he get? Oh my god. Sometimes Firefox with YouTube is so annoying. Hammer of Retribution. Ground slams and power strikes boost attack speed. What the fuck is a power strike? What the fuck is a power strike? Hello there. Heavy? No, then it will be called heavy attack, not a power strike. What the fuck is a power strike? Duviri version of heavy attack? But we're not fucking drift. What the? Why would they call it a power strike? They would have to, dude, they need to redo these decrees for copemei, because having the same weird decrees and the names, look at it, such a rushed shit Warframe. Bro, I'm telling you, they just made copemei just so they can have something to present at Tokyo Game Show. Guy, we're going to Japan. Let's have a Japanese Warframe. Boom. Copemei. And let's get Nanami to voice and do a monologue, you know? At least that part was nice. You don't know what a power strike is? I don't know if I expected to know. Exactly. What the fuck is a power strike? Most of the game modes are too fast for you to be able to get multiple decrees too. Exactly. And you know what's funny? How they're also contradicting themselves. They said Copemei is good for an endurance setting, yet you didn't build Warframe for people to deal with endurance settings. Like, the game was not balanced around that. And not many people do endurance runs. And you designed this Warframe for new players. New players are not going to be doing endurance runs. This is so weird. And people, like, only crazy people will be doing survival endurance runs. That's crazy. Why would I waste 8 hours to see funny 9999 number? Fuck that. I'd rather do Cascade, Disruption, which is like, what was that? An hour maximum. Like, what? That's what I'm saying. This like, what is this frame? Yeah, exactly. Also, DE can ban you for doing endurance runs. Because, oh, you stayed in a mission for too long and you collected too much loot. Oh, you're hacking the game. You're banned. So you design a frame for endurance runners, but people would rather use something that's better. But then you say she's also for new players. But to make her work, you need a lot more investment that new players won't have access to. And on top of that, she's so RNG that you can't even control what you do. And the stuff that you have that you can get from the decrease can mess up your builds. How much, like, what thought process went into making this Warframe? That's what I'm saying, like, the DE, like the people who, like, they don't play their game like players. They play their game to test a couple of things, sure, but they don't play their games like players. They would ban, yeah, so they have like an auto bot thing. So if you collect too much loot, so let's say your Smita gives you a triple proc, or wait, you don't get that anymore. Well, if back then, right, when Charm was Charm, when Charm gave you like a double or triple proc, you pick up a lot of loots. It can trigger something in the bot saying, oh, you're hacking. Trade ban or completely banned. Yeah. That does happen. Also, if you pick up loot in a very weirdly fast motion, so when you do polymer farming, it's in your anus. You know, Iphelia in your anus. You know that place? Right? You go down there and you're using transference with Magus Anomaly. So you're pressing that, you can suck, so enemies can die in a very quick motion and you suck everything up really fast. Getting all that loot in a quick action can trigger the bot as well to trade ban you. Which is weird. It doesn't happen for the host, but it happens to the clients. Because coding.
Ground Slam and Power Strike boost attack speed by 25% for 5 seconds. Again, super narrow and like not very useful to like most builds you would probably be running. This build, I should have a decent enough line of sight.
Yeah.
Except for those guys over to my right, I can't really see.
You know what would make this build better? If he had casting speed shards. Look at that. Look how vulnerable he is when he's casting your build. This is what I'm saying. Casting speed, letting animations shine is bad.
Nearly done.
Especially in a very fast-paced environment where every single enemy is trying to kill you. Why do you think ARPGs like PoE or Diablo, you go around, have AoE nuking builds? You know, your bone shards, your fucking icicles with your sorcerer, or like the lightning ricochets in a PoE ranger build. You get what I'm saying? Yeah.
Except for those guys over to my right, I can't really see. Kill enemies with cold status. My 4 can do that, thankfully.
delivered a life support.
There you go. Finisher attacks grant 500 armor for 10 seconds.
Job done.
Armor for 10 seconds? What? Why don't you make it finishers give you armor permanently, but it has to stack up, so you need multiple finishers to then get your full armor so it can remain there for the entire mission. That would have been a better thing. So you have to like stomp, which you do a finisher. Oh, I lost the armor. Let me go back and do a finisher. Like, what?
Scrubbing the system.
Saying it should be casting. No. DE purposely. Oh, it's Dalinor. Purposely makes animations slower because this is a thing that Rebecca actually said. By the way, if you don't know this, this is a thing that she said a long time ago. I'll bring up the video where they design things so they can let animations shine. Because if you're attacking too fast, there is no tactical advantage. What? These are actual words. There's no tactical advantage for attacking faster. That makes no sense.
The struggle goes on. And
Yeah.
we'll be the ones to finish it.
This is when they introduced galvanized mods and gun arcanes.
Excellent.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. In what way have being slower is a tactical advantage? And then and then they proceed to give you Tennokai, which scales with attack speed. Nice. Contradiction. Pull it up. All right, let's pull it up. I have to System of Parvos. All right. We found it.
The Sisters of Parvos update is going to be taking a look and changing 3 melee mods. The first melee mod to change is Berserker. Right here on the dev build, you can see that it's now called Berserker Fury, which means it cannot be stacked with other Fury.
Wait for it.
Such as Base Fury or Prime Fury.
Wait for it.
We're also changing the condition of it. It's no longer on critical, it's on melee kill. Criticals are quite easy to achieve, and they push the critical meta when you have that condition. So now, a status-focused weapon could benefit from Berserker in the same way that critical ones would be skewed towards before.
Okay.
We're also just bringing the actual stats down a bit across the board. So you can get 35% attack speed buff for 10 seconds on kill, which will stack twice, bringing you to a total of 70%. Whereas on public, you can get 25%, 3 times up to 75%. So the cap has just been brought down by 5%. Generally speaking, we think that attack speed, as it is one of the bigger problems with melee and the type of gameplay it encourages. It doesn't let animations shine. It has little or no strategic use because the speed you're going at is just, one motion encouragement.
I rest my case. There it is, boys. There it is, boys. I rest my fucking case. This is why I bring up the animations shine thing.
Keep moving.
Doesn't let animations shine. There it is. They nerf Blood Rush. They nerf Gladiator mods working on your Sentinel weapon to then give you Raffle Advance. They nerf AoE weapons, guns, to then give you melee influence. And people say I'm crazy. There it is.
Again, are these OP?
Yo, Golem. Smeagol, welcome back with 9 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Make it make sense. Yes, every update, they contradict whatever they just did. They nerf... They nerf Maiming Strike. Melee gets a new meta. They change melee. Guns come into the meta. AoE just dominates. I even made a video where melees are just useless at this point because your guns will do more. They nerf AoEs. They nerf ammo, so they make AoE weapons less useful. And soon after that, what did they do? Melee influence. Soon after that, they release fucking Neja with his fucking augments. Dude, like everybody, every normal fucking player who saw Neja's augment were like, no way they're releasing this. That's too powerful. Like, is this like a placeholder thing? No, they released it just like that. And what happened? We made a 300 KPM Neja build. We were killing things without even looking at them. What did they do? They're like, okay, no, it's too powerful. We fucking nerfed the shit out of it. Yeah, granted, it was Stars who came up with the thing, but still, what the fuck? They like get players to test your game. You literally just watched that video. Welcome on in. Get players to test your game, DE. Like, you can't just do test servers for 2 days. Make it an open test server, not like closed test server, only a handful of people. And by the way, these handful of people that get to test the servers don't play the game like to test. They're like, oh my god, new thing, yes, more damage. Like, what the fuck? Get actual players who are willing to actually put in time to see what works, what doesn't work, what breaks the game. Like, if you're not gonna do, like, what's the point of just rushing out an update, having it be a buggy mess, right? For those who don't understand it, game being a buggy mess, right? Look at my operator. No, look at it. No, you're not using it. Look at my operator. Please. Like, what? Come on.
Like, not very strong.
But yeah, copemei.
I've gotten 2 useless ones so far.
Oh yeah, there's a transference bug now. The T-posing shit. Buggy and Carnins as well. Like, please, like, stop rushing out these things. By the way, I haven't even checked Plains of Eidolon. What new bug is happening in Plains of Eidolon? Like, I don't even know what's happening there. Because usually when there's a bug that comes out, whenever there's an update that comes out, a new bug happens in Plains of Eidolon. Yeah.
Kill enemies that are far away. Also pretty easy challenge. After taking damage, roll to recover half the damage taken. Oh, it's a rare one. I got 2 of that buff. Too bad it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Here, guys, you want to know what makes... So, her third ability is a passive... It's not passive, sorry. It's a helmet ability that's available on everyone. Okay? And you need to have a 666 roll so it can make you invulnerable. Okay? Now, let me show you something. So, you see this guy right here. Okay, you see this guy. You see this ability. This ability has an augment that can give this ability to everybody in his team. Not only that, if you don't want to use Revenant, you can just... Where is it? Do Vazarin. It's recastable too. Look at the health. There we go. We're invulnerable. Like what? What? Not only that, right? A more useful ability. Where's Baronk? This one, Desolate Hands. Right? Look at that. This is better. It disarms enemies, and it gives you damage reduction. See where that guy's disarmed.
Nearly done.
Oh. That's not it. That's not all. That's not all. Where is she at? Gava. Her second ability. Not only does it give you 90% damage reduction, but it also deals damage that can scale indefinitely. and you can share this with allies. Not only that, it debuffs enemies so they can take more damage. Why the fuck would I use Omamori? New Simulacrum? Yeah, there's new Simulacrums you can buy from syndicates. Ash is more weeb than Kome. Priority of mobs and Nautilus. Cordon. Then Guardian. Then put whatever else you want.
And my cooldown is already at like 15 seconds or so or whatever, but like this is a big thing with the decrees, is that people think that they're so strong, and there's like a couple of them, but like there's a couple of them that are pretty damn strong, and then otherwise you're gonna be sad most of the time.
Yeah.
You don't have the generic stuff. Like, wouldn't I be much happier if I had like almost 100 more health right now and like a percentage more damage? Yeah, definitely. Oh, kill enemies close to me. We can accomplish.
You know, it'd be nice if I just had a frame that had a decent kit that enabled me to do more damage while also giving me a lot of utility. You know how many frames can do that? Wisp, Bolt, Saren, Rhino, Caliban, Mirage, Nyx. Yes, even Nyx. Like, what? Citrine?
Okay, scrubbing the system.
Casting 2 a second a billion times, trying to get fleet foot. I don't. Is fleet foot even present on this? By the way, DE running out of ideas. It's not DE's running out of ideas. I feel like as I said earlier, I feel like Kome was a rushed product just so they can have something to present at Tokyo Game Show. Fleet footed isn't there. There you go. That's even worse.
Push that. We can get near, guys. Yeah, this is just like Sickening Pulse plus, you know.
Oh my god. What's this
Plus or 4.
How many frames?
I know. But if you want to actually use what's in Kome's kit, this is what's up.
But Zyme, you're not using what's in Kome's kit. You're using Sickening Pulse. You want to know what else? You can just do this with a secondary. You can just throw your, you know what's funny? You can literally just throw your Cedo and Sickening Pulse. So you're saying you can do this with any other Warframe? Yes.
Look, I had the Albrecht
Yes.
dream again. It's always the same.
You can do Varuna Gas Contagion with Sickening. Actually, I thought, why do you even need Sickening Pulse on fucking Varuna? What am I saying? Fuck, that's a stupid thing. Just press 2 on Varuna. Like, oh my god.
Goodbye for now.
Wiki has the list of decrees and what they do. I see.
What is up? Today we are going to be ranking the best strikers in mixed martial arts from the S tier all the way to the F tier. We're going to be ranking great strikers, average strikers, underrated strikers, garbage strikers as well. And guys, I'm going to tell you how I'm going to stack up against some of these fighters on the feet as well with my 2 years of rusty kickboxing, man. You know, we've been in a drought as far as UFC news goes. We've been in a drought as far as good fights go, and I figured it would be time to do a strikers video. I haven't done one of these in quite some time, and we're really going to get into the nitty-gritty. We're really going to get into the details. And that's why I have so many tiers. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I didn't forget to count. I just 7, 8, 9. All right, we got 9 tiers, man. We got 9 tiers. Okay. And we're just gonna get to it, man. We're just gonna get to it. Aljamain Sterling. Aljamain Sterling. I'm going to put Aljo in the B- tier, okay? Now, here's the thing about Aljo. You know what? I'm putting him in the B tier, actually. So, former bantamweight, so we know he's got that lighter man skill. But I think most importantly, people forget, man, that Aljamain Sterling outstruck Henry Cejudo in a title fight not too long ago. And you can sit there and say, well, no, Cejudo was outstriking him. Aljo was just out-grappling him. Dude, there was like 2 takedowns in the entire fight. Aljo won multiple rounds off of Cejudo in just the striking, and that has aged well. Aljamain Sterling was the guy that schooled Pedro Munoz when Pedro Munoz was coming off of his Garbrandt win. Aljamain Sterling, aside from getting knocked out against Sean O'Malley and getting beat up and bullied a little bit against Petr Yan, like, who else has actually just sunned this guy on the feet? Because before he ever fought for the title, people were talking about how Aljamain Sterling was similar to John Jones insofar as he was a really well-rounded fighter that could do it all, and he could do everything on the feet. He could throw spinning kicks, he could throw side kicks, spinning back fists. You know, he had that funky style. Not many people have actually schooled him. He's got that high output, low-key, solid striking. Now, of course, it gets exposed when he goes up against the best in the world, but he's only, again, gotten beat up against the best strikers in the world. O'Malley, Petr Yan, everyone else that Aljo fights, including like guys like Mobzar, who have decent striking, and some people are going to sit there and say, no, Mobzar's trash, bro. Dude, Mobzar pieced up Dan Ige. All right, I don't want to hear it. That's why we have so many tiers, because we need to make our distinctions. So, yeah, I got Aljo in the B tier. Pedro Munoz, I'm going to put Pedro Munoz in the C tier. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt as a bantamweight, 100%. But, you know, let's be honest. I think Pedro Munoz has always had super overrated striking. I think he's one of the most mediocre strikers that we've ever seen at bantamweight. He's just not that good, and that's why he's in the C tier. But I'm not going to put him D tier, F tier. Those are reserved for some of the heavier fighters. As we get on to S tier striker, Sean O'Malley, I'm just going to throw him in the S tier immediately. Pretty obvious. Nobody has schooled O'Malley on the feet. Nobody's really beat him up. You know, Yan was competitive with him, but Yan is one of the best strikers we've ever seen, so that's not really gonna put O'Malley lower on the list. I mean, he could do it all. He can switch stances, fight from both stances, high output, good with his hands, good with his kicks, incredibly fast, knockout power, again, volume on his side too. I think he would school people like Sandhagen, who people talk about as being really good strikers. I think O'Malley is an S-tier striker. I think he's probably a top 5 striker in the sport, if not, like, maybe the best striker in the entire sport right now. So, starting off with some bantamweights. Let's get on to another fighter, and that is, who are we going to go with? There's so many people that we could discuss on this list. I'm kind of looking for bantamweights or featherweights. Let's go with Dan Ige. Let's talk about Dan Ige. I'm going to put Ige in the B tier. That's right. Mobzar Evloev schooled Dan Ige on the feet. That's why I'm going to put him in the B- tier. He's a good striker. He's got KO power 100%. But, I mean, you know what? Maybe I'll put him in the B tier with Aljo. I think him and Aljo are actually pretty similar level. Now, some people might start rioting in the comments and saying, bro said Dan Ige, Hands of Steel Ige was in the same tier as Aljo. Just because Aljo doesn't have a lot of power doesn't mean Dan Ige isn't on a similar level of striking. These guys will beat, in a striking match, the same level of fighters. And again, I keep bringing up the Evloev fight because I saw him flying knee Dan Ige and piece him up a little bit. Like, we saw Evloev and Aljo fight. They were pretty competitive on the feet, even though there weren't a lot of striking exchanges. But I think Dan Ige's a decent striker. I think he's heavily reliant on big KOs. I think when he goes up against the upper echelon in his division, he struggles and he gets slightly outputted. But at the end of the day, he's getting wins against Alien, Build, Sean Woodson. And that's pretty good. I'd put Sean Woodson in the B- tier. I think Sean Woodson is pretty good. Maybe even in the B tier. I think that him and Dan Ige are actually similar level. But again, keep in mind, Aljamain Sterling getting faceplant KO'd against Sean O'Malley has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he has bad striking. It's just that Sean O'Malley can make a decent striker like Aljo look like trash. And again, people would just be so quick to call Aljo a shit striker. but it's like, yeah, but who against, though? Like, he literally outstruck Cejudo, who just had a razor-close striking match with Song Yadong. So, you know, I don't want to hear it. Let's get on to the next one. Yusuf Zalal. I'm going to put Yusuf Zalal in the B+ tier. I think that Yusuf Zalal is a really solid striker. You know what? I'm almost tempted to put him in the A tier. I actually just might throw him in the A tier right now. Yusuf Zalal has been looking unbelievable. People hate this guy because of what he did to Calvin Kattar, aka fucking pieced up Calvin Kattar and showed why freaking kickboxing is superior to boxing and MMA if you know how to kickbox. This guy can switch stances. He's Speedy Gonzalez on the feet. He's got great kicks, a sweet piece special that you'll write home about, all right? And amazing, impeccable defense. Now, the running, of course, that was annoying. I'm not going to talk about that as far as his defense goes, but he's got great timing. I'm putting this guy A tier. I think he pieces most people up. I think you put him in there with Lerone Murphy, I think he pieces him up, all right? So, Yusuf Zalal, underrated as fuck. All right, now people are going to talk about Calvin Kattar. You know, I wouldn't really put Calvin Kattar that high. Now, I might end up putting Yusuf Zalal lower on the list, given, or we'll see. We'll have to see who goes in the A tier, but he's no lower than B+. He is a better striker than Dan Ige. He would outstrike Dan Ige. And ultimately, that's what it's about. This is not a tier list based on, well, you know, technically, I've been watching tape, and this guy's sidekick is actually a little bit more crafty and crafty, and he's actually really nuanced with his footwork. This is not a Beakers and Test Tubes freaking video, okay? This is a results video. We're doing results only. That's it. Who have you outstruck? Who has outstruck you? Okay? Who have you had close fights with? It's based on results. That's it. I don't want to hear anyone say, well, technically Adesanya is actually the better striker. It's just no. If you're getting outstruck in MMA, unless you're facing the best wrestler in the world and they have a impressive performance because of the threat of the takedown, most cases where it's striker versus striker, whoever wins is the better striker in MMA. All right? 99% of the time, unless it's like a weird stylistic matchup clash. Results-based tier making only. All right, let's get to Ian Gary, man. I'm putting Ian Gary in the A tier, dude. I'm putting Ian Gary in the A tier. Fuck it, I'm putting him in the A+ tier. Listen, I think of Carlos Prates really highly. I think Carlos Prates' striking is legit. I think he's got great timing. I think he's got great counters. I think he's got wicked power. Very confident on the feet. Like, he's a phenomenal striker, and we just saw Ian Gary piece him up for 4 rounds and kind of make him look like a fool. You know, he was beating him to the punch. He was much faster than him. He was able to out-kick him. He was able to out-jab him. And sure, he got hurt in the last round when he got a little bit tired, but, like, for 4 rounds, he pieced up a long, rangy kickboxer that I thought was going to knock him out pretty easily on the feet. And it just goes to show that Ian Gary is no joke on the feet. He looked kind of shitty against Shavkat, but to be honest, I feel like he may have been, not only was it a short notice fight, but I think it was like 4 weeks notice for him, but I honestly think he may have been injured. He really looked terrible against Shavkat, but we saw what he was capable of at his best against Carlos Prates, who I am going to put in the B tier, man. Fuck it, dude. I'm putting Carlos Prates in the A tier. I think he's a really good striker. I do. You know who I'm going to put in the B+ tier? I'm looking for Leon Edwards. I'm going to put Leon Edwards in the B+ tier. I'm just trying to show you guys the levels and the layers. Now, you may say, well, isn't this results-based? And who the heck is Carlos Prates been able to get past? And it's like, dude, yes, it's result-based, but it's also like this guy was styling on Li Jingliang. Li Jingliang is like a B tier, B- tier level striker, maybe B- tier. He's very dangerous on the feet. And Carlos Prates just toyed with him and made him look like a fool and knocked him out. You know, we saw what he did to Charles Radke, and I know Mike Mallet just beat up Charles Radke, but that was a really impressive performance. I don't think Leon Edwards is dominating any of those guys. I think Leon Edwards is having a 29-28, or no. He's having a 30-27 decision against someone like Li Jingliang. Leon Edwards is beating Li Jingliang. I don't think he's doing it as dominantly. And I think that Carlos Prates beats Leon Edwards. Okay, I think Leon Edwards is a good striker. He's a great striker. But let's be honest, like, who's he really outstriking? RDA, Colby Covington, Kamaru Usman. I know those guys have the threat of the takedown, but it's like, dude, Leon Edwards has never been a dominant striker. I don't even understand how this guy was champ. But he was. He just fucking made it happen. He had a great performance against Usman. But I'm putting him in the B+ tier, man. I'm putting Carlos Prates in the A tier. Let's get on to the next one. Dricus du Plessis, man. I'm putting Dricus du Plessis in the A tier. I think Dricus is a really solid striker. You know what? I'm putting Carlos Prates in the B+ tier. I just doesn't sit well with me to have him above Leon when he just hasn't fought the same levels of competition. I need to see him dominate somebody that is a really solid in their prime fighter before I have him in the A tier. If he can show me something that Leon Edwards has never done, aka school a prime fighter, and fair enough, Leon Edwards kind of schooled Kamaru Usman in the trilogy, but like, if Carlos Prates can do that, I'm going to put him A tier, but right now he'll be in the same tier as Leon. But I have Dricus in the A tier, and some people are going to have an aneurysm seeing Dricus du Plessis ahead of Leon Edwards, and what I have to say to you is, you're having Adesanya Blachowicz syndrome. You're looking at Adesanya's fancy feint game, and you're thinking of him through the lens of the Glazers and the UFC media and Joe Rogan, who glaze him all the time, and you're like, well, Leon Edwards is the better striker. And it's like, okay, based on what? Based on other people saying that and him being touted as a great striker? And when people talk about Dricus du Plessis, they say, I don't know how this guy's winning. He's just a brute. Dude, Dricus du Plessis schooled Sean Strickland, beat the fuck out of him. Okay, yes, he had a tough fight with Adesanya, and he still was doing all right. But you know what? If you were asking me after the Adesanya fight, I'd put him in B+ tier. After the Sean Strickland fight, this guy has improved even more. I'm putting him in the A tier. You don't understand how impressive that is. Sean Strickland has unbelievably good striking. He's shut down Adesanya. I think I'd give him a pretty good chance to beat Robert Whittaker in the striking. We were talking about him as one of the best strikers in the sport. And Dricus du Plessis literally just volume and styled on him. Volume mashed on him, styled on him for 5 rounds, which is very impressive to do against someone with great defense. And that's why I'm putting him in the A tier. Sean Strickland, I'm going to say he's A tier as well. Maybe B tier. I'll put him B+ tier. I'll put him B+ tier. I think that Strickland is at the very top of the B+ tier, honestly. Would lighter man skill Leon Edwards be able to give him a fight? Yeah, it'd be a tough fight. I think Strickland might be able to get the better of it, but, you know, I think Dricus is a better striker. I know I'm just basing it off of one matchup, but you know what? I think the Dricus is really formidable on the feet, man. And he did well against Adesanya. He finished Robert Whittaker. I mean, I know he's sloppy, but, like, I just think he's improved. I think he's better than he was even a year ago. And that's why I have him a tier higher than Sean Strickland, who's very good, who is going to be at the top of the B tier.
Systems?
Listen, I know that might seem low, but, like, at the end of the day, guys, listen, he's a middleweight. You know, you can only be so good as a middleweight. I don't think any middleweight's going to be higher than A tier. I don't think... I mean... There's going to be a couple light heavyweights higher, but you get my point. Dricus du Plessis is high up here. And you know what, Sean Strickland? Yeah, he's got good defense, but at the end of the day, you know, let's not act like the Adesanya fight was his only fight. Like, he had a pretty lackluster performance against Paulo Costa where he really left a lot on the table there. Left a lot to be desired. He just didn't do a whole lot other than teep and throw a jab every once in a while, and it's like, yeah, you have the Abu Smagomedov fight where you could TKO people and whatnot, but, you know, you got the Jared Cannonier fight where it's like razor close. So I don't think that Strickland is this, oh, no, but Strickland, man, you got to have him at least A tier. He's the Mayweather of freaking MMA. No, dude. He's got great defense. But I think that win over Adesanya is more showing that Adesanya has just been super overrated throughout the years. It's also Strickland, who was underrated at the time, proving us wrong, but still. Let's get on to the next one, RDA. I'm going to put RDA in the freaking D tier, man. I'm putting RDA in the D tier. I think RDA has some extreme mid-level striking. In his prime, he'd probably be in the Bs somewhere, but right now, I mean, he's losing to everyone. He's losing to Luke A. He's getting Blitzkrieg KO'd against Jeff Neal. RDA just has nothing on the feet other than some, pretty basic kickboxing. I'm going to put him in the C tier. I think D tier is a little bit low. A little bit of this is how effective are you, right? I mean, it's not just based on technique, as I said. A lot of it's just results and how effective you are. RDA is just not effective at all on the feet. And you could say, well, that's just because his competition's so tough. It's like, okay, what are you talking about? Competition on the feet? Colby Covington? Is Colby Covington really this Goliath striker? He outstruck RDA by a little bit, even though it's a very close fight. Usman freaking pieced this guy up. No, but even though 90% of that was grappling, you get my point. Like, when's the last time you've ever seen RDA actually outstrike someone? Renato Moicano on short notice? Well, Moicano ain't nothing to write home about when it comes to his striking. So let's get on to the next one. Jack Hermanson. I'm going to put Jack Hermanson in the B+ tier. And this is going to come as a surprise to a lot of people. But if you think about Jack Hermanson's career, I think that the Jared Cannonier KO loss makes people think that he's like incapable of anything on the feet. Mix that with the fact that he has pillow hands, and it's like, all right, maybe you've got a point. But if you're actually looking at the matchups where he's struck with people recently, and you look at the names, Chris Curtis, styled on Chris Curtis. I know he took it on short notice, but he fought Chris Curtis on the back foot and pieced him up and styled on him and was so hard to hit that he literally made Chris Curtis throw a temper tantrum after the fight. Okay? And after that, he goes in there against Joe Pyfer, who's laying people out cold, who's hitting like a Ford Escort, and he pieces up Joe Pyfer in the later rounds. It was a close fight, but nonetheless, he got the better of Joe Pyfer, who's super tough, whose striking is pretty decent. He's not just a guy that relies on one punch. Like, he actually has okay striking. Jack Hermanson got the better of it. Like, who is really outstriking him that much? Sean Strickland? Yeah, Sean Strickland outstruck him a little bit, but I think Jack Hermanson has improved since the Strickland fight. I think Strickland is kind of the same fighter since then, but I think Hermanson's gotten even better. And you know what? I'm going to put them in the same tier. I think if you put Jack Hermanson out there against Paulo Costa, I think he has a better performance than Sean Strickland. And I think most of you guys would agree with that. No, man. Paulo Costa would run through Jack Hermanson. Yeah. But he couldn't do it to Chris Curtis, okay? I'm sorry. But Jack Hermanson, I'm sorry. Chris Curtis couldn't do it, right? Joe Pyfer couldn't do it. But no. Paulo Costa's going to do it? Yeah, right. Okay? And yeah, I think Jack Hermanson versus Cannonier, I think if they were to have a rematch, it'd be super close. Let's get on to the next one. Brandon Moreno. I'm putting Brandon Moreno in the A+ tier, man. I think he's one of the best flyweight strikers. He just outstruck Steve Ercik, who outstruck Pantoja, and Pantoja's pretty formidable. He outstruck Pantoja, pieced him up, got dropped a couple times, but, Pantoja has that, like, big KO power ability. And Moreno's just been slept on, man. Like, he's a flyweight. We have to recognize he's one of these lighter men skill flyweights. Nobody has comfortably outstruck him. The only person that's come close is Brandon Royval, and I think that was really the case of Brandon Moreno just looking timid that night. Now, I think Brandon Royval's improved, but, man, I've seen Moreno land a striking record this year against Albazi, or maybe it was last year. The win over Ercik, the fights with Figueiredo, like, he's just got really solid striking, and I think it's slept on, and I think he's super underrated. Great boxing, good kicks. I'm going to put him A+ tier, okay? Keep in mind, he's a flyweight, so. Yeah, let's get to the next one, Dustin Poirier. I'm going to put Dustin Poirier in the A tier, okay? I think that Poirier has slowed down a tiny bit. I know that he beat Benoit Saint-Denis, I get that. And I know that he gave Islam Makhachev a tough outing, but I think if you were to ask me, it's kind of cringy to see him in the same tier as Dricus du Plessis. Sorry, guys. I'm putting him in the A+ tier. I just couldn't do that, all right? As good as Dricus du Plessis is, as underrated as he is on the feet, I just can't put Poirier in the same tier as him. Poirier is going to be in the A+ tier. Amazing striking. Very solid striking. Nothing else needs to be said. I was just going to say he's looking to be slowed down a little bit these days. I think he was in his prime against McGregor in the rematch, in the trilogy, against Max Holloway, against Hooker. I think that was prime Poirier. But let's get on to the next one. Max Holloway. I'm going to put Max Holloway in the S tier. I think Max Holloway is still a top 10 striker. And you know what? I know that Poirier beat Max Holloway back in the day. I think Max is going to beat Poirier now. But I think Poirier's gotten a lot better. Even in the Topuria fight, despite the fact that he lost, like, this guy gave Topuria a lot of work. He was piecing Topuria up in moments. Like, that was a really competitive fight. He was tagging up Topuria, spinning his head back, landing spinning kicks, snapping Topuria's head back with jabs, right hands, great combinations. Like, remember, Holloway lost to Volk pretty badly in the trilogy, and then he came back and proved against Arnold Allen, against TKZ, schooled Justin Gaethje, just made Gaethje look like a fool, like a bumbling fool that night, and tested Topuria. And yeah, he got knocked out by Topuria. What, so he has to be a whole tier under him? No, I think Holloway is low S tier. I think that O'Malley's definitely better, but I think Holloway's S tier. I think he's phenomenal, okay? That shouldn't come as a surprise. Let's get on to the next one. Robert Whittaker. I'm going to put Whittaker in the B+ tier. I don't know if we're looking at prime Whittaker anymore, but he's still a great striker. I'm going to put him in the same tier as some of these other guys. Yeah, I think Whittaker would probably piece up Jack Hermanson, but, you know, Hermanson's low B+ tier. I'm putting Whittaker in the B+ tier. There with Strickland, there with Leon. There's going to be a lot of debate about that, but listen, man, I think that, you know, I don't know, actually. Who did Whittaker just lose to? Hamzat? Man. I don't know, guys. Whittaker's boxing is definitely improved. Is he a better striker than Sean Strickland? Should Aljo be lower? Should Aljo be B- tier? Nah. We're leaving Whittaker here. We're leaving Whittaker here. I think the Drickus would beat Whittaker if they were to fight. And people would say, well, that's only power. It's like, okay, but like Drickus du Plessis is not Francis Ngannou. He's not just reliant on one big punch and that's it. Like, he would just get in Whittaker's face and land body shots, big leg kicks, and sort of bully him around on the feet a little bit. He's effective, sorry. Might look ugly as hell, but he's effective. So, yeah, I'm putting Whittaker B+ tier. Islam Makhachev. I'm going to put Islam Makhachev A tier. I think Islam Makhachev is a great striker. I think that the performance against Volkanovski, the first fight, you know, we're going to talk about the second fight. Okay, great. He head kicked Volk. Dude, you know what? I'm just going to say this. I know this is, like, not the video for this, but I think that the second win that he has over Volk is one of the most overrated wins ever. And you guys know how I feel about Islam Makhachev. He's one of my favorite fighters. He's one of my brothers. And most importantly, I always talk about him being like one win away from the GOAT list. So, like, I'm a Makhachev fan, dude. Can we just talk about how many people Volk would annihilate if they took a fight on 1 week's notice, off of the couch, off of a surgery? It's not even Volk being off of 1 week. It's Volk taking it on 1 week's notice, coming off of a surgery, being fat and out of shape and not training. Most fighters take a fight on 1 week's notice. They're in the gym, like Kamaru Usman was at least in the gym training. Volk had gotten arm surgery. He was not training. And Makhachev KO'd him. Like, you could say, well, it was the first round. Volk's still first round Volk, and he's amazing in the first round. No, dude. That Volk was just a pipsqueak waiting to get destroyed. Like, yes, Volk would beat up unranked featherweights that night, maybe, but, like, I'm sorry, man. Think of any of these top-level fighters against someone taking a fight on 1 week's notice, off of a surgery, not training and being fat. How would Petr Yan beat up Davidson Figueiredo if Figueiredo didn't train at all and was coming off of a surgery, taking a fight on 1 week's notice, fat? How do you think that would go? How do you think it would go if Volk were to fight, I don't know, well, let's see. If Volk were to fight Movsar Evloev on a week's notice and Movsar hasn't been training and is coming off of a surgery and shows up fat as fuck, how do you think that would go? Volk would finish him. So, yes, dude, it's a great win for Makhachev, man. But I'm sorry, bro. It's just overrated. It's just so overrated. We have to just say it how it is. Would Makhachev beat Volk if he took a fight on 1 week's notice coming off of the couch fat off of a surgery? No! I just needed to say that, bro. I just needed to say that. That could be a hot take. Is that a hot take? People are going to hear my tone of voice and they're going to say, bro hates Makhachev, man. Dude, I'm a Makhachev fan. I like Islam Makhachev. I'm a big JDM fan. I don't even know who to root for because I like both of them. But you know what? I'm kind of rooting for Makhachev just because I want him to be the GOAT. Okay? I love this guy. I think he's funny, bro. I love his style. He's OP. All right? I'm allowed to criticize how hyped that win is. I think it's so overrated. Okay? Simple as. And I want to know if you guys agree with me. This is a hot take because it's, no, you can't criticize that one. Dude, stop. That's overrated as fuck. But let's get back to it. You may say that Makhachev being A tier is a little bit weird because he outstruck Poirier on the feet and all that. Okay, I understand that. And I'm actually thinking of putting him A+ tier. He did outstrike Volk in the first fight. And I know that when that fight first went down, my initial reaction was Volk got robbed. Volk won rounds 4, round 5, and round 2 or 3. But as I rewatched them, it became clear that Makhachev won 2 and 3 because of the striking. Round 4, I still think Volk won, but it's debatable. That's the round where Volk got his back taken for 3 minutes. I still think that's a debatable round. I'm not even trolling. I'm not rage baiting with that. But Makhachev just did kind of outstrike Volk with the left hand, just countering him with great shots. And I think he's got underrated striking. And I think it's really slick. A part of me is like, yeah, but, you know, he did take Volk down in the first round. Fair enough, he kind of dropped him to one knee in the first round, too, before even taking him down. But the threat of the takedown was so great in that first fight because that was Volk's first time fighting the monster, the Loch Ness monster, right, of grappling. And it must have been looming in his head. The thought, the threat. And same with Poirier. Takes Poirier down first round. Poirier's got to be worried. Would he be able to outstrike these guys? But at the end of the day, it is just MMA. And Makhachev is not one of these strikers where, you know, when Colby Covington fights Jorge Masvidal, he's able to have a little bit of success on the feet and whatnot. I think that's heavily because of the threat of the takedown. But Makhachev does legitimately have great striking. He has unbelievably good clinch striking, great clinch striking. He's got great kicks, good body kicks, of course, good head kicks. And I think his left hand is gnarly. He's got a gnarly left hand, a gnarly lead hook that he dropped Oliveira with, and great defense. And you know what? I'm actually going to put him A+ tier because of that. I'm remembering the Oliveira fight. He did school Oliveira on the feet and make Oliveira miss and look silly. And, you know, his defense is very good. He did comfortably outstrike Volk in moments when it was just a pure striking battle. I know the threat of the takedown plays a part. That's why I'm not putting him any higher. I think he's low A tier. But, you know, his clinch striking, Makhachev's not one of these guys that's going to wow you. He's not got these really great long-form combinations. He doesn't have anything fancy. He doesn't have this fancy footwork like Volkanovski or whatever. He's not switching stances, but I think he's just mastered the basics. And I think that he's as high as you could possibly get just mastering, you know, a few things, which is clinch knees. He's got great kicks. He's got a great left hand, good defense, underrated head movement in the pocket. I saw the Weasels video recently about Makhachev versus JDM, and he was talking about how Makhachev's actually, you know, he's got good eyes in the pocket. He could see things, man. So I'm going to put him A+ tier. Okay? So yeah, let's get on to the next one. Ignacio Bahamondes. I'm going to put Ignacio in the A tier. I just, you know, knocking out Manuel Torres is very impressive. I think that Ignacio Bahamondes, he's still not even hit his prime, and he's already like styling on people, knocking people's heads into the stands and whatnot, countering great strikers like Manuel Torres. I wouldn't say Manuel Torres is a great striker, but he's very dangerous. He's a solid striker. He just destroyed Drew Dober. Yeah, and he just kind of made him look like a fool. So I'm putting him in the A tier. Crafty vet Davey Grant. I'm going to put Davy Grant in the B tier. I think Davy Grant is the same tier as Ige. I think he's the same tier as Aljo. Now, you may be scared of Davy Grant fighting someone like Dan Ige, but remember, he has that lighter man skill. We don't normally think of crafty vets as lighter men. We usually think of them as old, grizzled, you know, gray vets. But Davy Grant, even though he wakes up to a bowl of grits, he does have the fucking volume of a lighter man. And he's got a fire hydrant for a chin. And he's in a different division. But Davy Grant's kind of got that Aljo striking. Now, this is a thing that I want to come back to when it comes to Aljo. Davy Grant's out there against Ramon Tavares, and he's sort of styling on him and piecing him up a little bit, making him look silly. He was the first guy to give Adrian Yanez a run for his money and arguably got robbed. I think that's of the level of Aljo. I think Aljamain Sterling, if you were to put him against lower levels of competition like Ramon Tavares, who's, oh, he's got this really good, dangerous boxing, it's like, okay, but Aljamain Sterling would still be able to pull off the victory based on volume. You know, and it's like, that. Then it really goes to show you the levels. Aljo gets schooled by O'Malley, but if you put him against the lower ranked guys, that's where you see, okay, this is how this guy made it to champion, because it shows how well-rounded he is. He does have that striking. Aljo would have never been champion if he didn't have decent striking. Okay? So I'm putting Davy Grant B tier. Justin the Highlight Gagey. It kind of pains me to say this, but I'm going to put him in the A tier, man. I'm putting him in the A tier. I think that if Gagey were to fight Whitaker, I think some people say, no, mate, Whitaker would school him, but like, man, Gagey just, he's like Drickus. He's got an ugly style. I love watching Gagey fight, but he's just got an ugly style. You don't really know how it works, but it just works. But he can't be higher than A, okay? And I know that he just beat Rafael Fiziev, and that's really impressive and whatnot, but it's like, you know, he can't be that much higher. All right. A tier is for the fucking slicksters. It's reserved for people that are slick, that aren't... You can't have an ugly style and be A+ tier. I'm talking A+ tier, not just A tier. But yeah, I'd say he's A tier. He knocked out Dustin Poirier in a pure striking battle. We've seen him beat Fiziev twice now. Like, what more do you need? He's very good. I think Fiziev would be B+. I think Fiziev is a great striker, but I think he's been overrated because he's aura farmed. Rafael Fiziev is an aura farmer. And where is Fiziev? Let's get Fiziev. Where is this guy? He's kind of hard to spot because there's so many people on this list. Oh, here he is. Let's talk about Rafael Fiziev. Here comes the hot take. I got Rafael Fiziev in the B+ tier. I know some people are going to bang their heads against the wall because they're seeing this. But, guys, let's be honest. We have to be honest now. He's the same tier as Jack Hermanson. Nah, dude, I don't know, man. Hermanson in the B tier. Should we put him B? Should we put him B? Lighter man Aljamain Sterling? Yeah, let's put Hermanson in the B tier. It didn't feel right to have him higher. We're putting Hermanson in the B tier. But I got Fiziev in the B+ tier. Listen, Fiziev's great. But if you've only got a round in you, and not only that, but you're not even like a KO guy. It'd be one thing if Fiziev had like Tom Aspinall finishing ability in one round and then it dropped off. Fiziev doesn't even have that. He doesn't even have this crazy KO potential, even though he knocked out Renato Moicano, even though it was a bit of an early stoppage. He has crazy thud, unbelievable thud. He's thud maxed, but still, I'm sorry, cardio is a part of it. Output is a part of it. Rafael Fiziev is unbelievable in the first round, but he still is getting beat by a lot of these guys. You know, Mateusz Gamrot was spinning his head back like an owl against Rafael Fiziev. Landed that right hand, that underrated right hand of Gamrot. Fiziev is a good striker. He's solid, but don't let the Viking hairstyle and the quick twitch Muay Thai coach. You know how you go to a Muay Thai gym, a kickboxing gym, and every now and then there will be one coach who you're like, dude, how the fuck is this guy not like a world champ? How is this guy not a world beater? I feel like a lot of Muay Thai gyms, they have like a density maxer Muay Thai coach who's just got freakish explosive ability, and he's just got perfect kicks, all that, great technique. But the thing is, it's probably been the case that they have tried to fight. It's just when they did, they probably just gassed out. And that's like Rafael Fiziev. He's like the archetypal Muay Thai coach. You go into the gym, and he's styling on the fighters, right? He's styling on the people that compete, and he's teaching them. And he's on the bag, and he's on pads, and he's just looking insane. And then he gets in the cage, and he looks insane for about 5 minutes. And then, you know, second, third round, he looks good. He looks great, but he doesn't look insane. Now, it does feel just so wrong to have this guy next to Sean Teep and Jab Strickland. And so for that reason, I'm getting a little worried here. You know what? I'm putting him A tier. I'm sorry, guys. It took all of that yapping for me to just realize, wait a second, this guy is in the same tier as Sean Strickland, who didn't beat the fuck out of Paulo Costa. Strickland beat Paulo Costa comfortably. I'm sorry, but you need to show a greater skill gap. It's like the critique I had on Adesanya back in the day. I was like, he's overrated in the striking, and people were like, why? I'm like, dude, he's not showing tremendous skill gaps against some of these mid strikers, okay? Like, he was showing skill gaps, clear ones, but not tremendous ones that some other fighters had shown. Like, you want to see Max Holloway go out there and prove he's still one of the best in the world, you have him school and batter Calvin Kattar, who's a great striker, right? That's a skill gap. Adesanya scrapes by against Cannonier, right? I can't have a guy in Sean Strickland who sort of pitter-patted against Paulo Costa in the same tier as Rafael Fiziev. So I'm going to put Fiziev A tier. Let's be honest, even though Justin Gaethje has beat Fiziev, they were razor close fights. Like, we can't act like they weren't. Fiziev was right there in the first fight. Gaethje just snuck out the win. Like, he won the last 2 minutes of the second round, and then he won the third round, but the last 2 minutes were more damaging than the first 3 minutes. They're basically on a similar level. Gaethje's just a hair above, but I think they're basically same tier. But yeah, I think Fiziev is low A tier. Now people are going to be like, well, bro, he's in the same tier as Dricus. But yeah, whatever. I think Yusuf Salah would give him a fucking run for his money. Let's get to Paulo Costa. I think Costa is in the B- tier.
This cascade is
I think Costa is like really mid, dude. I think that Costa's only good when he moves forward like a tank, like he did against Yoel Romero, but when he's actually in a striking battle and he's somewhat composed, he just gets destroyed. Like we saw him get destroyed against Adesanya. And fair enough, maybe he tried initially to move forward on Adesanya. That was like Adesanya's best performance ever.
I hate this bug, man.
But, you know, after he started getting tagged up, shown levels, he just sort of didn't do shit. But then, you know, you look at the fights against Marvin Vettori where he gets beat by Vettori, and you know, you look at the Luke Rockhold fight where it's like old man Luke Rockhold. People are saying he has no chin, and Costa has a competitive fight with him. I think he's B- tier. I don't think he's C tier, although I think he's kind of close. I think he's honestly C tier. I think Costa might be C tier striking. I think he's going to get whooped by Roman Kopylov, but look at these other guys in C tier. What do they all have in common? They're all tough outs. I know RDA was a champion. I'm going to put some respect on his name. He's old. I'm not just judging him based on his recent performance. But, you know, I'm not going to have a lot of washed-up fighters on this tier list because of that. But they're all tough outs. Costa's a tough out, and he's got some thud. He's going to give you a couple of body shots. He's going to give you a hard stinging leg kick. But he's just not got a whole lot going on, right? He can get schooled by a lot of people, and I think Roman Kopylov will have an easier fight against Paulo Costa than he did against Chris Curtis. I think Chris Curtis is much better than Paulo Costa. Let's get on to Carlos Ulberg. I'm going to put Ulberg in the B tier. I think Ulberg is a decent striker, but you know what? I think he's also just in a shitty division, and I think he's just getting by Jan Blachowicz because Jan Blachowicz literally looked old and slow for the first time ever. I mean, he's always been kind of slow, but Jan Blachowicz wasn't even making you scratch your head in his last outing, asking yourself, man, how'd he move that fast that time, man? How'd that old man move that fast? He wasn't even making you do that time. So Jan Blachowicz is officially washed. And we say that because we know that Prime Jan would be too much for Ulberg. This is sounding like some coke, but like, you know Jan is officially washed when Carlos Midberg beats him, okay? Let's be honest. Carlos Ulberg is, for the light heavyweight division, a good striker. But even at light heavyweight, he's not wowing us. What does that mean when you compare him to lighter people like Davy Grant, Aljo, Ige. It's like, bro, if Olberg were to fight Ige, he'd probably get KO'd. Okay? But, you know, we got to have some room for these light heavyweights to be looked at and, you know, mostly compared to their other heavyweight fighters and whatnot. So we're going to put Olberg in the B tier. But, listen, he's just not as good as Strickland, Whitaker, Leon Edwards. But he's B tier, okay? Honestly, I think he's kind of B minus tier. He's just so average, man. Would Jan Blachowicz be able to beat Prime Davy? Would Jan Blachowicz be able to beat Prime Davy Grant? Yeah, dude. Jan Blachowicz would be B plus tier or A tier. Damn, dude. So B minus tier just beat a former A tier. I don't think. Nah. You can't be able to beat former A tier Jan Blachowicz, even if he's washed. If you're B minus tier, you at least need to be B tier to beat former A tier Jan Blachowicz. Okay, so let's get on to Yuri Prochazka. Man. I think Yuri's B plus tier. I do. I think that Jamal Hill performance proved it. Listen, Yuri's got an ugly style like Drickus, and he gets hit. Ugly style? Actually, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have an ugly style. Yuri does not have an ugly style. He actually has a very flowy style. He gets hit, right? His defense is not that good, but he actually looks very good when he's throwing his punches, right? And you can tell he's like a natural striker. He's a natural fighter, unlike Justin Gaethje. And again, you know, I like Justin Gaethje's fight style, but I've never really been a huge fan of his fight style in comparison to other guys like Poirier and Holloway that are more slick on the feet. I just don't understand being a Justin Gaethje #1 fan. You know what I mean? I've never really got that. You know, I feel like your favorite fighter's got to be a fighter that's got that slick ability to throw that sweet piece special, man. But Justin Gaethje has never had that. You know? My favorite fighter could never be someone that just grunts and breaks down minds the way he does. But either way, Yuri Prochazka is not an ugly striker. He is a very natural flowing striker that just happens to not care about getting hit because he's autistic. But, you know, he's working on it and it's gotten better. And I'm going to put him B plus tier. I know it's weird to see a guy that gets hit as much as Yuri does in the same tier as a guy that doesn't really get hit like Sean Strickland. But, you know, I think Yuri's pretty good. I think he would knock out Carlos Olberg with his new style. And Yuri's one of those guys where it's like you don't really know how he wins sometimes, but he just does because he's got that holy martial arts ghost willing him to victory. And you know what? It works in his striking. He's not out-grappling anyone. Let's get on to Brandon Royval. I'm going to put Royval in the A tier. I think Royval's a great striker. All right, he's got good boxing. He's fast. He's slick. He's got the lighter man skill. I'm going to put him A tier. No need for a long explanation on him. Let's get to Magomed, though. I'm going to put Magomed in the A tier, man. I think Magomed is pretty much as high as you can get for light heavyweight right now, okay? I'm just going to say it how it is. Alex Pereira did not look to be at his best against Magomed. He just did look a little slow. Maybe he's starting to age, but maybe it still hasn't set in how good Magomed is yet. If Magomed knocks out Pereira, pieces him up again, I might put him A plus tier. I don't know. I just have a hard time putting Magomed higher than A tier because he still doesn't do that much on the feet. He's just got, you know, decent counters. He's sort of like Leon Edwards, but a little bit higher level, right? Like, he just does barely enough. But if you're just doing barely enough to outstrike Alex Pereira, that is pretty unbelievable. I'm going to put him A tier. He's got great boxing. He's got okay front kicks. But, you know, is he Makhachev level? No. Is he Ian Gary level? No. He's not Poirier level. Like, he's a good striker. He's a great striker. But, yeah, I can't put him much higher. Let's get to the F tier. Ray Suruya is going to be in the F tier. This guy, against the lowest levels of competition in the UFC, had nothing but takedowns, absolutely no striking. So this is just an example of someone that's in the F tier. We got Jorge Masvidal eating pizza. I don't know why that's here, but we got Masvidal eating pizza. I'm going to put that in the, you know, we're not going to use that in the frickin' tier list. I think I was planning on doing another video as well. I am still going to make that video, so I'm not going to tell you guys what it is, but it's going to be a tier list. Either way, Corey Sandhagen. Where is Sandhagen? I'm going to put Sandhagen in the C tier. I think that Sandhagen is one of the most overrated strikers ever, and I'll tell you why. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to have Sandhagen in the B+ tier. I think Sandhagen's a great striker, but I think he's declined a little bit on the feet. I do. I think he has declined a little bit on the feet. Listen, Sandhagen got past Song Yudong and he was able to outstrike him, right? But he got beat up and schooled a little bit on the feet against Umar Nurmagomedov. He's gotten beat by Jan. He will get beaten by O'Malley. Maybe he's A tier. Maybe I should be a little bit more generous, but I don't know, man. I feel like Yusuf Salah would piece him up with pure speed. But then Deji being ahead, nah, put Sandhagen A tier. I'll put him A tier, low A tier. Again, I think that he would have been high A tier a few years ago, but he's looking slower these days. His boxing isn't looking as good. I think prime Sandhagen striking was against TJ Dillashaw, but now, I don't know. He's not really wowing me at all. Like, the fight he had against Figueiredo, he looked really good, but mostly with his grappling. His striking didn't look special at all. And against Umar, he just had nothing on the feet. But I'll give him the A tier. I'll give him benefit of the doubt. Nico Price, I'll put Nico Price in the D tier. Pretty good for a dodo bird, to be honest. You can't really hold it against him. Like, most people wouldn't be able to get this far in the UFC if they were born as a dodo bird. So I'm going to put Nico Price in the D tier. He's not F tier. He's not got no striking, but he's slow. He's probably one of the slowest fighters of all time. Let's get to Benoit Saint Denis. I'm going to put Benoit Saint Denis in the B tier, man. Benoit Saint Denis, man. Listen. I know he got beat up by Poirier. I know his defense is not that good. No, I'm going to put him B- tier. These guys are at the level where they would comfortably be able to be the matador and style on with volume against Benoit Saint Denis, right? So Benoit Saint Denis, I'll put him B tier. He's obviously not mid like RDA and frickin' Pedro Munoz and Paulo Costa. Like, Benoit actually has power. He imposes his will. He's got no defense whatsoever, and he's slow, but he's got good clinch striking. Like, he will just move forward and knock people out. At a low level, he'll just blitzkrieg through people. But you start getting to the Bs, and people will be able to, you know, be a little bit slicker. Then maybe he can knock out a guy in the B tier. B+ tier, it's going to be hard for him. A tier, he's getting schooled. So I'm putting Benoit Saint Denis in the B- tier. Let's get on to who else we got. Arman Tsarukyan. I'm going to put Arman Tsarukyan in the A tier. I think Arman is a solid striker, man. I think he's pretty solid. Maybe the B+ tier. He did kind of outstrike Charles comfortably in the third round, where Charles just froze up and was so wary of the takedown. That's kind of a problem in Charles' game, but I think that's because the brother style really makes Charles freeze. When someone can take him down and put him on his back and he can't just easily submit them, he really does freeze up on the feet and doesn't even let his hands go. But still, Arman looked faster than him, pieced him up a little bit. You know, maybe I'm underestimating Arman here. I mean, he did outstrike Gamrot, and he should have won that fight. And he's got a great kicking game. I'm going to put him A tier. I think Arman's striking is actually pretty good. I think it's a step below Makhachev. I think Makhachev would outstrike him. But for a lightweight, I know that his grappling is OP, and I think that's why most people would probably put him lower, just because his grappling really does outshine his striking. But you got to give him some credit for pushing back Oliveira. And you could say, well, it's the threat of the takedown. But it's like, dude, if you're talking about Oliveira as one of the best grapplers in history, I don't know if that's the best case scenario to say the threat of the takedown, right? I mean, Oliveira is someone that's dangerous on the ground. So I don't know if you could just say that's the threat of the takedown. It's like with him versus Makhachev, those are two of the best grapplers on the planet. I don't know if it's the threat of the takedown. It's definitely part of it. It's definitely part of it, but still, I don't think it gives you an excuse. All right, either way. Let's get on to Asu Almabayev. I'm going to put him in the B- tier. That's about as low as you can get for a freaking... Nah, I'm putting him C tier. He'd probably be pretty decent in the heavier weight classes, but like he would piece up Paulo Costa and knock him out in the heavier weight classes for sure if he was a bigger fighter. But Asu Almabayev, He had nothing from the no cap. Like, I don't think I've ever seen a Suo Mabayev actually look decent on the feet. You know, he gets pieced up. He's just a wrestler. And if he can't take you down, he's like an OP version. He's like an OP version of Rei Suruya. He's Rei Suruya at Rei Suruya's peak when Rei Suruya has maxed out his striking stats in career mode. But his striking is just not that good. Maybe that has to do with Manel Cap being next level, but still, man. I'm sorry, I'm putting him freaking seats here. Let's get on to Lerone Murphy. I'm going to put Lerone Murphy in the B tier. I think he's good, but I don't think he's great. I think Lerone Murphy is just barely getting past the matchups like Dan Ige, and they're basically on a similar level. Josh Emmett, oh, he shut down Josh Emmett. But, like, dude, Josh Emmett's not good on the feet. I know that Josh Emmett's dangerous. I know that when your favorite fighter fights Josh Emmett, you get scared. But let's be honest, like, Josh Emmett's just not good at all on the feet. Like, he is better than C-tier, but he just will get schooled and shut down and just made to look like he's got nothing other than a big meaty hook. This is literally why we started calling him big meaty hooks, because that's literally all he has. Yeah, I'm putting Josh Emmett in the same tier as, you know, Benoit Saint Denis. He's got the lighter man skill compared to Benoit, so maybe he would look a little bit more competitive at lightweight, but still, he's just not got anything going on for him on the feet at all. I don't know. I feel like Benoit Saint Denis is an even better striker, but he's in the B- tier, Josh Emmett. He's like barely B- tier, okay? But his power really carries him. I know that every now and then he has a chance to make the person in front of him look like they should have never have even picked up the sport of MMA. You know, he does that to people where it's like, damn, dude, this guy was unlucky to choose MMA as a sport. But then when people can survive Josh Emmett, they just do win. Like, how did this guy get a win over Calvin Kattar? That's beyond me. That was one of the worst robberies of all time.
Has been retired.
But still, man, Josh Emmett's just not that good on the feet. Let's get on to Manuel Torres. I'm putting Manuel Torres in the B tier. He's pretty dangerous. He's like holding on by a thread in the B tier because of his danger factor. But when he goes up against a slick striker, he's kind of like Benoit Saint Denis. Maybe a slightly improved version. But it's like they're going to destroy people at a lower level. You know, Benoit might even be able to beat Dober too. Maybe not, but, you know, he can get past Dober. He can destroy people at a lower level. But you put him up in there with a great striker, and he's getting knocked out because of how bad his defense is. So I'm going to put Manuel Torres in the B tier. You know, he's like the opposite of Aljo. He's super dangerous, and that can hold him in there against, you know, decent fighters, but, you know, nah, I don't know, man. I'll put him B- tier. But then Josh Emmett's in the same tier as Manuel Torres. That doesn't feel right either. I'll put him in the B tier. I'll put him in the B tier. Jared Cannonier. I'm going to put Jared Cannonier. I'm going to put him in the B tier. I think Jared Cannonier is a decent striker. I'm not going to have him much higher than B. I think that Gregory Rodriguez is B tier as well. You know, Gregory Rodriguez is very dangerous. Cannonier's good. He had an amazing performance against Vettori, but let's be honest, Vittori's in the C tier. Vettori might even be in the D tier, right? I think Cannonier's high B. And you may say that's disrespectful. He's in the same tier as Aljo and Davy Grant. It's like, dude, yeah, and what? Davy Grant is a good striker. So is Cannonier, but he's not higher than B. I think that Strickland is slightly better. I know that Cannonier beat Strickland, but still, man, I think Strickland's slightly better than Cannonier. So I'm going to put him B tier. I know it's weird to see him, you know, below Yuri, but I feel like Yuri would knock Cannonier out. Cannonier's problem has always been he's a little bit chinny. And I know that people don't really finish him, but he does get dropped a lot. Let's get on to Joel Alvarez. I'm going to put Joel Alvarez in the A tier. I think he's got A tier level striking. I can't say he's proven anything past that. He's barely A tier. He's sort of like Ignacio Bahamondes. You kind of just know that he's higher than B plus because he's been schooling people and looking insanely fast. I mean, it's not like the people he's schooling are low level either. Getting a win over Elvis Brenner in the way that he got it done is very impressive. He just beat Elvis Brenner's ass. Elvis Brenner's pretty decent on the feet. Yeah, I think Joel Alvarez, you put him against mid-tier level lightweights and he's styling on them and knocking them out. He might even be able to beat Ignacio. He might even be able to beat Rafael Fiziev in a striking battle. I'll put him A tier. As we get on to Rainer de Ritter, I'm putting Rainer de Ritter in the B- tier. I think Rainer de Ritter's just got that funky style like Aljo, but it's worse. It's more handicapped because he really only has knees and elbows and a clunky jab and a right hand. And he just sort of gets by on pure grit and toughness and imposing his will. So I'll put him B- tier. Man, Josh Emmett's just C tier. I'm sorry, man. I gotta put Josh Emmett C tier. I just can't have him higher than B. I can't have him in the same tier as Benoit Saint Denis. Nah, I'm putting Emmett. Nah. Like Benoit Saint Denis is that good. No. I think that yeah, I think Rainer de Ritter C tier. I'm sorry, guys. I'm actually gonna put Rainer in a lower tier. Rainer is as good as it can get in the C tier. You know, he's unlike Pedro Munoz, who can actually do a little bit of everything on the feet, but just totally mid everywhere. But he's kind of good in a couple of places and just terrible in other places, right? He's got that dog in him, right? He's got the grit, which is good. He's got great knees, clinch striking, right? He can do really well in the dirty boxing range, and that's perfect for his style. If he can't take down someone, which it's going to be hard for him to take down Whitaker, I think that we will see him get absolutely styled on. But against really low-level strikers, he's going to be able to get past them, like we saw him do against Bo Nickel, who's a very low-level striker, and we saw Rainer de Ritter get past him on just pure grit, right? Having those, you know, good crafty.
Could we expect one more rodeo?
I felt like my life was going downhill real quick, and I just decided to save myself. I walked into an MMA school with the mindset of being the best in the world.
Believing that you can be somebody was something that was taught to me. But once I learned that the difference between him and I was just between the ears, I started to believe that the sky was truly the limit for me.
My name is Vic Blends, and this is Deep Cut with John Jones.
What's up, Vic?
John Bones Jones.
My man.
Bro, I appreciate you having us. Welcome to our shop, man.
Welcome to Albuquerque.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Yeah.
It's only really my second time in Albuquerque.
Yeah?
Like I told you, my sister's a Lobo, man, so she graduated from UNM for nursing, so.
Came out to send her off?
Yeah, I remember being here, yeah, for her graduation, and that was about it. It was pretty much in and out.
Nice.
How do you want to do your cut, man?
So I'm thinking we shave the head down and then fade up into the beard.
Yep.
And that's about it, a little trim.
What about the mustache? How do you feel about the mustache?
I like the mustache to be natural.
Yep.
Real natural, not lined up or anything.
What about the bottom right over the lip?
Right, we can take a little bit off over the lip, but I like to look kind of
natural on top.
Yeah, I like to look kind of like, did he shower today or didn't? You know,
Yeah,
I like to look,
yeah, that type of vibe.
I like that gruff, that
Yep.
that scruff look.
All right, I got you.
All right,
Yo, I thought you
cool.
would have way more cauliflower ear, by the way.
No.
Now that I'm looking at it, I thought you would have.
I dish out cauliflower ear.
Some guys really like cauliflower. That's their thing. Like, they want that.
I had my first one in high school, and so I kind of know what it's like to have it now.
When you first started wrestling, was it like, I want the cauliflower? A lot of guys want it as like initiation.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a badge of honor. You know, when you see a man with cauliflower ears, you know that he's been through some stuff. That's for sure.
So I got a legendary first question I ask everybody.
Tell me.
What is your name and what do you do?
That's funny. My actual name is Jonathan Dwight Jones, and but people know me as John Bones Jones, and they also know me as the GOAT, and I'm the current UFC heavyweight champion of the world.
That's what's up, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, so for some reason, I've never been warned so much about coming to a city other than Albuquerque. I've been to a lot of cities, but when people saw I was coming, my brother, my dad, everybody was like, be careful in Albuquerque, bro. What's up with the vibes out here, man? Like, tell me how you feel about the city. What's your relationship with it?
Well, I think Albuquerque is one of America's best kept secrets. Like, there's a lot of really great things about Albuquerque. Some of the most humble people are here. We have all types of food. We get all the different
seasons when it comes to weather. I think our Sandia Mountains are some of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Sandia stands for watermelon because as the sun sets, sometimes you look at the mountain and it gives you so many different colors against the rock that it kind of looks like a watermelon. I got a bunch of phone calls last night. People said they saw you out. I guess you had dinner and went out for a little while.
Bro, there was so much love in Albuquerque. Like everywhere we were out on the street, dudes were driving by, stopping, we're taking photos. It was sick. I got a lot of love here. Like I said, my sister graduated here, so I got some small ties to Albuquerque, man.
Yeah, for the most part, if you're a real cat, you'll get all the love in the world. And I think, your brand and just the person that you are, the way you carry yourself and represent yourself, I think people see that, and a guy like you would have no problems here.
Bro, that's love. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So I know there's so much love for Albuquerque. It's home, but just a kid from Endicott, New York.
Yes. Yeah.
Tell me about growing up there, small town.
Endicott, New York. So originally I'm from Rochester, New York.
Rochester.
But I did grow up in Endicott, New York. Rochester, New York was the inner city. I lived in the inner city. Grew up with a really good family, a real large family. My dad was the oldest of 12, and so I had a lot of aunties and uncles around, a lot of cousins, and we're church people for the most part. I was born on a Sunday. My dad's a pastor. My grandfather's a pastor. A lot of the women in my family are either first ladies or of a church, or sing in the choir, play instruments, organs, and serve the church. So I grew up real heavy in the church, but I also grew up in the hood, so I was used to seeing violence at a young age, and death in the family due to violence at a young age and things like that. A lot of love in my life, but just grew up in a rough area in the inner city of Rochester, New York.
Just growing up in a rough area and seeing things that we could say are traumatic early, is it hard to keep a relationship with God when you are surrounded by so many things that could make you question?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that it made things hard as far as keeping that relationship with God. If anything, it strengthened my relationship with God because I always viewed God as a protector, as my protector, as my family's protector.
Amen.
So as there were so many, violent and negative things in between the drugs and the violence, as there was so much of that around us, it just made me see where I didn't want to go, what I didn't want to be a part of, and what I wanted to be protected from. So if anything, it just drew me closer to a higher power.
And man, such a, I would say, competitive household, right? Growing up with two brothers, growing up with your sister. Did you feel that early on there was going to be something special about the Jones family?
That's a great question. For the longest time, I didn't feel like there was anything special about my family. I actually felt like my family was beneath a lot of other families and beneath a lot of other people, just because we were so we're a poor family. So high school members of high school and middle school, all the other kids, they can go out for lunch. They would go to McDonald's and Wendy's and stuff. And, I was always one of those kids who had free lunch, because we couldn't even afford the school lunch.
The little cheese, the little bologna cheese sandwich, that comes in a brown bag.
Whatever they had for the day, that's what me and my family grew up eating. So I never felt like our family was really special. The one thing that I knew that was different about me and my brothers and sister was we would always get complimented on being polite. People, you would always ask my mom and dad, how did you get your kids to just be so polite? We'd always hit people with, yes, sir, no, sir, please, and thank you. I remember my mom would say she would beat her kids every day, twice a day, whether we needed it or not.
Did they do belt?
Oh,
did they
belt.
do switch? Was it just hand?
Vic, huh?
My dad told me my dad's army, man. I got that belt.
Yeah.
That belt was his favorite tool in the arsenal, favorite weapon, belt, man.
That's funny. Man, I don't want to get my dad arrested, but man, I've been beat with extension cords, switches,
whatever they could grab.
Bro, you name it, bro. I used to get my ass handed to me. But yeah, I feel like our ability to be polite and respectful to others is one of the things I've always known about my family. That made us a little different than our peers growing up. That was special.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
There are no shortcuts worth taking. If there's somewhere that you want to be, and there's something that you're trying to accomplish, and you can take a shortcut, they know the bullshit.
What I took from my mom was her leadership ability. My dad's a great leader as well, but my mom had this ability to take people who maybe felt as if they were average themselves and brought out the absolute best in people. My mom could take, you know, people who are from broken homes and people who are substance abuse, or, you know, women that have been in prostitution and all these type of things. My mom would take in these type of women and she would clean them up. She would let them know that they were loved and they were valued and they were appreciated. She would teach them how to carry themselves and how to dress properly walking into a church, or just being around their children, you know, being accountable for their children. My mom was a great leader. She could really take ordinary people and do extraordinary things. And I think that's an ability that I've taken from my mom.
And it makes her an extraordinary person.
Oh, absolutely. Her funeral, I realized that my mom was an absolute rock star, but she wasn't famous. She had about 15 women that stood up and talked about the way my mom has changed their life. And so my mom was a difference maker. She was a soul saver, and she was an extraordinary person. So I've taken her leadership skills. My father is a man of great faith. He's a man who can take nothing and make something great out of it. He's a compassionate person who cares about others. And he's given his whole adult life to service as a pastor of the church. And even before being a pastor, he was a corrections officer with young men. So my dad was just a great leader. I couldn't have been raised by a better person. He ruled with an iron fist, but he was used to keeping young men tight and on the right path. And I say he did a pretty good job raising me as well.
And so much service that comes from your parents.
Yes.
And I think that's what we're here to do, is serve the needs of others as people. That's what God put us here for.
Yeah, they say the best leaders, they lead from the front of the line. And so I try to keep that same energy when I'm serving my community or whatever I may be doing. You know, I'm always out there myself, being hands-on.
Yeah, when I was going around and meeting some of the locals, they were just like, man, he does so much that we don't see.
Wow.
They're like, John is out here, regular person, a local, nobody crowds him, and he does a lot for the community that you just won't see online.
Yeah.
That's just the word that I've heard around the city as I've just been here over the last day.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I love this community so much. You know, the city of Albuquerque, definitely, we need heroes. And we have a lot of heroes, you know, our law enforcement, our fire department, our educators. And we just got a lot of great community members out here. I'm really proud to have my charity. We have a program called the Care Project where we give back to the community in any way we know how. We've been around for a while now. And proud to say that we've donated $600,000 to this community without being a 501c3. You know, it just comes right out of pocket. And it feels good, you know, it feels really good to help out this community. And it feels
So John, what was the original dream? Childhood dream, growing up, what did you imagine that you wanted to do with your life?
Originally, I think I wanted to be a porn star.
Bro, is this like...
No, I'm teasing you, buddy. No, I'm messing with you.
We gotta have to crack that. Let's start the OnlyFans. We get it poppin'.
I do pretty well, I bet. We both do pretty well.
You'll probably that look. You might get some more clicks than me.
That's funny. That's funny. Originally, I wanted to be a law enforcement. I wanted to be a police officer. That's what I wanted to do. I've always wanted to be a person that helped out others. And in high school, I wasn't a very popular guy. And I remember some times in my life where I had very little friends, and I would sit and talk to this police officer for my lunch breaks. This dude would answer every question I had about just everything. He would answer every question, and he became my friend. And I started to idolize this guy a little bit, just for his being in a position of power and authority, but also being so kind. And that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to model myself after him and be that person that he was for me to other people. I wanted to be a police officer. I wanted to help. And as I've gotten older, you know, things have changed. Now I try to help in other ways, as a fighter, just with my platform. So that was the original goal, law enforcement. That was a huge dream of mine. But I ended up falling in love my senior year in high school with my fiance, the person that I'm still with to this day.
It's beautiful, bro. Love is a beautiful thing.
Oh, it's great. Yeah. Once I fell in love with her, I couldn't imagine myself being overseas and not with my family. So there was my plans and there were God's plans, and
always.
And His plan was for me to be a world champion fighter, spreading His goodness around the planet.
His book is the best book ever written.
Yeah, it's the most popular.
Yep.
It's the most true.
So, as you're coming into college, you know, I know that you came up, you wrestled in college, judo champ, state champ in high school.
Yep.
When you were in college, I know that you spent 1 year, and you and your fiance were expecting your first kid. In that time, I think as I looked into your story, I could not imagine telling my fiance, "Oh, babe, you're pregnant. Oh, I'll just go be a professional MMA fighter."
Right.
What kind of gamble? Like, when you were weighing that option in your head,
Yeah.
how is that direction you want to go into?
Yeah, it was a huge gamble for me, Vic. This is around like 2007, 2008. I had two brothers at the time who were at the University of Syracuse, and they were performing at such a high level. Everybody in our community knew that they were going to be in the NFL. And me, I was kind of in limbo for a while after college. You know, I had a baby on the way. I ended up dropping out of school, and I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. I knew that I didn't want to be a statistic. You know, another young man out there, you know, abandoning kids and stuff like that. And so I knew whatever I did, I wanted to do it at the highest level. And I wanted to keep up with the Joneses. You know, I wanted to keep up with my brothers and do something big. And so I started to do jiu-jitsu after college, and with the intentions of making it to the UFC. And my original jiu-jitsu coach.
Why UFC though? Like, what?
Why UFC?
Was there a fighter you saw? Was it, because it's a brutal thing. Like,
Yeah.
I fought amateur boxing, but I couldn't imagine taking a knee to the face.
Right.
I couldn't imagine getting an elbow.
So while I was still in college, I had a roommate who was a UFC fan. And the first time I put on MMA gloves was around him. The first MMA fight I ever watched was around him. And I remember he would show us little jiu-jitsu moves after wrestling practice, and all the wrestlers, you know, it was just so taboo to us. But somewhere subconsciously, I made MMA a secondary option for me, a backup plan. If my dreams and goals didn't work, I would try cage fighting because it was just so much closer to, it was so close to what I knew and being a wrestler. And so, you know, long story short, a lot of things weren't happening well in my life, fresh out of college. I dropped out, I had a baby on the way, and I felt like my life was going downhill real quick, and I just decided to save myself by dreaming bigger and reaching for some stars. So I walked into an MMA school with the mindset of being the best in the world, and having a baby on the way, I had a mindset of like, I can't fail. I got one option, and that's to be a very successful MMA fighter, or else it's being a janitor or doing something.
But this mindset of like, I've heard you talk about teaching yourself self-belief.
Yeah.
Was it not something you were born with, but it was something that you had to change your mind of thinking that you could do anything?
Yeah, it was something that I had to teach myself. Right around age 19 years old, I just found myself just in a bad spot in life, and I joined the MMA school, and I found some talent in it, and I knew that I didn't want to just be an MMA fighter. I knew that I wanted to be the best in the world, but I wasn't the most confident young man. And so I hopped on YouTube, and I hopped on things like TED Talks, and I would just look up everything about being a person of faith, confidence, even things about charisma. You know, I would just study everything that I wasn't, and put in hours and hours and hours.
and I took lots of notes, and I just watched my world slowly start to change. My demeanor, my confidence level, and the things that I expected for myself, the things that I genuinely believed that I could be and I could do, started to happen. Year after year, my world started to become better and better.
I know that, of course, your father instilled faith in your life from the day that you were born, but in your own personal life, when did you know that God was real in your experience?
Ooh, when did I know that God was real? Well, one of the early stories I remember was I fell off a deck when I was a kid, and I was drowning, and my mom ran up and saved my life. She could just see the white from the palm of my hand, and she reached down and pulled me out of the water. And the way she told the story was that she had no clue how she actually found me in that dark, murky water, but she just ran up right to the spot and saved my life. So that's one of the early examples of me being here, where I possibly didn't have to be here still. So that's an early story. And then I feel like God has just been showing me that he's real throughout the course of my life. Throughout the course of my life, just little things with the level of grit that he's allowed me to have, and perseverance and positivity. And there's just been so many times where I've just felt his presence.
Lots of times. And it hasn't, it's not that my life's just been so easy and just so good. I just choose to be drawn closer to him no matter what happens. Like, I've lost my mom to diabetes. I lost my sister to cancer. And there's been times in my life where you just want to ask God why and even turn your back on God. But despite how hard things get for me, I've always drawn closer to him. When things go wrong, I draw closer to him. When I've gotten arrested for certain things in my life, I draw closer to him. And I think that's how he shows me that he's real. It's just my ability to be so in love with him and still be here.
First of all, sorry for your mom, for your sister. The pain lasts forever, man. Like, those are things that, they never really heal. You never feel the same when you go through losses like that. So,
have you had anything similar to that?
My grandma just died last month.
Oh, I'm so
my grandma
sorry.
just died last month, but I come from a very small family. My mom's from Russia, and my dad's Puerto Rican.
Okay.
So my mom is
what a combination.
My mom is an immigrant from Russia, and my dad is from Boston. He grew up real tough in East Boston, man. Section 8, you name it. Lived in the projects his whole life, and going to the army was his way of making it out. So I've seen my parents make so many sacrifices, and of course, I don't speak Russian, and I don't speak Spanish, which my parents are, I'm so pissed about, that both of my parents are bilingual, and they didn't give me either, and they're gonna blame it on me not wanting to go learn, but I'm like, yo, y'all should have just put it on me when I was young, man. But
that's funny. I actually speak a little bit of Russian and a little bit of Spanish.
all right, well, it seems like we might have to learn together. But, so we have a tight family. My mom's side is Russian, and, her parents are both passed, and then on my dad's side, it's the typical, his dad left him. Him and his brothers have been, stuck in Boston, the same neighborhood for their whole lives with my grandma, never moved out. It was just like, it's a tough spot. And then my grandma had just passed last month, and it was the first real immediate death that we have. We don't have much extended family, a whole bunch of cousins and uncles and aunts. We have my aunt down in Florida, but because my dad and his dad, my grandpa had split, we only have each other.
How you dealing with that? What did you learn from it?
It is. I just remember like that week. It doesn't feel real because we've never planned a funeral, and it's game time when you got to go do that. So there's not like a lot of room for grieving as you're trying to conduct the funeral. I'm flying out every single family member that could be there. I didn't know that everything was so separate for a funeral. I didn't know that the headstone place was separate, the graveyard was separate, the casket is separate, the church for the service is separate. So my dad and I are just trying to pull it all together. And more than anything, I just wanted to be there for my dad. I wanted to make sure that my dad was okay. And as tough as he is, as being an army guy, nobody wants to lose your mom, man.
No.
So, there for Pops, really.
No one could ever prepare you for that type of loss. I commend you for the strength that you showed your family.
Of course, and you too, bro.
Yeah, funerals, I'm very familiar with funerals, man. I've paid for a lot of people's funerals. People that I don't even know in this community. I've paid for about 5 funerals so far. Just underprivileged people who needs it. And it's a sad thing. It's a really sad thing. And something that you never want to become numb to, you know?
Bro, I have such a terrible relationship with death. I'm so scared of it. And I don't know, I've always been like that. And I don't know. I don't know if it ever gets like really normal. Like I'm scared to die. I'm being real.
Yeah, that's funny. A lot of people are afraid to die. I feel like that fear goes away the more that relationship.
Of course, I trust the afterlife. I trust the plan. I trust what that is. I love life, and we're not taught to love the flesh more than we're gonna love the kingdom. And like I know that day's gonna come. I know where I'm going, but dog, I just feel like I have such a purpose. I want to fulfill it. I just want to fulfill it every day that I wake up. Like I'm hungry for that.
The funny thing is, and you know, not to take this and make it just this big spiritual interview, but I feel like with the way that you live your life, I feel like that you're affecting so many people that you may not even be realizing. And in heaven, our currency is how many lives have you changed. That's our true currency. And I mean, if you keep this track up, by the time you're an old man cutting hair and spreading wisdom, I think God's gonna be really happy with you, man.
That means a lot.
You're not a person who should fear death.
That means a lot.
In an industry where I feel like everybody's charging more and more every year, I see you giving more and more free haircuts away every year. What made you decide to go that route of just donating your time and energy to others?
You know, when I hear you talk about teaching yourself self-belief at a young age, I feel like you're telling my story at the same time. You know, when I was young, I thought about what I was gonna do to go to college. I thought about what I was gonna do to pay for my own things. And my dad taught me early at a young age the value of a dollar and earning your own and providing for your family. I've always taught to be a provider and a leader. So I remember running track and cross country middle school. And I remember my coach telling me that long distance running was a mental thing. And if you came ready on race day, mentally more than the next person, then you can beat somebody faster than you if you're just ready mentally. So from there, I was like, I bet I'm gonna be more ready. I might not be fast. I'm short. I don't got long legs. But mentally, I want to be more ready than anything. And I fell in love with the power of a voice and a raw voice, and just being able to speak to capture somebody and instill confidence in them and show them what's possible. So motivational speaking was just like I was in love with it. Eric Thomas, you know, Les Brown, all these guys like Tony Robbins, Inky Johnson, you name it. Like these guys just captured me. So I would walk through the high school hallways listening to motivational speeches in my ear. Everybody's probably listening to rap and other things. I'm all day motivation. So I taught myself this self-belief as well. And I always felt that God had blessed my voice before he blessed my hands. And I wanted to be this voice, but I didn't think anybody would actually ever want to hear it from me. I was like, man, I just look weird. I'm just like white kid. My voice sounds weird on camera. Like it's not gonna work for me. So I came to Atlanta real quick. When you shave this, do you use a shaver? Do you get it like smooth?
Yeah, I get it down.
Okay, bet. Cool. So, you know, I came to Atlanta and I had this dream of being, you know, a barber and being a successful celebrity barber and inspiring kids that, you know, you can make it in whatever it is that you love. And that was the goal. And then, you know, I found myself in Atlanta charging $100 a haircut and cutting every rapper, every celebrity that came through. And I felt that I was this cool thing to look at online, but I felt that it wasn't the most realistic thing to show everybody. So when the pandemic happened and we could no longer cut hair, I feel like God sat us down to look within and think about what else that we have. In that time, I felt called to use my voice. I felt called to inspire. I made small videos just talking motivation on my Instagram. And then there was a quote that changed my life in that time. And I was waiting to ask you this, but I think it's a good time. The quote was, don't let what you're good at define who you are, but who are you if you can't do what you're good at? So I'm like, okay, Victor Fontaine is this barber. This is great. I could give this to everybody, but God forbid I lose my hands and I can't provide this anymore. What else do I have for the world? And I had to really rethink about what I could do. And I was like, yo, speaking is it. You'd have to kill me to stop talking. So when I got out of the pandemic, I'm like, yo, I'll make my own stage to talk, which is this barber chair today. And that's where I came up with this idea. Like I could give this free haircut and I can make this about the conversation. And I hope that I show people what really matters in this world is just connecting with others.
Where'd you develop the grit? Because you talked about being, you know, a white guy, you know, in a more urban community. You talked about how dealing with the struggle of feeling like people wouldn't want to hear what you had to say. And
obviously you had to show up, and I'm sure you've been turned down a lot of times by a lot of people. You know, I didn't let no white guy cut my hair, all that stuff. So where'd you develop that grit? Like, were there things that went wrong in your life that you had to fight through?
You know, bro, I don't have a crazy struggle story. I don't portray I'm like this guy from
That's
the
good.
hood.
Yeah,
Like,
'cause you don't need to.
Dog, I had great parents that came from nothing for me to have an opportunity to do something. And I grew up in Fayetteville, North Carolina, which, you know, is a town that not a lot of people have an option to make out of, and there aren't a lot of options to get out of there. It's where J. Cole is from, the greatest rapper of all time. And, you know, I was scared of being one of the guys stuck in the Ville. I was scared of being, I used to work in a restaurant, and like, I was scared of being the guy stuck in the back of the restaurant. And, you know, everybody has a path, but I was just, dude, I always felt that I was gonna be destined for something. I always felt like that. And I don't want to leave this earth without knowing I didn't give it my all. I can't. I have to know that I gave it everything. I like, no matter what it was. So I looked at Barber and I looked at all the other things and success online. I'm like, I could do this. And there's a lot of kids out here that love other things. I feel like they can never be celebrated, but this could be my thing. And the first time I heard the voice of God was him telling me to take barbering serious, and it will open doors for me. So when I heard the voice of God tell me that, I was too scared to see my life without it. And bro, I just wanted to prove it to myself that I am who I believe I am. And more than anything, God showed it to me. So
You're even more. You're more than what you realize you are. Hey, last question. I know you're supposed to be interviewing me, and I'm sure you've gotten this question a lot. But how did that Barack Obama come about? Like, how did that happen? Did he discover you? Did you reach out to him?
yeah, bro. I mean, man, first of all,
And what was that like?
cutting the greatest president of all time, you know, it was a moment of my life, bro. And it was something that I could never make it that far in my dream. I could never have pictured that would happen. And man, it was election time coming up, bro. And I seen, you know, I mean, you know, the landscape of how we get news out is just social media.
Right.
That's what it was. And I wanted to stand for something, and I wanted to use my voice. And I was on a red carpet for a variety of events, and yeah, you know, they asked me who's my dream guest. And I was like, Barack Obama. As a barber, like, who is higher than that?
Yeah.
Who, like, what man in history would I have one chance to cut that I want to? Barack Obama. It was like 4 months of emailing and going back and forth and meetings and meetings and meetings. And I didn't get the approval that it would happen till 24 hours before.
Wow,
And
no way.
I knew that he was coming for the rally in Atlanta. I knew that it was election time, and I knew it was going to be important to have a conversation that matters. And dude, we fought for months to make that happen. And I remember 24 hours before, they were like, yo, Vic, they emailed us and said, if this is going to happen, then you got to go meet the Secret Service right now. Wow. And I dropped everything that I was doing. I met the Secret Service at the location. We did the brief, we talked, and yeah, they confirmed it that night. So I had 24 hours to put this interview together. And it was just, you know, dude, it's just, I cry when I think about it. I get emotional when I think about it. And yeah, I never got that far, man, in my dreams.
Life changing.
What you think? You want anything trimmed down more?
Bro, I feel good.
Did I do as good as your barber, Polly? Which I need to shout out the best barber in New Mexico right over here, man. So
Paulie's been great to me, man. He's been cutting me up for years.
he's the best, man.
I'm a loyal guy. I usually don't get my hair cut by anybody else, but this is a great cut. Where'd you say you were? Atlanta?
Atlanta, man. I'm in the A.
I don't have to come on through.
If you in the A, you home, man. You got a spot in my chair always.
I got one more question for you, Vic. What would you say your message is to the world?
Brother, stay planted. You know, when you stay planted and you're really rooted in what you believe in, a tree stands tall through all 4 seasons. Through summer, fall, winter, and the spring comes back around and you grow again. So if you believe in what you're doing, is what you're meant to do, then keep your roots in the ground. And summer will be here, you'll flourish, you have great years. Fall come around, you look different, you're going through things, you look in the mirror, you may not recognize who you are, you're talking different, you're dressing different, and then you might go through winter and lose everything. You might be in a season of depression. Every leaf falls off the tree in winter. But if you stay planted, spring comes around again, don't it? And what happens to a tree every year? When spring comes, you grow another ring, you get stronger. So the strongest trees in the world aren't in the toughest dirt. They're in the strongest winds. They stand tall. You know, so stay planted is my message, man. And this shit is all possible, bro. Everything, man. So
Beautifully said, man.
Thinking about that too, like, did you ever imagine you would get this far in your dreams?
I came from almost nothing. Believing that you can be somebody was something that was taught to me. But once I learned that the difference between him and I was just between the ears, once I was equipped with that, I started to believe that the sky was truly the limit. And I'm still that person today. I joined the team not knowing anything about fighting. The first team I was on, everybody had been fighting for many years. And I was a young adult when I started, sorry. And then it was to be the best fighter in New York State. And then it was to be the best American fighter. And then it was to be to beat Chuck Liddell's record. And now, people consider me one of the greatest fighters who's ever lived. Considering Bruce Lee and Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson, that's all great company. And people consider me the #1 fighter who's ever lived. I would have never imagined it, but my belief is so high in me now that it's like, of course, that's how I feel now. Of course, I'm the best. I feel, of course, I can do more. And I don't say that in an arrogant way. I just know that I have the wisdom, I have the team, I have the faith in myself, I have faith in God, and I've surrounded myself with a winning formula. So I'm very confident in this formula.
I mean, it's very unseen that somebody could start MMA training and within 3 years, you're UFC champion of the world. When you became champ, did it rock your world? Did it change? Did you feel the overnight change?
Yeah, it did rock my world. It was just so exciting at first. I remember it being so exciting, and just getting to travel the world, meet people, and to teach others. I had a lot of bad friends, a lot of, being invited to the party, the alcohol, the partying, and all that. I went down that loop. Had to learn how to prioritize friends, and just be in the right circles. And yeah, there was a lot of good that came from it, a lot of bad that came from it, but just a lot of life, man. It was a wild journey.
There's a lot of young kids that are looking up to you and relate to what you've gone through. And I remember hearing you in an interview say that you don't regret the bad times because it makes you more human and relatable, because everybody fucks up.
Absolutely.
And to have this expectation that you have to be perfect on camera because you're champ, because you're John Jones, and you can't mess up, that you feel more connected to others because you did. And how were you able to give it one more day when you felt like you couldn't?
I do feel like my mishaps makes me way more relatable. My father's a pastor. He wasn't a guy who went through Bible college and was a goody two-shoes his whole life. My dad considered himself a pimp at one point. My dad was a drug dealer. My dad got in countless amount of street fights. But when his life changed, his ability to relate and talk to others, and when he says, "I know what you're going through, I know how you feel," I mean, he meant it, and I kind of carry that same thing. I've been through so many terrible situations throughout my career, but it's matured me in a way, and it makes me very relatable. I mean, anybody who knows my story, they know that I've been through some stuff.
Of course.
But the true blessing and the true testimony in the whole thing is, look at him now. Look at the man that he's become now. I think people respect you more knowing what you had to overcome. And I think your question was like, what kept me going?
Yeah, how do you give it one more day when you feel like you can't?
I feel like suicide, depression, mental health, things like that for us men, it's a real big thing. And I feel like people don't talk about it. And there's so many young men out there who has had these moments in their life where they feel like they just can't go on. They just feel like I've messed up so big this time. I've humiliated myself so big this time, where they just give up, And I know being a face of such a manly sport, it's like it's my obligation to show not just American men, but men around the world what grit looks like, what strength looks like, what not giving up looks like. I've had so many people tell me, man, I wanted to kill myself. And when I saw the way you completely made an ass of yourself, came back and won a championship again, it helped me to fight another day. So when I hear messages like that from young men and women, it just gives me more strength. It's just like, John, no matter what you go through, you can't quit. And not only can you not quit, but you have to thrive to show people that the worst of the worst, the baddest of apples, can turn around and be huge inspirations in this world.
Absolutely.
Even biblically, the people that God used were some of the worst sinners, and they had some of the best stories at the end. And so that's one of my goals, is to be one of those people who is far from perfect, but completely used to do some good in this
Yeah,
world.
you know what they say, man. The one that has a sin, cast the first stone.
Yes, and no one should be throwing anything. Right?
Cast the first stone.
Yeah.
I guess, you know, like being champ so young, I feel like your career has been defined of being the champ. From 23 to now being 37, still champ today. Would you still love fighting the same way if you weren't champ?
No, I don't think I can ever be a person who loves fighting as a non-winner. For me, I'm so connected to winning. It's probably not even healthy. You know, like I see fighters that take losses and they smile and they hug their wives and they, you know, hey, better luck next time. If I were to ever lose, I would be devastated. I'd be angry and I'd be upset and depressed. And that's just my winning nature. And for me, it's do it with all your heart, do it at the highest level, do it to the best of your ability, or don't do it at all.
Would you say you have an obsessive personality?
I think I have an obsessive personality for sure.
Like, I feel like you have a gift of hyper focus, and even the IQ that you carry, the way that you study, the way that you look at things. Is that something that you feel like you've always had, this hyper focus type of personality to lock in on things like that?
I think I've developed that personality trait over time. I felt so many times throughout my upbringing that it takes pure focus and discipline to get the things that you want out of life. And in high school and in middle school, I had terrible grades. I never did my homework. I would skip class. I was one of those young men. And it showed. You know, my brothers both went to Division I. I was a junior college guy. Both my brothers graduated. I was a dropout. So I think I got to a point in my life where I had to really look myself in the mirror and realize that I'm responsible for how my life turns out. They say the way you're born is not your fault, but the way you die is your fault.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And so,
Are you a rapper?
no, that's funny. Bars. Bars. That's funny, right? So it was a top behavior to me to just do everything in my adult life that I wasn't doing in high school.
Yeah.
And to get a better result. A guy who was never a team captain, never looked at as a leader or anything like that. Now I have millions of people around the world. And, you know, I have his own team now and businesses and things like that. So, so I've definitely trained myself that you can't take shortcuts as an adult and expect to have a great life.
What do you think has surprised you the most about your journey?
It's really how far it's gone now. I think that is surprising me because, like I said, growing up, I really didn't feel like a special individual. But the world is definitely showing me that I'm a special person, and it's surprising because I've always viewed myself as average. And so, if an average person like me can get his head straight and get in the game of life and play it well and win, then I imagine what some of these other beautiful human beings could do.
Yeah.
Put their head in the game.
Such a long journey, and so many times you have to show up and be great and dig deep and find things to push you forward. And I mean, staying champ that so long, how do you stay so motivated? Where are you grabbing motivation at today if you are one of the most accomplished, if you are the GOAT, if you are the top of the food chain?
I try to grab motivation from people outside of my field, because in the MMA space, I've become a member of a lot of people's Mount Everest, right? So in my own space, I try to be inspired by the people who are better than me in categories. For example, more of a humanitarian, or just a better class act, or gives back more, or you know, connects with his fans better. Like there's fighters that do things better than I do. Like guys like Conor McGregor, you know, he's just so good on the mic. And just, so I've become inspired by my peers. I'm never jealous of anyone. I'm always inspired by my peers. How can I become closer to him in this category. And then in categories where I'm already the leader, I look outside of my profession. I look at military groups, truly hardworking people who aren't getting the credit that they deserve. I look at Tom Brady and LeBron Jameses and the Michael Phelps and the Michael Jordans I look at the great yourself being one of the leaders. Being one of the leaders and
I gotta
barber.
clip that for the rest of my life.
I mean, come on, dude. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a barber that is taking what you're doing to such a platform.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
So I look at my peers, and I try to take from what they're doing right.
God, is there anything that you study so non-related to fighting that helps you become a better fighter? Do you, like, some guys watch sharks attack, they watch animals, they watch soccer, other sports. Like, do you ever grab inspiration outside of the ring that helps you be a better fighter?
The two things that I really enjoy outside of fighting that I feel helps my mentality, I love studying military groups, and I love studying the male lion. The male lion I've watched for many years. I have photos of male lions all throughout my house. They're territorial.
I got a lion tatted on my chest.
They can lounge around and appear almost lazy until it's actually time to work. And they're just the king. I like what they represent. They're not the biggest, but they have the mentality, and they're ferocious. And so I really love the male lion. I've watched hours of lions just like attacking things that's so much bigger than them, and through their persistence and grit, eventually they get that bull to the floor. And so I carry that same mentality. And then military groups, sometimes I get so exhausted training for another training camp, another world title. And sometimes my body hurts and I just feel over it. And then I remind myself that there's men and women out there that don't get the fame, don't get the paycheck, don't get the sponsorships, don't get massages in between workouts. They don't get Gatorade, cold, ice cold water. They don't get any of that stuff. And they do what they do for their country with a lot of pride. And so that gives me the strength to fight one more day.
I admire the way that you're able to adapt so many times, and I think your fight IQ separates you from everybody. The way that you're able to adapt. Was there ever a time that you've prepared for a fighter, that you've studied, gotten into the ring with, and everything you studied was out the window?
Oh, everything I studied was out the window?
Has it ever just gone left? Have you ever just had the game plan, got in there, and it just...
I fought against Alexander Gustafsson the first time, and at the time he was getting so much he was getting so much hype around him, and I looked at Alexander as being quite frankly, a white version of me. He was tall, he had a swagger, he had this great footwork, he had great boxing. I just felt like he's a lot like me. He has the same reach as me and everything, but I was like, he's not me. And that fight, I partied a lot leading into that fight. I studied a lot, I trained a lot, but I had this knowing that I was gonna win, and it was at an all-time high. And in that fight, things did not go the way I expected. I mean, I couldn't stop his jab. I hadn't prepared for a low jab. He was jabbing me to the stomach. I had never prepared for that. He was a lot more confident than I expected him to be. He was in my face, and he was a person who was expecting to win. And I had to pull from something that I didn't realize that I had. I had a tenacity and a resilience and a grit that I didn't realize that I had. It was the first time that I seen my mother crying over my bed. Backstage, they put me on morphine, and the morphine was making me shake profusely, and my lips were swollen. I couldn't talk, I couldn't eat, couldn't use the bathroom on my own. And that was one of the fights where I really realized how seriously I had to take each and every opponent, that I could never get too big for my bridges, because there's always somebody that's nipping at our toes, you know. So that fight taught me a lot about the seriousness of preparation.
And, I mean, you came back in the second fight and
dominated.
You didn't want to leave any question to the answer.
Quite frankly, yeah, tore him up. Yeah, that second fight was great. It was great.
Everybody studies your film.
Yeah.
You are the #1 target.
Yes.
Everybody's looking at you under a microscope.
Yep.
So how are you staying so fresh? How are you staying so ahead?
I really credit God for a lot of it. I look at other athletes who are withstanding the test of time, guys like LeBron, guys that just continues to keep going. I know that with modern day supplements and nutrition, recovery protocols and things like that, that is all just very possible to continue. I have this attitude. I had a coach that says, John, do it because you can. Because you can. You're the guy to do it. Who else to do it, right?
Yeah.
So I've always had that attitude. It's like winning one more championship. Who else is going to do it? You know what I mean? Like striving for this level of breaking records or greatness in our sport. Who else is?
Ilia Topuria. I'm going to put Ilia Topuria in the S tier, okay? I think that's pretty obvious. Knocking out Max Holloway, knocking out Volk. I know that Volkanovski was outpointing him, but Ilia Topuria was in there and just simply has a more patient style where it's like he's looking to knock you out, and while he's looking to knock you out and he's patient, he's still landing good shots on you. Not many people are that competitive with Volk, okay? Even when, you know, a knockout hasn't occurred. Same thing with Max. Not many people are having a razor close fight with Max. All right, so that's impressive. Add on to that the fact that he's got such incredible hand speed, combinations, and footwork and power that he can also knock you out if you're Max Holloway and Volkanovski. You know how hard it is to knock out Volk on a full training camp? Where he's Speedy Gonzalez mode on the feet and he's floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. You know how hard it is to knock out Max Holloway? Bedtime MMA is saying he's worried for Topuria. And, you know, I've heard MMA gurus saying, I don't know if Ilia Topuria's power is going to translate to lightweight. Okay, so I'm hearing people say things like, I don't know if his power is going to translate. I've heard Bedtime say it. I've heard MMA gurus say it. But I'm sorry, man. Max Holloway has the best chin ever. And I know they're going to say, oh, well, yeah, Marvin Vettori, bro. Listen, this guy's power is good enough to knock out Max. And I think you may look at that scrappy fight that he had with Max Holloway, and you may be saying, yeah, but it was pretty competitive with Max, right? But it's Holloway. Some of those shots that Ilia Topuria is landing on Max and their scrappiness in the second round, when they're scrapping in the first and second, some of those shots are knocking out a lot of people. He knocked Volk out in the second. It took till the third to get Max out of there because it's fucking Max. He's got an unbelievable chin. An insane chin. And some people can say, yeah, but he weight trained down to 145. Weight trained. Weight trained. I've seen that in comment sections. Like, dude, we're going to act like Holloway hasn't fought at 145 pounds for 99% of his career? You can't even say that. Like, the legendary myth of his chin isn't based off of him fighting at 145 99% of the time. Come on. The point that I'm making is the power is going to translate. Like, okay, maybe it's not 100% guaranteed, but if he's knocking out Holloway, you can't just say, well, it took him till the third round to get, like, took him till the third round. In most cases, you could see a fighter landing tons of combinations, and then they get the KO in the third round. Okay, clearly they're not Ngannou, who just needs one punch. But when it's against Max Holloway, I think we can't look at it that way, where it's like, he has good power, but he's really got to wear you out a little bit. Like, he only had to do that against Holloway, and he still knocked him out. No one has ever knocked Holloway out. The power's going to translate. When this guy's fighting someone with a normal chin, we see what happens. Look at Volkanovski, okay? When this guy's fighting people, you know, with dense heads, you know, Josh Emmett's got that Anthony Smith chin. You've never seen Anthony Smith get knocked out cold other than in Strikeforce, but for most of his career, he absorbs a really good punch. Even when he gets dropped, he's not totally out, right? Sort of fumbles and tumbles to the ground. That's what happens with Josh Emmett. Emmett has never really been KO'd. I know he got TKO'd by Stevens, but it wasn't out cold or anything like that. Also, Stevens landed a illegal knee on him or whatever. But either way, yeah, it's going to translate. I really think it's going to translate. Like, this guy's knocking out Holloway. We can't forget how impressive that is. If you're knocking out Max, okay, and you're just sleeping Volk with the first solid punch you land on the chin, these lightweights are getting slept. That's my opinion. Now, I do understand the fact that lightweights are, you know, they have longer reaches. They hit harder, too, and Topuria has a bully style. There, I understand why it's a tough matchup for him when he goes up and fights Oliveira. But as far as his power translating, I think it's going to translate. I know that there are other factors as well that could lead to Topuria losing. I know it's not if his power translates, he automatically wins. Like, I know he can still get caught. He can still get knocked out. He can get bullied in the clinch or whatever. But the point that I'm making is I think his power translates. And this is power that we've never seen before, mixed with skill that we've never seen before. Like, how many lighter fighters have we seen with Topuria's dynamite? Not even Gene Silva has that. Gene Silva, crazy power in his hands, wicked speed, explosive. Not even Gene Silva's knocking people out like Topuria. I don't think Gene Silva's knocking out Max Holloway. Okay? Mix that with the fucking footwork, with the combos, the hand speed, with the grappling. We're not talking about grappling. We're talking about striking alone. Ilya's S tier, man. He's S tier. So let's get on to the next one, Jamal Hill. I am going to put Jamal Hill in... I'm going to put him in the B- tier. Maybe the B tier. Maybe the B tier. I don't know, man. I'll put him B- tier. I think he's decent. Nah, I'll put him B tier. I mean, you can't have him in the same tier as freaking Josh Emmett, bro. All right. I do think Josh Emmett would be able to knock down Mateus Gamrot a few times. You know what I mean? But I'll put Jamal Hill in the B tier. I think he's very low B tier, though. He waddles around like a duck. He's extremely flat-footed. He's got an okay clinch striking game. He's got okay boxing. But, you know, I just think it's the case that he was overrated back in the day based on his striking performance against Glover, but gets knocked out against Pereira. That's not why he's beat here, but then he gets beat by Yuri, and he didn't look that great in the Yuri fight. I'll say he's beat here, though. I mean, the way he beat up Glover was very impressive. I still think that he has a good chance to beat Khalil Roundtree. I'll put him B tier. I'll put him B tier. He's got okay striking. But, yeah, I think that's his peak right now, is B. Let's get on to Merab. I'll say Merab is B- tier. Merab can defend himself, right? He can throw output. He can defend himself. He's not a sitting duck. He's not easy to finish, but like we know, he relies heavily on his pace and grappling. And that's why he can hang in there with Umar on the feet a little bit. It's just because he's just spamming takedowns and whatnot. So I'll put him B- tier. Let's see. MVP. I'm going to put MVP in the B tier. I think MVP. I think he would probably be able to outstrike Jamal Hill. Sharamagomedov, brother, is just a different level, brother. No. We're putting MVP S tier. Maybe we'll only have 10 fighters in the S tier, which will be like the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I say MVP is definitely S tier. He's up there. I think that he might be able to outstrike JDM. That would be a really interesting matchup. Because we saw that JDM didn't have, you know, his classic just marauder run through you with his... No, he's not a marauder, but run through you with boxing performance against Kevin Holland. He's gotten better since then, but MVP is just another level. We saw what MVP did to Kevin Holland. I think that this is S tier. S tier level striker right there. No one outstrikes him. I don't think anyone outstrikes him. I think he would beat Robert Whittaker. I think he would beat Sean Strickland. I think he beats Ian Gary. Oh, we literally saw him outstrike Ian Gary. So, yeah, I don't think I got to really argue that one. So fast, right? Got that karate blitz style. Charles Oliveira. Where are we going to put Oliveira? I'll put Oliveira in the B+ tier. I think that Oliveira has declined a little bit with his striking. Now, I might have had him in the A tier if you were to ask me in 2022, 2023. I still think Oliveira's very dangerous. Okay? Nah, I'll put him A tier. Man, though. But I think he's slowed down a bit. I think he slowed down a little bit. We did see him get outstruck by Armand. He got pieced up with the jab. Armand landed good combos, good kicks. Oliveira just didn't really do anything on the feet. He did send Justin Gaethje flying across the octagon, which is why I think he deserves to be in that tier as well. But I think he's a little bit slower. I don't see the same Oliveira. Okay, he pieced up Michael Chandler, but dude, Michael Chandler is just not a good striker at all. He's like Josh Emmett. He relies on a big gnarly overhand. And he's just looking slower these days, Oliveira. And he just has that thing that just shuts his striking down. He just freezes up against these brothers. And there's so many brothers in the lightweight division that, you know, it's just going to happen quite often. When Oliveira fights Armand, when he fights Makhachev, he does freeze up a little bit. And he doesn't fight as aggressively as he normally does. And when he does fight super aggressively, because we've seen him striking look pretty good against Poirier, right? He still doesn't get the better of Poirier. Like, he was in there with Poirier doing really well in the clinch, landing some good shots on the feet, but Poirier was still comfortably ahead on the feet. He dropped Oliveira. He was winning the striking exchanges. Ultimately, Oliveira needed to go to the ground, but showed a decent, tough version of himself. Against Gaethje, gets dropped a couple of times, drops Gaethje, finishes it on the ground. I don't know. I think maybe high B tier. I think Oliveira's got wicked leg kicks, but here's the thing. I am going to say high B tier. I think that Oliveira has declined a little bit on the feet. I think he's like Corey Sandhagen. And I'll explain this a little bit better, but you see Sandhagen in... Oh, Sandhagen's in the A tier. I think Sandhagen's striking used to be better. I think he used to be more dynamic. Same thing with Oliveira. I think Oliveira against Kevin Lee, he looked a lot faster. I think his striking looked a lot more dynamic, a lot faster against even Gaethje. Remember, jumping flying knees and checking all the kicks. It looks a little slower these days as he's gotten a little bit older. The grappling is still good for him. The power is still... Magomedov, man. I'm putting Umar in the B- tier. No. I'll put 2. Should we do Aspinall? I kind of don't even want to do the heavyweights just because I'm just going to piss people off with my takes on the heavyweights. Like, people expect Tom Aspinall to be, oh, Aspinall's A+ tier. It's like, dude, he's knocking out Curtis Blades, and he's knocking out people like fucking Sergey Pavlovich. I know they're dangerous, but heavyweight's just a different sport, dude. Like, heavyweight and talking about how skilled people are and all that, like, we have to have that in a separate video. Aspinall's good. He's good. Okay? I'll put him A tier. But, like, I'm sorry, man. Whitaker's just better than him. Okay? Magomed has proven that he can outstrike someone like Pereira. Aspinall has never beat someone that's close to the level of Alex Pereira on the feet. Now, does that mean he couldn't? No, it doesn't mean he couldn't. He could knock out Magomed Ankalaev. And this is the thing that frickin', you know, confuses me. I say things like Magomed could be a tough fight for Aspinall. And people were like, that's crazy. Are we forgetting that just a few months ago we were saying that if Magomed can't take down Pereira, he's screwed on the feet? We were looking at Alex Pereira making fools out of Yuri Prohaska, Jamal Hill, like, you know, destroying people. Looking unbelievable. And we were saying there's no chance Magomed outstrikes him and beats him on the feet. And he did. And again, we talked about Magomed. There's not anything other than his boxing that's that good, but his boxing, even though it doesn't stand out that much, it's not flashy like Volk or Jan or Topuria. But it's just, he's so hard to hit. And he's just so fast. And he's got a really good counter-striking game. And Tom Aspinall, you know, blitzkrieging through Plotty Man Blades, just tumbling and bumbling forward with his eyes glazed over because he just woke out from a nap. Like, dude, Sergey Pavlovich, who is basically a freaking meathead. Sergey Pavlovich, you watch Sergey Pavlovich train, and it's like he's just doing pull-ups at the PI, bro. Nah, I'm kidding, but listen, Sergey Pavlovich, you know, he's got slick hand speed, man, but as soon as he's in a fight, he's literally just slugging. The skill level's different. And I know Aspinall makes fights look easy, but... And I know he's not... you know he's not Ngannou. I know that. We're not talking about grappling. We're just talking striking. Sometimes just because you knock people out doesn't mean your striking is next level. Yes, he's more technical than Ngannou, and he's faster. Yes, I get it. He's better than Ngannou. But, like, the reason why people think it's a joke for me to say that he would have a tough fight with Magomed, and Magomed would be his toughest test right now, is because Magomed doesn't get finishes, and Aspinall knocks people out. We were literally saying the same shit about Alex Pereira. In fact, not only that, not only was it the case that Pereira knocks people out and Magomed can't finish a fly, Pereira was schooling people with output. Pereira was outstriking people like Jan, Adesanya. He was outstriking Yuri Prohaska, barely getting hit. So it's not only that Magomed can't get any finishes and Alex Pereira can, plus Pereira's got amazing kickboxing in a tit-for-tat battle. You know what I mean? And he still outstrikes him. So the point that I'm making is, I don't think it's as simple as, well, he finished Curtis Blades easily, therefore he finishes Magomed easily. Like, dude, Magomed's not going to be there. Magomed actually has footwork. Magomed actually has distance management. I know Aspinall's fast as fuck. I know that. But let's not buy into the, oh, he moves like a flyweight too much thing. Like, he does not move like a flyweight. Tom Aspinall, I would say he moves like a welterweight. He's very fast. Extremely fast. But are we just going to act like Magomed Ankalaev didn't just speed Mog Alex Pereira? Like, Magomed Ankalaev is fast as fuck. I don't think there's a single fighter that has looked faster than Magomed in the cage. I'm trying to think of one. I know Aspinall might be slightly faster, but the point that I'm making is Magomed is a championship level fighter that outstruck Alex Pereira, the finisher and amazing kickboxer in a tit-for-tat battle. It's not a crazy take to say that it could be a competitive fight because we're assuming that Aspinall finishes Magomed Ankalaev in 30 seconds. What if Magomed keeps his distance and gets into the fight a little bit? And Aspinall, for the first time in his career, is forced to stand up and figure out a puzzle. Because it's not always the case. This is the thing about the heavyweight division. That's why I say it's like a different sport. Because the guys at heavyweight, when you have someone like Aspinall that's truly good, he will make people like Curtis Blades, who is your typical heavyweight, look like shit. That's the thing. Even Gon, who's slick. Like, Aspinall will probably beat Gon, but Gon is better than Blades. Gon is better than Pavlovich on the feet, right? And I know Aspinall pieced up Volkov, but Volkov has improved since then. I know that was only like 3 years ago, but Volkov has actually improved a lot. He'd probably destroy Volkov again, but this ain't a fucking heavyweight striker. Magomed Ankalaev beat the former best middleweight striker, Alex Pereira. So, yeah, but that's why I'm saying, like, I don't know if Aspinall's A tier, man. I am more impressed with Magomed Ankalaev outstriking Alex Pereira, even if it was, you know, kind of a lackluster fight. I'm more impressed with him rocking him and beating Pereira with output on the feet than I am with Aspinall knocking out Curtis Blades. That being said, again, this is just striking results and whatnot, so I'm going to keep Aspinall in the A tier. Okay, I'm going to keep him in the A tier. Because even though I am more impressed with Magomed beating Alex Pereira, Aspinall's still a more impressive fighter, okay? So again, when I say more impressed, I'm talking about striking skill and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's not 100% just technique. A lot of it is results-based, but results-based also or basing this off of the results also has to do with the level of competition. That's kind of the thing that I'm talking about. Magomed outstriking one of the greatest strikers in MMA history is just a lot more of an accomplishment than Aspinall knocking out Plotty Blades and Sergey Pavlovich, who is dangerous, very dangerous, but still. But nonetheless, I don't mean to say that Magomed's a more impressive fighter. Aspinall is the most impressive heavyweight of all time, and I still think he would have a good chance to beat Magomed. I think he might beat him, and you know, I still kind of think that Aspinall is the best fighter in history. And I mean, like, just I just mean it like that. Like, I think he is maybe the best combat athlete ever. So, yeah. Of course, even if you're heavyweight and you're like Ngannou, like, Aspinall is very skilled on the ground, very fast on the feet. So he is more impressive than Magomed, but I don't know if I'd put him in a higher tier. I think that people still really underrate Magomed. You know, and people might say that I'm glazing him or whatever. Listen, I'm friends with Magomed Ankalaev. I train with Magomed Ankalaev. I take my bias out of this. I don't think Magomed's style is that entertaining. I would rather Alex Pereira be champ. I've told him that. I said, brother, that's why they kicked me out. I went to the after party. They kicked me out of the after party, and then they let me back in, but they kicked me out for like 5 minutes because of that. Alex Pereira is more entertaining. I like him better as champ, but you just can't deny, like, we saw it take place. We saw the outstriking happen, okay? Like, we're not in the world before Pereira and Magomed. We're post that fight. We've seen it with our own eyes. It occurred, it happened, we need to get over it. All right, Magomed is A tier. And if he knocks Pereira out again, and then fucking beats Aspinall, he's fucking A+ tier. And we're just gonna have to deal with the fact that someone that is somewhat of a boring fighter on the feet can be as high as he's gonna be on this list if he does that. Now, this is the thing. When I say somewhat boring, I'm just comparing him to the S tier fighters. Even though, to be honest, MVP has a style that can be boring at times, right? I would say Magomed and MVP have similar levels of entertainment factor sometimes. Magomed is underratedly entertaining, but let's not get ahead of ourselves and be like, okay, well, just because he beats Pereira and is better than Pereira means he's more entertaining. Like, he's not the most entertaining fight style. Let's just say that. But he's not boring. I wouldn't say he's boring, but he doesn't have banger fights, and that's, you know, pretty obvious. Let's continue. But Aspinall, I do got to say he's A tier because if we do look at some of these former heavyweights that had good striking, that, you know, we looked at Stipe Miocic, and he actually set himself apart from the other heavyweights and had that solid boxing game, fundamentals, right? And was able to challenge Daniel Cormier, Lighterman Cormier, over the course of a long fight. Stipe wasn't creating the same gap against these other guys. Aspinall is not only knocking these guys out because of his power, but just because of how much of a joke their skills are compared to his too, and also speed is a factor. But hey, you know, we talk about speed. That's like why MVP is in the S tier. It's because of how fast he is. So speed is a big part of your skill set.
What is this?
Okay. Some people say it's an attribute. It is an attribute, but hey, that's like massive for striking. We have no slow strikers up here. Makhachev might be the slower striker in the A+ tier and the S tier or whatever, but, you know, he's just got really solid fundamentals. And he's very slick. He has perfect technique with a lot of what he does. Paddy Pimblett. I'm going to put Pimblett in the B+, B- tier. Listen, man, I know that he was able to get the better of Michael Chandler, but a lot of that was just because, again, patient Michael Chandler is awful on the feet. And also, he did beat up Michael Chandler, and that takes a lot out of you on the feet as well. Kind of breaks you mentally a bit. But right now, I'll say Paddy Pimblett's B- tier. I'm not ready to say that he's higher than that. Yeah, if we see him go out there and fight Justin Gaethje, even though I don't want to see that fight, and he hangs in there with Gaethje on the feet, I'll definitely bump him higher. 100%. But right now, I got him B- tier. Okay? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like seeing Hill higher than him, though. I don't like seeing Hill higher than him. I think that Mateusz Gamrot and Paddy Pimblett are similar level on the feet. Let's just say that. But again, just because he schooled Michael Chandler doesn't mean that it was just the striking, okay? The grappling was most of it. Jelton Almeida. I don't even know why Jelton Almeida's on this list. I'm not even going to fucking rank him. Okay, he has one knockout. What does that mean? Let's get on to the next one. Alexander Volkov. I'll put Volkov in the B+ tier, or the B tier. I think he's, you know, at that Davy Grant. I know Davy Grant's a better striker than him. Davy Grant would probably win a fight if they were the same size with his skill set and speed or whatever. But, you know, Volkov, don't look at this as disrespect. He is a heavyweight. So... Listen, I know that he can style on some people, like he can knock out Jairzinho Rozenstruik, but and Jairzinho Rozenstruik's one of the ranked heavyweights. And he beats a ranked guy and styles on him. That means he's legit. Like, listen, the heavyweight division is so shallow that there are massive drop-offs in skill. Okay, so when he's not fighting Aspinall, he is one of the better heavyweight strikers, and so that's why he's B tier, but the other decent heavyweight strikers like Jairzinho are just not even that good, okay? I would put Gon in the same tier, honestly. I'd put Gon in the B tier, too. I think that Gon looks amazing against some of these fat heavyweights because they're fat heavyweights. I think, you know, we look at Adesanya. If Adesanya was fighting people that moved like, you know, Sergey Spivak, he would have the same type of performances, man. So, like, yeah, I'm putting Volkov in the B tier. Good striker, great striker, but heavyweight nonetheless. I think Aspinall still would just annihilate him, but that's Aspinall. But Aspinall is maybe the only heavyweight ever to be in the A tier. I don't think there's ever been a heavyweight in MMA history that'd be A tier or higher. Aspinall's the only one. And that's largely based on the results, okay? But let's get on to Shamil the Blob Gaziev. I'm putting Shamil in the fucking C tier. I'm putting Shamil in the C tier, bro. I'm putting Shamil in the C tier. You know what? I think Shamil Gaziev is a better striker than Asul Mabayev. No. I'm kidding, guys. Asul Mabayev's probably better than most of these C tier guys, okay? But I got Shamil Gaziev in the D tier. Listen, I'm sorry, but if you make Aston Bashi heavyweight, give him the same skill set, it's a war, okay? Same thing with Michael Chiesa. And listen, Shamil Gaziev is D tier, bro. He's laying people out. I do think Johnny Walker would knock him out. But I think Shamil Gaziev's underrated, dude. I think he's pretty underrated. Where would I put? I'd probably put Rosenstrike in the C tier. I'd probably C tier for heavyweights, very good. So I'll put Shamil in the D tier. I think that that's being charitable to Shamil. I think that Shamil on his best night, if he doesn't get shinned by Johnny Walker, which he would, that's why I feel like this is a weird one, because Johnny Walker would annihilate him. But am I ready to put him in the same tier as... Yeah. I mean, let's be honest. Michael Chiesa and his skill set at heavyweight probably gets him a few KOs, right? Most likely. I'll put Shamil in the F tier. Shit, dude. Shamil Gaziev in the F tier, bro. But hey, he's a heavyweight. If this is the heavyweight striking list, he'd be higher. But he's heavyweight, bro. Gon. Yeah, man, I think Gon is in the B tier. I think Gon's a really good striker. But I think Carlos Ulberg would have similar results. I think you put Carlos Ulberg in there with Spivak and he knocks him out easily, okay? I'd say Gon is B tier. Same as Volkov. Even though Volkov beat him, let's not forget Gon beat him in the first fight. They're pretty similar level. Both very good for heavyweight. That's about as good as heavyweights can be. Unless you're an outlier like Aspinall. Okay. Let's see. Peyton Talbot. Where are we going to put Peyton Talbot? I'm going to put Peyton Talbot in the B+ tier. Okay, he got sunned by Barcelos, but a lot of that was because of the grappling. A lot of that was because Barcelos took him down and just kind of didn't allow Peyton Talbot to get going. And even when Peyton Talbot would get up to his feet, he was more focused on trying to look cool and trying to punk Barcelos rather than like, okay, let me take a more patient approach and stuff takedowns. It may not look as flashy, but let me just, you know, focus on the takedown defense and stand my ground a little bit. Maybe you could say, well, he was trying to fight like the threat of the takedown wasn't there. Maybe that's better for your stand-up as a striker, but nonetheless, I don't think you could have him much lower. I think if you look at someone like Cameron Simon, light on the feet, right, moves around pretty well. I think Cameron Simon's maybe B tier, and you may laugh at that, oh, he gets knocked out easily, but come on, dude, Cameron Simon is better than fucking Pedro Munoz. But then again, maybe Pedro Munoz would knock out Cameron Simon, so I don't know. But I think Peyton Talbot's very good on the feet. Again, Barcelos taking him down doesn't prove that he's not good on the feet. However, I wouldn't put him any higher than B tier, or B+ tier. But I do trust that Peyton Talbot, based on his power, based on his output, his timing is amazing too. I just think he's very dangerous, and I think he will get a lot of KOs. And again, he's not even close to his prime, so I think he's B+ tier right now. Maybe B tier. Let's see. Are there any bantamweights in the B tier? No, there aren't. I don't know. I'll put him B tier right now. I think B plus tier might be a little bit high. And Nathaniel Wood, former bantamweight. I feel like Nathaniel Wood could give him a good run for his money, right? So, yeah, I'll put Talbot in the high B tier at the moment. Although, let's be honest, if he were to fight someone like Adesanya, Cannonier, and he's the same size as them, he probably knocks them out. But right now, I'll put him B tier. I just need to see him get past someone that's decent on the feet. Dan Hooker, I'll put Dan Hooker in the B plus tier. I think Dan Hooker's got some decent striking. I think that's his peak. Maybe he slowed down a little bit over the years, but right now I'll say B plus. Okay. Henry Cejudo. I'm going to put Henry Cejudo in the B plus tier as well. Oh, man. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to put him in the B plus tier. 2, Hamzat Chimaev. I'm going to put Hamzat in the B tier. Went toe-to-toe with prime Gilbert Burns. Pretty impressive.
No, 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 no! Wait! Just wait!
Lance's friends have. The story then moves 6 months forward in New York. Frank now works at a construction site under a fake name, Pete Castiglione. Among the workers, a boy named Donnie Chavez often becomes a target of bullying. Frank notices everything, but chooses to stay silent. One worker, Lance, intentionally tries to provoke Frank. Donnie goes to Frank, who is sitting alone on the terrace. He offers Frank a sandwich and tries to befriend him, but Frank ignores him and warns him to stay away.
It's crazy, Lance. What are you gonna do? You know, if they don't ask you to work extra, they don't pay you for it, right? Because of you, we're getting less overtime.
Kick his ass, Lance. You don't want me for an enemy, man.
I'm Donnie. This why you come up here? My grandma makes the best sandwich. A man's gotta eat. One man chain gang. You like that movie?
Take one of those sandwiches, you start talking.
Meanwhile, a war veteran support group is shown, led by a man named Curtis. He tries to help the people with their traumas. After the session ends, Frank meets Curtis privately. Their conversation reveals that Frank and Curtis served together in Afghanistan and have remained good friends since then. Curtis encourages Frank to live a normal, happy life.
Anybody that had anything to do with what happened to Maria and the kids are dead. Hell, if you would have asked me, I would have helped you do it.
I know that.
Now, the only person you're punishing is yourself.
Thank you for the coffee.
One of the workers talks privately with his friend Paulie about his financial trouble. Paulie suggests to rob a poker game, and Lance agrees. Lance and Paulie think Frank might have overheard their robbery plan, so they start provoking him.
Were you listening to us?
Everywhere I turn, there you are, pissing me off.
Where you going? Where you going?
Oh, where you going? Oh, you want to do something with that hammer?
That hammer's gonna find a new home up your ass.
Suddenly, one of Lance's friends has an accident. He falls and breaks his arm. Donnie asks Frank to help them, since he was a Marine and knows about field medicine, but he just looks at them and walks away. Later, Lance wants to abort the robbery, since they are one man short, but end up recruiting Donnie as the final member. Once everything was ready, they head to the location and rob the gangsters.
Nobody! You get what he got! Bag the cash!
The boy should leave while you can.
Shut up, greaseball.
You're all dead.
Come on, let's go.
Let's go! Hurry up! We don't get all day! We don't get shit! You really screwed this up, Donald. Whoa!
Hey, sleepy. I'm gonna go get breakfast.
Lance and Paulie decide that Donnie is now a risk because he dropped his ID at the robbery scene. They plan to eliminate Donnie to cover up their crime. Donnie begs for his life, promising to leave town, but they ignore him and beat him badly.
Shut it off. Tonight just gets better and better.
the money. Take the money, man. No! This is the basement of a restaurant. Manello's in Little Italy.
I'm gonna find a home for this.
No!
No one sleeps until we get these guys. Start with this kid, Donald Chavez. Christ.
At Homeland Security's office, Agent Dinah Madani is introduced. She meets her new partner, Agent Sam Stein. Dinah is upset because she had been transferred from Afghanistan to New York as she was investigating the murder of a local police officer named Ahmad Zubair. Dinah reveals to Sam that Zubair was a member of the Afghan National Police and had discovered that some soldiers were secretly involved in heroin trafficking. American soldiers eliminated Zubair to cover up their drug trafficking.
The U.S. government gave Ahmed Zubair our word, and it got him killed.
Just like this, who knows what got him killed? But I will not stand for insubordinate or weakling. Otherwise, you can quit.
You're the boss.
We are then shown another flashback of Frank and his kids on a ferry. They talk and have fun, but when his son mentions war that Frank was, he becomes angry.
Dad goes away, so we kill lots of Hodges.
Hey, don't you ever say anything like that again. You got that?
Back in the present, he goes to a diner, where Micro calls him and asks Frank to watch a videotape he left at Frank's house. After the call, Frank runs outside and thinks Micro is on a rooftop, but instead, Micro left a burner phone for Frank to contact him. He then has a nightmare about a masked Marine shooting his wife Maria, and then watches the video of him and other Marines deleting Ahmed Zubair. The video really shakes him up. The next day, Frank asks Curtis if he has mentioned anything about him being alive or heard about Micro, and Curtis replies that he hasn't.
What does he want? Yeah, he says he's got answers that I need. He said that what happened to Maria and the kids, it was because of something that I did. Talk to me. What were you into? Shit that follows you home no matter how hard you try. Follows you home. And Maria, she knew it. She knew it. The kids knew it. Come on, you didn't kill your family. But if I did?
Dinah and Sam talk about how September 11th and the war on terrorists changed things. Dinah believes U.S. Marines eliminated Zubair after seeing a video of Marines torturing him, but the video was stolen from her. She thinks powerful people are stopping her from investigating. Dinah also learns that Frank's friend, Billy Russo, now runs a private military company called Anvil in New York. She convinces her boss, Wolf, to let her meet Russo by saying she needs training at Anvil's law enforcement facility.
Say, lady, you not hungry? You got any change? Please. Still all hard, huh?
Things got this bad, Frank?
I flirt with the idea of going full man bind. For somebody that knows that I'm still alive.
You should know me better than that. I would never.
You want to say no, you say no. But this guy, he calls himself Micro, right? Like that's supposed to mean something. He says something about us both being dead men, right?
How do I contact you?
Later, Karen asked her boss, Mitchell Ellison, about Micro. He remembers a man who mentioned Micro selling government secrets and being eliminated. However, the story was not published because the source was not on record, and Wolf made him stop the story. Ellison offers Karen the article. Micro is at home, watching his family on cameras, while also keeping an eye out for Frank on surveillance. Dinah and Sam do a simulated hostage rescue at Anvil, where Sam accidentally eliminated a hostage. They meet Russo, who talks about government contracts with the DHS. Dinah tries to ask Russo about Kandahar, but Wolf stops her. Russo suggests they meet outside work to talk more. Frank meets Karen at a park bench. She gives him information about Micro, including his real name, David Lieberman, and his address. She says she will help, but only if Frank promises not to eliminate anyone.
It's an unconfirmed story about an intelligence operative that got caught leaking covert information. Lieberman was shot and killed trying to escape arrest by Homeland Security. Carson Wolf got it shut down. You know what? It's a long story, Frank. Just believe it or not, I actually care what happens to you. Be careful.
Frank fakes an accident by stepping in front of Sarah Lieberman's car to get inside her house. Sarah invites him inside to help with a cut on his head. Micro, worried about Frank being near his family, grabs a gun and drives over. Frank takes the chance to look around the house while asking for coffee. He connects with Sarah over their shared grief and offers to check the car for damage.
Tell you what, I'll take off, all right? I'll just sip this cup.
No. It's okay. Please, sorry. Finish your coffee.
Sorry about your loss. Sorry. I lost my family. Not a day goes by, right? It wish things were different.
Frank shaves his head in his apartment. He then puts on a ski mask and breaks into Wolf's house through the chimney. When Wolf returns, Frank surprises him and they have a fierce fight.
Lieberman was a traitor. He was selling secrets.
The way I see it, there's no way a guy like you kills a suspect in a case that big. No way. Whatever you think. Tonight's the night you're gonna die, Frank. We knew exactly where you'd be. Exactly where to go to get you. What do you say? You killed my family to get to me. Misdirection. It was a calculated risk. You understand, right? Now close your eyes, Frank. I'm gonna do you a favor. Gun's empty, asshole. Just you, me, and the truth now.
Dinah meets Russo at a bar, and they talk about his military service. Russo admits he enjoyed killing people in Afghanistan, especially when he and Frank fought to save their squad. Their conversation ends when Dinah is called to investigate Wolf's murder. The next day, Frank gets a call from Micro, who praises him for avoiding capture. Frank tricks Micro into a chase with Curtis's help. They end up at a cemetery where Micro finds a grave with his name. Curtis gives Micro Frank's message that if Micro hurts Curtis, Frank will go after his family.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Who are you? Why isn't he here?
He decided he doesn't like what you're selling.
Hold on. Hey! What are we doing? What are we doing? You're wondering if I'm some kind of a decoy to lure you out? I'm not. That alarm, that means that we got 3 minutes before it gets awful warm in here.
Let's save one time.
Are you gonna help me out? Yeah.
No bullshit.
You don't know a goddamn thing. The same people that killed you killed me.
All right.
Micro tells Frank that he used to work for the NSA and found a video showing American soldiers eliminating Zubair. He decided to send the video to Dinah. Later, while driving with his family, agents led by Wolf surrounded their car.
Stay in the car, no matter what happens.
What are you doing?
Hey, come back here.
Don't move! I'm not a criminal. I'm an NSA analyst. Sarah, go.
Drop the weapon!
Sarah!
Cell phone saved my life.
At the vet center, Curtis is cleaning up when Russo shows up. He gives Curtis a check to help pay the rent. He also offers Curtis a job, but Curtis says he is done with that life. Then we see a flashback where Frank, Russo, and other soldiers are picked to join a secret team called Operation Cerberus, led by Agent Rollins and Colonel Schoonover. Everyone agrees without a problem. Later, in their camp, Russo and Frank bond over a poem, showing their close friendship.
You read a poem. I didn't know you could read. Sorry about that.
At the vet center, young vet Lewis shares a story about how his superiors lied to the public, blaming enemy fire for a friendly fire incident that eliminates soldiers. Lewis feels betrayed and confused. O'Connor, an angry Vietnam vet, tries to feed Lewis's anger and mistrust.
Read this, kid. You're right to feel betrayed. There's plenty of men who feel just the same.
Frank discovers that the countdown on Micro's computer is not for an explosion, but for a video broadcast. Micro then confronts Frank about their past actions, specifically mentioning Zubair. This triggers a flashback to when the video was filmed. Zubair pleads for his life as Rollins tortures him, eventually revealing that he does not know anything. Rollins turns to Frank and orders him to eliminate Zubair.
What's he saying? Nothing useful.
I'm not a terrorist. I have a family.
Do it.
I have a family.
You desecrating corpses now? Looks to me like you're hiding evidence.
Micro tries to convince Frank to team up with him and trust him, but Frank is stubborn and refuses. Micro talks about how both he and Frank were betrayed by their country. The alarm goes off, and after typing in the code, Micro grabs a pen. The pen is actually a needle, and he uses it to stab Frank, knocking him out. Lewis wakes up from a nightmare at home and accidentally shoots at his dad. He misses, gets scared, apologizes, and runs off, showing how PTSD affects him. Meanwhile, at Micro's place, Frank wakes up with his gun in hand. Micro is calmly drinking coffee. Frank asks why Micro did not try to eliminate him. Micro explains again that they should be on the same side.
You and me are both done things that we would like to take back. But we're not the bad guys, so yeah. Right?
I need you gentlemen for a briefing. 5 minutes.
Sure.
that we won't be able to land anywhere near the compound without alerting the enemy, so we're gonna land here.
Wire support? Sir, this looks like an ambush. I think this is a trap. I think it's a trap because it's exactly what I would do. I trust Frank's instincts, sir.
And I trust hard-earned, thoroughly vetted intelligence.
I think if we do this, better than to die.
I pointed. Now you need to go shoot.
You can get those mortars ranged in, they're gonna pound us into the goddamn ground.
I'm going.
And I'm coming with you.
You gotta stay here. You keep them safe.
Cover!
Did you kill the target?
You don't like the way that it smells? Get out!
Your Operation Cerberus? There's no official record. There's no congressional approval. Return Junior, hit me, bro. But you and me, we want the same thing right now. So work with me.
The next day, Lewis is digging a trench in his backyard, trying to recreate the comfort of war. We then see Frank wearing a hoodie and pointing a gun at Turk. Frank needs weapons and ammo, but Turk does not have much to offer, just a custom pink rifle. Frank knocks him out, and the mission to get supplies does not go as planned. He returns at Micro's hideout with nothing but a pink rifle, disappointing him.
How we do? M4, M40, ammo and grenades, right? He said that the whole shipment went to someone else. You want to go up against Agent Orange with the pink Ruger and no ammo? Is that what you want to do, Lieberman?
Dinah and Sam are discussing about a gun shipment from the Greeks that is on its way. They are planning an operation to seize the guns. An older man, Rafi, enters and tells her that the investigation into Wolf's death is being taken over by someone else, which frustrates Dinah. Lewis is in his backyard bunker, where Curtis shows up to try and talk him into returning to the group, but Lewis does not listen.
Now you're sleeping in a hole in November. I don't have nightmares out here.
Want some advice? War's the only chance you got at doing something with me.
I didn't get nothing over there. I lost it. I'm gonna sign up with a private military group called ANGO.
How about you come on out of there and we go talk more about it?
No, I'm good.
Well, you know how to find it.
Frank goes to Sarah's house to help with her insurance paperwork, while Micro watches from his base. There is a moment with Micro's daughter fixing the garbage disposal, and Frank reassures her that she is smart. Sarah talks about how the kids are handling Micro's death. Frank apologizes and offers to fix her headlight. Next, we cut to Anvil, where Billy Russo is giving a speech to newly appointed recruits. Lewis is also among them.
Is anybody here making $100,000 a year? Is it because you're not worth the investment? You will have the opportunity to fight for a living. And you will be well compensated. A new brotherhood to call your own. Something to fight for. To live for.
Micro hacks into the Homeland Security site to get info on the Greek gun shipment. He finds all the intel, including Dinah and Sam's tactical plan. We then see a shady warehouse where criminals are torturing each other over cars. Frank appears, throwing a grenade and taking out the criminals with his gun.
You are in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know who you are, man. Just let me go.
What are you gonna puke? Not gonna. Hey, do not leave your DNA for the police, all right?
What about him?
Not our problem.
Frank leaves off with a beautiful Ferrari, while Micro goes off with a van, and together they get ready to stop the gun deal. Micro begins to feel nervous and says he can't do it, but Frank challenges him to stop being scared and to act. He gets frustrated, and Frank responds by saying that being angry is better than being afraid all the time. Dinah and her team are in the middle of the operation to seize the guns. Suddenly, music starts playing over their radios, messing things up. Frank jumps on top of a moving truck and takes control, driving the truck to a parking lot.
Drop the guns, turn around!
That's the second time the truck's passed there. It's a loop. Someone's feeling it's a goddamn loop.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Just get there. It's being ripped off.
What did I do?
Be still. I'm banged up. Stay out of my way, Madonna.
Next morning, Dinah wakes up in her apartment all bruised up from the car accident last night. She is angry and thinks about what happened. At Anvil, Curtis talks to Russo about Lewis, warning him that Lewis is about to snap. Russo, not too concerned, goes to talk to Lewis. He asks about the foxhole in Lewis's backyard and says he is at risk. Lewis gets angry and starts bad-mouthing Curtis. Russo offers him a job, but not as a shooter, which makes Lewis furious.
I will find you something to do here. Are you gonna give me a job mopping floors? You're just another liar in command. Okay, we're done. You need to leave.
Your brotherhood is bullshit.
Then we see Frank at the hideout, organizing his weapons on a rack. Micro gets upset that Frank helped Dinah after the crash, and Frank jokes that Micro is nagging him like a worried friend. Frank then goes to fix Sarah's car headlight just like he promised. While working, he talks with her daughter. Micro's son shows up and acts rude, and Frank teases him back. Sarah then invites Frank to dinner on Sunday, while Micro watches everything through his cameras and feels sad. Dinah meets with Rafi and Sam to talk about the failed mission. While looking at pictures of her wrecked Mustang, she seriously says she loved that car because her dad gave it to her for her 21st birthday, and now she cannot let it go. Dinah asks to come back to work. He asks her if she knows anything important, but Dinah keeps the truth about Frank to herself, since everyone thinks he is dead.
Someone from your unit risked their lives filming this, Frank.
Gunnar Anderson, he's wearing the camera. Bible guy, like to quote scripture, hell of a soldier. He knew what we were doing was wrong.
Our job at the CIA is to identify and contain any dangers to it. I don't know a single operative with any years under their belt who hasn't had to do something that gave them nightmares, so that the rest of America can sleep peacefully. My name is William Rollins. Welcome to the CIA.
Dinah tells Sam that Frank is alive and stole the guns. Sam gets angry and says he will not lie if anyone asks. Meanwhile, Rollins is secretly listening to their conversation through hidden microphones in Dinah's office.
Special agent in charge of Homeland Security investigations called me up.
We were out of a burning car.
Take it David Lieberman had the answers you were looking for.
Some people came after me, came after him. I need to find these bastards that took him from me, kill them. I gotta kill them.
So where does that end, Frank?
So what do you want, Kim? What should I do? Should I let it go?
No, but I want there to be an answer.
It's your alternative. What should I do?
You're exposing them.
These men, they decide what the truth is. You don't get to do that. The family's gone because of what I know. They're gone.
Frank goes into the woods to find Gunnar, but before he can knock on the door, Gunnar shoots him with an arrow.
Gunnar, it's Frank Castle. Come on, Gunnar, it's Frank.
Gunnar, goddammit, it's Frank Castle. Come on, I'm not part of it, brother. I never have been.
I'm not your enemy, brother. The tape you made, they killed my family for it.
Gunnar tells Frank about Colonel Schoonover loading drugs into a dead soldier's body, which made him want to expose the corruption. Suddenly, 8 soldiers appear, chasing Frank and Gunnar. They start fighting back using booby traps and gunfire. Micro helps by sending a drone to guide Frank.
Let's go, let's go.
Okay, Frank, I'm assuming that you and your buddy are the two hiding behind the big tree, yeah?
Now they're gonna come up behind you from either side of the tree.
Downhill. Move, quickly.
You're gonna die, you hear me?
It's just like old times.
Micro's family waits for Frank to show up for Sunday dinner, unaware that he is injured and struggling to survive in the woods. Frank and Gunnar are both badly hurt, with Gunnar asking Frank to promise to bury him. Frank tries to find help, but collapses from his own injuries. Micro finds Frank, badly injured but alive, and helps him back to the van.
Come on now, Frank. Everything's gonna be okay, all right?
Fresh out of the oven. I'll help her eat this. No, great. All right, good.
No, 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 no! Wait! Just wait!
Micro goes to get Curtis and tells him that Frank is dying. Curtis rushes to help because he used to be a medic. He helps remove the arrow from Frank's shoulder while Micro looks uncomfortable. Afterward, Curtis scolds Micro for involving Frank in this fight, making Micro feel guilty for bringing Frank into the danger. Russo and Dinah have a moment together, and after it is over, Russo finds a file on Frank. He gets upset that Dinah is still investigating Frank, believing Frank is dead. Dinah does not confirm anything, but Russo notes that they never found Frank's body and wonders about it.
Why are you so intent on pissing on the memory of a dead man?
That's not what this is. I'm not lying. I'm just not telling you anything.
You know that they never found his body?
Gotta go to work.
Frank, I gotta get him. Still, you gotta lay down. You gotta lay down. I gotta go back from there. I took care of it. I took care of it.
In Curtis's vet group, O'Connor talks about how tough he is, bragging about his hard experiences and making fun of the others. Curtis shares a story about training with a goat that was repeatedly injured for practice, eventually dying from too much damage. The story serves as a metaphor, with Frank being compared to the goat. Micro is watching his family arguing over his son, Zach, who stole a skateboard, hit his sister, and is being a bully.
I know that you stole that skateboard. Hey! Are you a bully? No, is that what this is?
This family's full of snitches and traitors. It's like what we do here.
Micro asks if they need to worry about Russo knowing Frank is alive, but Frank defends him as a friend. Lewis is handing out protest literature with O'Connor. They are supporting a man on trial for bringing a gun to class. When a cop approaches them, Lewis gets confrontational and argues he has rights.
What can we do for you, officer?
Go home. Take this.
We're not blocking the sidewalk or the entrance of the building.
This is a city courthouse. You want to hang out here?
I pay your salary. We all pay your salary. So protect us, sir.
Did you just reach for my gun?
I didn't, and I have a witness.
Micro brings up Russo and asks if Frank thinks he should contact him. Frank goes on a rant, saying he had two families, his real one and his Marine family, and he loved being a Marine. Lewis shows up at the vet center after being bailed out of jail. He confronts Curtis, who reveals that O'Connor lied about serving in Vietnam. Curtis calls O'Connor a fraud. Lewis gets angry and leaves. Dinah and Russo meet at the docks, where Dinah tells Russo that Frank is alive. Russo is surprised, and Dinah hopes he can lead her to Frank because she thinks he has information about her Kandahar case. Russo says he will try to find out more and appreciates that Dinah trusted him. Russo then goes to the vet center to see Curtis.
Hey, social worker. You seen Frank?
What?
A dead friend. You seen him recently? I can't tell you how I found out, but I found out now I gotta find him. I can get him out of here, man. Free and clear. Now is my chance to make things right.
He said he wanted to help you. That he could help you.
Meanwhile, Lewis confronts O'Connor at his place, accusing him of lying about being in Vietnam.
Bet you want a beer.
I can tell you some stories.
When we came back,
When you came back from Texas, you never went to Vietnam.
if you don't like my story,
No, they're not just stories. Goddamn liar. Back from the dead.
Hey, Bill. You never change, huh?
Lucky for you, I know.
You remember that douchebag from Mortuary Services, Colonel Bennett? 3 of them were selling heroin out of Kandahar.
What, you just gonna take them all on yourself? How's that going for you so far? Yeah, you think this is what Maria's gonna want for you? Let me get you up to see Frank. Got you.
Frank shows up at Micro's house to apologize to his wife, Sarah, for missing dinner. Sarah talks about her tough family life, and Frank reassures her that things will get better. Meanwhile, Russo waits for Frank at the docks but gets frustrated and leaves. He gets in an SUV where Rollins is waiting, revealing that Russo is working with Rollins, and things are about to get intense. Lewis is cleaning blood off his hands after killing O'Connor. He then goes home, where his father asks about his shirt and does not notice the wound on Lewis' side. His dad tells him he loves him and offers some pills to help him sleep. Meanwhile, Frank is seen working out with a cinder block, while Micro is cooking a dinner. They plan an operation to interrogate General Bennett, who knows the true identity of Agent Orange, as Gunner had told Frank before he died. Frank is determined to find Rollins.
Most important thing is that Bennett has to be where you say he is.
100%.
So when we find him, that's when I get to put the guy down.
I want to make sure you mean Agent Orange and not Colonel Bennett.
Maybe this time I wear you the band. Right? send you in, seeing as how you know the plan so well.
Russo visits Dinah's office, where she asks him for information on Frank, but he says he has nothing. However, we know he is secretly planning to double-cross Frank with Rollins. Russo tries to flirt with Dinah, but Sam enters, angry that she told Russo Frank is alive. Dinah has a realization that her office might be bugged and tells Sam. Rollins and Russo are at a fancy house, talking about how to deal with Frank. Rollins thinks Russo should have eliminated Frank when they met at the pier, but Russo reminds him of the time Frank attacked Rollins and gave him a serious eye injury. They argue and throw vague threats at each other. Bennett is having dinner with a woman and talking about how tough he is.
We'll fall back in it.
Look at the mess you've made.
Amen.
Copy that loud and clear.
Shut it.
Perfect. Hold there.
For the next week, I'm only eating from the Costco food court. But here's the twist. The first day I'm starting with only $1, and then I'm doubling it every single day until I get up to $64. If that doesn't sound like much, the entire Costco food court menu combined is less than $60. Now here are the rules. I can only eat from the Costco food court. I have to eat the exact dollar amount, and I have to eat every menu item at least once. Disclaimer, I'm a dog, so don't try it. Breakfast time. To start on day one, I made the pharmacy breakfast, and then I proceeded to watch them. It's amazing how bored you get when you can't eat anything. Alright, so 1:30, I'm finally on my way to go to Costco to spend my first dollar. I'm so stoked because I'm hungry. Today really hasn't been that bad because I just skipped breakfast, but I have been a little bit more freaky. And what you might not know is that there are 4 Costcos on this island, and yet they're all somehow over an hour away from my house. So I'll be doing a lot of driving this week. Now don't get mad at me, but to make the hot dog $1, I had to throw the drink away. Would I have given it away to someone if I was a better person? Probably, but next time. This is what $1 gets you. I really tried savoring these hot dogs, but I just could not help myself. I even tried eating these plain onions to get some more food in, but it was so gross. Last bite. At the end of each day, I'll show the total calories and macros consumed. As you can see here, this hot dog was clearly not enough food. Till tomorrow. That sucks. I'm hungry. The rest of the day was pretty chill. I spent way too long putting this bookshelf together for Mac. I went to our local boys volleyball game where I ended up just chasing around forever. And then I finally finished the dang book. Now, the last thing in the world I wanted to write, but I just had to for another project I'm working on. I did not sleep well last night. Turns out when there's no food in your system, you don't even have enough energy to sleep. And I forget about that every time until I do another calorie challenge. And then I'm like, oh yeah, this sucks. This will be our second Costco destination. Fun fact, this Costco, I'm pretty sure, is the busiest Costco in the world. It's located right in town in Honolulu. Not only do you have all of the residents of that city go there, but all of the tourists that come to Hawaii, the first thing they do once they get out, parking's a mess, shopping's a mess, everything's a mess. It's my least favorite Costco. Checking it out for this video. See, this is what I'm talking about, because how is it 10 in the morning on Thursday, and I can't find park. What the heck? Yeah, I wasn't really in the best mood because I ate this location and I was starving, so all I wanted was the best slice of pepperoni pizza they had. Could I have the best slice of pepperoni pizza you have? The best one. Oh, pepperoni in every bite. Thank you so much. She said there's pepperoni in every bite. I don't have words to put into justice of how excited I am. This is the best Costco slice of pizza there ever was. And the lady confirmed it. I was literally like shaking walking over here because it was so exciting. Right. I'm like halfway done and I just don't want this experience anymore. No, I love it. I feel depression coming on. That's bad. This day hasn't been exciting enough, so I decided to torture myself. Just walk by all the food, not even buy anything, just smell it. And yes, I know I'm wearing sunglasses inside, but I'm mourning for my stomach. Okay, the glasses were a little douchey. Yeah, this has absolutely nothing to do with the video, but $52 for 16 razors? You know how many Costco hot dogs and pizzas you could get for that? I kept trying to feed my son here, but he kept spitting everything out. How dare he do that in front of me during a challenge? Late into day 2, I was pretty hungry, so I decided to eat ice. Pregnant ladies do it all the time, so I figured, why don't I try it? Spoiler alert, it did not satisfy me. Also, sorry for whatever this was, my brain cells were absolutely fried.
Hard life you live.
I don't feel like you feel bad.
No, self-inflicted. Plus, a kid-free trip to Costco these days sounds like the dream. You know, you're living my fantasy every day.
Next up, I filmed an Ice Bucket Challenge because apparently it's 2014 again. I was nominated for the Ice Bucket Challenge by Ty Evans. I'd like to nominate Luke Benson, Sir Yacht, and It's Still Guy. You have 24 hours to respond. So I was supposed to be running tonight, and I was supposed to work out today, and I was supposed to clean up around the house. And I am 0 for 3, already feeling the anxiety of like eating my meal tomorrow and then just being done because it's only $4 and that's still not a lot. So yeah, I made the cleanest looking pancakes for the fam and then decided I would salt my water for breakfast because electrolytes, you know, it's pretty good. I feel like this is what being pregnant is like, because I don't have any energy, and then I'll feel good for a sec, I'll get up and I'll do something, like I'll clean one dish, and then I'll just be like wiped, and then just, yeah, I get super tired. I'll have to do some work now, and then I'm gonna go get my Costco early, because I need it. So hungry. Costco number 3. Can I get one chicken bake, please? That's it. I'm supposed to be my friend here, but I am so hungry. I've never seen anything more beautiful, except for my wife and kids. I don't even care that I'm in public right now. I'm having a foodgasm. My friend said it'll be here in 15 minutes, and I can almost guarantee this will be gone by then. Yesterday I felt like the world was in grayscale, and then I was seeing color, and then it went back to grayscale. Today, I feel like my vision was just blurry. I couldn't see straight. And now everything's a little bit sharper, and I think it's gonna go blurry again after this. I'm almost done with half the chicken bake, which means I'm almost half depressed. I think I'm gonna try to save the other half. Just one more little bite. I say $2 worth. All right, saving this. Hey. Hello. All the birds were looking for leftovers, but unfortunately for them, I never leave any crumbs. Hello.
Hi. Hi. How long have you been eating here?
A long time.
This is so cool. It's so tiny. Oh my
I know.
gosh. Wow. Osmo.
Half the chicken baked. So I'm probably gonna end up eating that on my way home because I'm hungry. Oh, I love food. I love food. Okay, I'm gonna try to save this last little bit. Oh, man, it felt great to eat. Freaking love food. I'm going crazy. Yeah, you know how I literally just said I was gonna save that last little bit? Well, I have blurry vision again. I am starving. Legitimately so hungry. The rest of the day I was pretty much just sad. I joke around a lot, but I really wasn't doing that great. So I decided to go home and hit a workout. That's all I got. I can't. The rest of the night was actually super pleasant, as we got a babysitter for once so that we could go on a date. And the issue was that I had to watch Mac eat, something that's become very common during these challenges. Mac is out in the water shelling right now, and I just have her food right there. Oh my gosh, poke is my favorite food, and it's right there. Instead, I've been looking at the Costco menu, thinking of how I'm gonna spend my $8 tomorrow. So many combinations. I might just get 4 slices of pizza. But before that, I had to go home and feed the boys some food. I was very jealous of the whole family at this point. I know at this point it may seem like this was easy peasy, but by nighttime I was struggling bad and had a hard time falling asleep.
What's this, you ask? Well, let me tell you. The Manta Sleep Mask is the most premium sleep mask you will ever find. And to be honest, at first I just thought, okay, how much can you really innovate on sleep masks? But the answer is a lot. This is literally what we've been doing to keep it dark in our room, is put a freaking blanket up over the window. I even bought this sleep mask to try to help, but there's 3 main problems with it. The first is that it's really hard to adjust on the fly. The second is that it's really hot at night. But third and worst of them all is that my eyelashes would always hit the eye mask. I could literally feel every time I blink. Manta solves literally all of these problems with deep eye sockets, adjustable cups, and a premium design meant for side sleepers. They also make other sleep products like the sound machine or cooling eye cups. And with summer coming and later sunsets, you gotta find a way to take control of your sleep. So hit the link in the description or go to mantasleep.com and use code OSU for 10% off your order and enjoy darker, better sleep. And a huge thanks to Manta Sleep for sponsoring this video. Now unfortunately, I didn't get my Manta Sleep mask until after this challenge was already over, so instead of waking up well rested, this is how it went instead.
This is 2 nights in a row where I've dreamed about eating food.
I forgot to record it, but the beginning of the week I was 227 pounds, so I was down a whopping 8 pounds.
I think the last time I was under 220 was last time I did a calorie challenge, no surprise there.
If you couldn't tell, I had no energy this morning, so I decided first thing I was going to go spend my $8.
Jace, where are we headed? Can you say Costco? Costco. 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 Yay! Thumbs up.
We're going right at the store opening because I am starving. And I had another dream about eating last night, and this time the food got in my mouth. Then I remembered I was doing this challenge, so then I spit it out. I didn't even get to swallow my food. Stupid dreams.
Can you say pizza?
As you can tell, I really like making Jace repeat after me, and as a result, he now knows how to say a lot of food.
Try to get a slice of pepperoni pizza and a slice of cheese pizza. I was so hungry in this moment, I literally almost forgot to record. This was strictly business. No talking, no entertaining my son, just eating pizza. It was in this moment that I realized genetics are a very real thing.
Bad day to be a bird, that's for sure.
If you're curious, Jace pretty much deleted this whole thing. Not bad for a 2.5-year-old. Try to get 3 slices of pepperoni pizza.
Pepperoni, 10 minutes.
3 slices of cheese. Tell me why I decided to come to the busiest Costco in the world on a Saturday. Oh, so stupid. I have more to this rant to say. Why am I upset, you might ask? Well, how did I end up buying 4 slices of cheese pizza with my $8 today? How did I come to that conclusion? I was at least gonna do like 2 cheese, 2 pepperoni, but because I was standing in line for so freaking long, I finally get up there, and then he said the pepperoni pizza would be another 10 minutes. For a full pizza, it would be 30 minutes. And by that point in time, I was just like, get me out of here. I just want to leave. So I was like, okay, cheese. And then I was gonna order pizza for tomorrow, and I just didn't, because I was like, I cannot wait. My brain cells are dying. I need more food. That just means I have to drive back to Costco tomorrow. Screw me. Ain't nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why, but I don't know any words to songs. Pizza, pizza, pizza. Alright. Pizza, pizza. Seeing how it's not even noon, I'm gonna try to save those other 2 slices because I'm gonna be hungry later. Oh. 3 cheese pizza slices in, and I feel like crap. And I'm stuck in traffic. Oh, look at this. Not moving. Just cars stopped. I'm so dumb. Why did I get 4 slices of cheese pizza? At least I'm not hungry right now. My stomach just aches in a different way. It's kind of like if you sprain an ankle, but then you like break your wrist. And then you're like, well, at least it's kind of like a different pain. You feel, you know? Hi, Jace. Hi, Jace. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. I left Costco about an hour ago, and we're just sitting here. I still have like 45 minutes left because I live on an island with 1 road. Oh, look at this. We're stopped. We went to go eat with some friends, but I had to BYOP, bring your own pizza. I'm sad I'm not eating for the day, but it's not as bad this time because I did get a cool 2,800 calories. I'm so excited to sleep tonight because it's the first night where my stomach doesn't feel like it's wanting to eat itself. I'd say I'm not really satisfied because all I've had is cheese pizza and nothing else. I feel like eating a brownie or something, but at least I'm not like starving. 16 whole dollars today. It may not seem like a lot for the whole day, but at Costco, that is a ton. Headed to Costco and we got the boys with us today. Hanky side. Today I had double duty with both kids, and let me tell you, to any moms out there, I applaud you. How do you go anywhere with kids? This trip was absolute chaos.
You need 2 handles, 2 blades.
Well, this is what I'm eating today, along with 2 of these. I wasn't nervous till right about now. Feeling how heavy this box was. I'm not nervous for today, I know I can do today, but tomorrow and the next day? That's why I think it's so important for me to get the pizzas out of the way for the $64 day, so then I can like have more of the smoothies if I need to. This is our setup in the car. Got Jace eating his pizza. Got Hanky and his goldfish. We got me and my pizza. Oh, for reference. Hi, back to me. Put the focus on me. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is kind of impossible right now with these two kids. So probably gonna eat one of these slices. I'm gonna start driving home and then just eat while driving. Cause these boys be wildin'. Hey. Forgot to grab napkins. So rip.
What?
Pinky, like pizza? Pepperoni is so much better than cheese. Sorry to all you cheese fans out there. My wife is one of them. But after having 4 of those cheese slices and then going to this, it's beautiful. It just tastes like more balanced. Jeez, I think you got some sauce on your nose. So it's a bummer I forgot napkins, but the good part about being a parent, you always have baby wipes on you, pretty much 24/7. Okay, gonna make the hour trek back and eat some pizza on the way. You know, I'm glad they have these smoothies on the menu because otherwise I would get like no fruits or veggies. Still not really getting veggies, but no fruits at least. This is my setup. Ooh. I don't know if it's just because I had pizza yesterday or what, but this full pepperoni pizza was giving me issues. I definitely didn't expect today to be as hard as it was. This doesn't even fit. That's right, this pizza was too big for my fridge, but eventually I got it in. I always get it in. What? Tell me how it is like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All I've done is drive and eat some pizza and I am exhausted. Going for the 2-for-1, so it's more like an actual Costco slice. Or you could fold it. Calzone. Or you could do a reverse calzone. Oh man, look at this. I guess that's why you don't do the reverse calzone. My boys kept begging for pizza, but I turned them down for you, YouTube.
Dad, give me them.
Dad of the Year award right here.
That's kind of mean.
I'm about to go surf right now because I only have 3 slices left. I'm feeling a little full from all that, so I need to burn all of it off. I'm gonna surf for a little bit and then have those slices for dinner, and then tonight I'm gonna wait till midnight and I'm gonna sneak in some pieces of tomorrow's purchases. I don't know if you've ever done physical activity after eating 9 slices of pizza, but that was an experience. Thankfully, my appetite is now back. Going to get s'mores that I don't get to eat. We had another get-together tonight, but it was my worst nightmare. Grilling on the beach during sunset with s'mores afterwards. Somehow, whenever I do these challenges, everyone wants to get together and have lots of delicious food. I can't eat my pizza first?
Come on, Dad. Come with me.
Can't turn that down.
Oh, Dad. Come with me.
This one pizza has been way harder than I thought it would be. Now it has sand on it. $16, boom, done. Having issues, go number 2. So I just have all this junk sitting in my stuff. I don't know whose toilet it's gonna be. Could be mine, could be someone else's. But a plumber will need it. It's almost midnight, so I'm gonna heat up my pizza, eat it, then go to bed. For some reason, 6 pieces seems way better in my mind than 12.
so grateful for air fryers. Also, I'm very tired right now. Bottoms up. I'm so tired. I'm so stupid. I literally thought this was recording. I had my first slice. It was great. Now I'm on my second slice, and now I'm recording. Too down. Ooh, a little too crispy. Yeah, for some reason I feel not as like full as before. I don't know why. Eating those slices heated up, I think, helped so much because when I was eating the rest of my pepperoni pizza and it was all cold, I don't know, it was just harder to chew and get down. I literally feel like I'm going crazy. I need to go to bed. If I need to eat pizza. Yeah. Maybe I should eat more, but like, it's almost 1 o'clock and I need some sleep because I'm a big day tomorrow. See ya in the manana. It's 6 in the morning. I did not sleep that much last night. I don't know, my stomach is just kind of hurting and I feel like I need to be in motion today. I feel like I need to be super active to counterbalance all this junk I'm putting into my body. Got to serve 2 days in a row. I'm actually doing pretty good right now. My stomach is still hurting a bit, but I don't feel that tired. Probably because I was just doing physical exercise and cold water. That looks just like my toilet bowl this morning. It's time for more pizza. I love pizza, and I don't think I'm ever gonna eat it ever again after this. This was probably where I hit the lowest point in my whole life. Eating pizza on the toilet. Or was I winning? These crusts are killing me, they're so thick. I'm so tired of eating. I'm over it. Headed up to work right now. I'm gonna eat 2 more slices of pizza. That'll leave only 2 left and $10 consumed. It's always kind of funny when I'm doing these challenges because when I'm at work, I'm sitting down with these potential clients and it's just like they have no idea what's going on in my body. Like this person's gonna have no idea that I have like 2 full-size pizzas in my stomach consumed in the last like 24 hours. So it's kind of funny. It's also a gorgeous day. Beautiful day to spend $32 at Costco in my I feel like maybe I should have brought those other 2 slices. I'm actually way more hungry today. Today will be fun because I get to finally diversify, not just pizza. Another day, another Costco food court trip. I feel like Costco has become my new home. I'm just here every day. And it's not a bad thing. Try to get a rotisserie chicken salad, a strawberry sundae, and a cookie. Thank you. This is more than the pizza. This costs more. That's how I get away with talking in public. My AirPods make me look like I'm not just talking to myself. I cannot wait to just eat something that is not pizza. This is mostly just lettuce. My first healthy bite. Side quest time. The mission is to walk 1 mile inside the Costco. This is actually making me feel way better. Walking after eating is a huge life hack. Yeah. Yeah. What do you need help with?
Oh, great.
Yeah, no worries. My height is useful sometimes. Surfboards behind me. Surfing is literally like one of my favorite things in the world. If any of you that are watching this ever come out here, I'd love to meet you and I'd love to go surfing together. So let me know. Next challenge. I think that's about it. Let's go. Side quest complete. I got my sandwich and my smoothie. This plus the last 2 slices of cheese pizza is it. So I'm pretty confident in the rest of today. Now here's my dilemma. Do I get some food to take home with me so I can do the same thing that I did last night? Like after midnight, I sneak in some calories, or do I just send it? I think I should do that on one hand, but on the other hand, I'm already in my car. So, I'm already in the car. This new smoothie is delicious, by the way. This thing is dense. It's pretty heavy. It's gonna sit like a rock in my tummy. Going back to the food court for the 3rd time today. Lucky me. And now there's a fat line, of course. I got the same lady that checked me out the first time. She's like, "Weren't you just here?" I said, "Yes, because all I eat is Costco." I'm officially feeling kind of yunky. I will, mark my words, finish this challenge. I've failed too many challenges. I'm gonna complete this one. Smoothie's gone. No, I just got 2 slices of cheese pizza and this sandwich. I told Jason to pick one treat, and he picked one of my favorites. Hey, show him.
What happened?
You eating any chocolate, Eddie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was this? Another get-together where everyone was making yummy sushi with fresh caught fish for everybody except for poor little Alex? Yeah, that's what it was.
Putting my son to bed, and there's no. So I'm gonna try to eat the pizza. I am so unbelievably tired that I'm gonna make these 2 pieces of pizza, I'm gonna eat it, and I'm just gonna go to bed. I was gonna stay up after midnight and try to get a jump on the day, but I'm just gonna take my chances. I'll wake up early and try to eat $64 worth of food from the Costco food court. This is the last of my $32. When will I ever learn? The crust, way better this method. The other way was just killing the roof of my mouth. Cheers. $32. Day 6 is in the bag. Now we just need one more day. Got through the social events, got through the 2 gigantic pizzas. All that is left is $64 and victory. Victory for what? I don't know. For pride. I gotta go to bed. See you tomorrow. Good morning, good morning. It's just past 7. Didn't charge my phone last night, as you can see. And I'm gonna go eat some salad and cookies for breakfast. I don't know if I've ever had salad for breakfast. Here's the new experiences. My croutons.
When I was a kid, I would only eat the croutons in a salad. Okay, maybe I still do that. The only thing with the salad is it takes so long to eat. So much chewing, so much lettuce. Nothing like 750 calories of sugar. I'm literally feeling so sick. I don't know if it's from the cookie or just from like the 7,000 plus calories I had yesterday, but man, I'm not starting the day off right. So I went for the second salad, another $7. Salads are so healthy until you put this sauce on them, the dressing. Like all the calories are coming from this. Hey, marshmallow? Oh, you eat it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jace is trying to feed me a marshmallow. Trying to ruin my challenge. Another $7. There's so much value in the Costco food cart. Alright, well that actually really helps. Probably have 2 or 3 more dumps in my system. That should help. It's no surprise it's a gloomy day for day 7. The $64 day. The day it all comes down to this. The last day. No, really, I'm actually feeling great right now. It's 11:30 in the morning and I've already gone to the bathroom 3 times. I've spent $16.50, which means, I don't know, I got like a little under 50 bucks to go. I think I got this. Just dumping outside. Great. Well, if you can't hear, it's pouring rain right now. And there's only one road because I live on a small island, so I'm just stopped right now. I've been stopped for minutes. So, might as well eat a cookie. Last day. Can I get 2 smoothies, chocolate ice cream? Could I also get a turkey provolone sandwich? Thank you.
Well, this is $15 right here.
So I believe all of this will put me to a total of $34 spent, which means I'm more than halfway done after eating all this. So my confidence is definitely leaning again. I just go ups and downs. As soon as I start to feel bad, I'm like, this is the worst thing ever. I can never do this. And then I like, I'll take a dump, and then I'm like, oh, I feel great. This is easy. I could just do 10 more of these. This thing is dense. This was pretty good though the other day. All that meat. I just figured it's either this or 3.5 slices of pizza for the same cost. So this is still probably better value. Well, not actual better value. The pizza's better value, but like in this specific case. The amount of time I've spent either at Costco or in my car this week putting up crazy reviews. Alright. I have a meeting to go to. I'm gonna swap out shirts and then go for a run, I think. Oh boy. Try to burn off some calories, make some space so I can spend more dollars. I'm gonna get through this challenge. Alright, so that meeting went a lot longer than I thought, and these totally melted. Literally liquid, like super liquidy. So I'm gonna try to chug these, try to get them out of the way, and then go running. Hopefully that's not the worst idea I've ever had. Okay, I lied. This one's actually still somewhat icy. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this, but I'm somewhat lactose intolerant. Oh boy. That was tense.
I was feeling pretty good before that. Not gonna lie, I feel really sick now. Okay, time to go running. Oh, I feel really sick. So I'm in town. I need to make some calls. I was gonna go on like a little run. No way I can run right now. I feel so sick. But I figure that while I make all of these calls, I can at least walk and try to burn some of this stuff off. Just try to settle my stomach because it feels like someone is blowing up a balloon in my stomach. Oh, it's just hurting. Okay, I can get up. I like it. Okay, time to go. This is my mistake. My stomach is doing backflips right now. Chanel is up. Now it's raining and I'm under a coconut tree. Oh boy. And this looks like heavy rain. So how often do you have to hide under a coconut tree from the rain? Ah! I'm so far away from my car. I just hop from tree to tree. Well, I really hope my camera and laptop are not soaked. I just started lightening up a little bit, so I'm gonna rush over to the car. Got my backpack, baby. Gotta love day 7. Last day, best day. Am I right? Well, I made it about 50 yards. I'm right here. I'm parked. I have to go all the way across there. What a day. Why did I walk so far? I am wet, I'm tired, my stomach hurts, I'm full, and I'm... Somehow all of those just... How does that work? Costco, we go. This is where I am, and Costco is over here. All these red lines. Traffic. Oh my gosh. And that is why I like to live in the countryside. Country. In Hawaii, we call like the North Shore stuff country, and then down in town. All the city stuff is town, up there is country. And in the country, way better, way more fun. Less people, more scenic, all that. Could I get 2 rotisserie chicken salads, turkey provolone, sandwich, a chocolate sundae, vanilla ice cream, smoothie, and that's it. Yeah, sorry about that. No worries. Thanks. I wish I could say I wasn't worried right now, but now that I have pretty much the rest of the food, things do not look great. All this dairy's gonna wreck me. Out of these ice creams, like I can't even. I should not have saved the ice cream this day. There's a whole nother full one. My stomach feels so bloated, so I decided I just have to go walk. I'm just gonna keep walking until I feel better.
feel beyond sick. I don't know why I'm rushing it. I have 6 more hours. I have a salad, a sandwich, and a hot dog left. I'm good. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then get out of here. Oh yeah, hot dog. Thank you. That was the last trip to Costco, and I don't know the next time I'll be able to come back because I feel so sick. Headed back home now. I got several hours. Gonna let everything sit. Gonna try to move around a bit. Try to go to the bathroom probably one last time. And then try to finish this thing out. I'm so determined. I've failed way too many of these challenges. I'm so tired of it. So we're gonna do it this time. I feel totally bloated and unable right now. But we're gonna do it. Hey! Oh. It all comes down to this, baby. Let's go. I want to know if anyone else in the world has ever eaten 4 of these rotisserie chicken salads from Costco in one day. I would doubt it.